In the distant future of 3021, people had already left Earth far behind and begun life among the stars, marking the start of a new age across the galaxy. In this world, regular humans lived alongside beastmen and various other extraterrestrial species. As the number of humans continued to decline, the government enforced a law requiring every pure-blooded human woman to wed before she turned 20. If they did not choose for themselves, someone would select a partner for them. The day had been planned as a historic alliance joining the Huo Corporation with the Su Corporation from the 3rd District. As the wedding approached, the groom remained absent, with no sign of his arrival. Suwon's mother moved quickly back and forth, her steps filled with anxiety. The ceremony was about to begin, and someone wondered if Wan had managed to get in touch with Huo Yichang yet. Swan's gaze grew troubled as unease crept over her. A sense of dread settled in her chest, warning her that something was wrong. At that moment, her AI assistant, Xiaobai, notified her that Huo Yichang was calling. He insisted that he needed to save his sister, Suman, but promised he would return before it was too late. Her mother's anger was barely contained as she blamed Suman once more, silently regretting ever allowing her husband to bring the girl into their family. Suwon gazed into the mirror, her eyes meeting her own reflection. A sharp, humorless laugh escaped her lips as she thought about the strange twist of fate. At the age of 13, she experienced a terrifying ordeal when pirates launched an attack on the starship where she was traveling. After suffering severe injuries, she endured a 5-year recovery period inside a cryostatic chamber. When she awoke, she discovered a new baby sister had joined their household. Her father explained that the infant belonged to a close friend and began caring for the child as if she were his daughter. Though she appeared youthful, the girl possessed an uncanny talent for manipulation. She had already won over Swan's brothers, earning their constant affection, and now she was setting her sights on taking away Swan's first love as well. Su-won quietly admitted to herself that, had she known about their feelings for each other, she would have willingly let them be together. She reminded herself that marrying Huo Yichang was never something she absolutely had to do.
Lately, I've had a strong addiction to watching manhwa and manga recap videos. Every single day, I find myself binging one after another, losing hours and days doing absolutely nothing productive. And honestly, it's getting out of hand. So, maybe we can make these viral videos too. I mean, look at the views, the growth, the community these creators are building. It looks simple, right? But that's a trap. You go down this endless rabbit hole spending money, losing sleep, hiring editors and writers from Fiverr and Upwork and still feel like you've been robbed. Because don't forget how emotional the YouTube algorithm can be with making videos go viral. It's unpredictable, especially when the market's saturated, competition's relentless, and somehow other creators are dropping 10-hour videos daily while you're stuck trying to finish one. That's when I realized something had to change. So, I built the solution, the Webtoon Narrative Suite, a complete one-click system that handles everything from cropping, script narration, text-to-speech, image processing, and full video generation in one smooth process. Save money, reduce hours of work, and have a tool that only gives you straight results. Click on the link down below and experience it for yourself. And if you want even more tools to supercharge your YouTube recap journey, visit my Ko-Fi and Patreon pages where I drop weekly new tools designed to keep you ahead as AI continues to steal our jobs. So tap in now before you get left behind.
Now, however, an even greater challenge confronted her. The clock was nearing midday, leaving her with little time. She wondered anxiously how she could possibly track down a respectable man to wed with so little warning. Driven by her fixation on appearances, she adamantly rejected the idea of allowing the system to match her with just anyone unworthy of her standards. The idea of being kissed by a stranger with a pig's face filled her with fear. Now filled with renewed determination, she informed her mother that the wedding would go on as scheduled. She left the room with the intention of searching for a potential husband. Meanwhile, Su-won glanced cautiously down the hallway of the hotel. A sudden motion drew her attention, prompting her to retrace her steps and peer in with curiosity, wondering about the identity of the figure before her. Her gaze settled on a strikingly attractive man, notable for his soft, furry ears and a large, bushy tail. The individual introduced themselves as Aju. Standing before her was a beast man with a puppy-like charm, flawless in every aspect. She felt a pang of disappointment as she considered the possibility that he might actually be too young. At the moment, her main focus is searching for a husband. Suwon prepared to depart, lifting her dress, but Ajue reached out and held onto the edge of the fabric, stopping her. He gazed up at her, his eyes filled with desperation, silently begging for answers as he wondered about her destination. She reached out and tousled his soft hair without thinking. Explaining that she needed to search for someone to marry, she promised him that she would return to spend more time with him soon. Aju's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, silently begging for someone to stay, her expression filled with desperate hope. Su-won let out a quiet sigh, thinking how unfortunate it was that the person before her was still too young. If only they were an adult, she reflected, she might have been able to ask for their assistance. Aju's expression brightened with excitement as he eagerly declared his adulthood. She burst into laughter, finding the situation amusing. Amused by his words, she wondered if he was being sincere or simply joking with her. The character reluctantly agreed, asking to see the other person's terminal and suggesting that, if they were truly an adult, they should be able to offer some assistance. Ajui extended his wrist without hesitation, following the instruction. His terminal had suffered significant damage. Despite everything, the button for submitting the marriage application continued to shine brightly. Suwon paused, uncertainty flickering across her face as she considered the possibility of marrying him now with the intention of ending the marriage later. The narrator observed that with such a handsome face, supporting him for 1,000,000 years would be an easy decision. At the moment when her resolve began to falter, the sound of approaching footsteps reached her ears. Huo Yitang's mother stood beside his sister, Huo Zhao Zhao. Suwon quickly moved to shield Ajui by stepping in front of him, signaling for him to stay quiet. Huo Zhao Zhao strolled over with a confident air, a self-satisfied expression on her face. She pointed out to Suwon that her brother had yet to arrive and questioned what Suwon planned to do next. Suwon's mother seized her wrist, her tone oozing insincere concern as she told Suwon to be patient for a while longer. Suwon remained unconvinced, certain that if Huo Yichang had any real intention of returning, he would have already shown up. She instructed everyone to head back to the banquet hall and reassured them that the wedding would continue as scheduled. Once the toxic duo had been dismissed, Gaobai pointed out that there was little time left and explained that the main system's review would be a lengthy process. Upon hearing those words, Aju leaned forward and let his head emerge into view. His large tail wagged with excitement, seeming to beg for attention and silently plead to be chosen. She wondered if his family would oppose their marriage. The character made it clear through their expression that they would never risk attempting such a thing. Suwon inhaled slowly, then extended her hand toward the soft, furry animal. He asked Ajue if she would agree to become his wife. Suwon and Aju exchanged glances as they each held out their terminals, carefully scanning one another's devices before submitting the marriage application together. The review process was expected to last as long as an hour. Since she had some free time, Suwon decided to bring Ajue with her so he could get fitted for a suit. As soon as he rose to his feet, his height surpassed hers by an entire head. The once gentle and huggable fox boy now stood before them as a strikingly tall figure, his presence commanding attention with an air of irresistible charm. They wondered how they would possibly locate a suit that would fit him with so little time to prepare. She hesitated but eventually chose to let him put on Huo Yuchang's suit, hoping it would be the right size. Short while passed before Ajue mentioned to her older sister that the clothes felt a bit tight. The suit clung tightly to his sculpted physique, and his large, bushy tail protruded unmistakably, refusing to be concealed. Suwon attempted to hide it, but his cheeks flushed a deep, vivid red. The younger sibling assured her sister that she was capable of handling the task alone. She left the room to allow him a moment alone. A few moments later, he stepped out. He seemed transformed into someone new. Even though the suit fit him tightly, it gave him a strikingly polished appearance. While Suwon straightened his tie, she couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety, questioning the delay in the main system's approval of their application. At the same time, word about First Commander Gouche vanishing made its way to Emperor Guzion. The emperor recognized that his uncle was experiencing a period of wild energy, making him especially susceptible to harm. Should another person discover his presence, the outcome would be severe. He wasted no time in commanding that the area be sealed off and insisted every corner be meticulously searched. While he was caught up in his concerns, the Central System's artificial intelligence, known as Busy, forwarded a marriage proposal to him and awaited his final confirmation. The emperor pounded his fist onto the desk in frustration. He questioned how the person in charge could fail to manage even one marriage application, despite being responsible for overseeing the entire system. Because the emperor had given the order, Baizi felt compelled to swiftly press the approval button. He had already decided that if something went wrong in the future, he refused to accept responsibility. At that moment, the couple who had just gotten married learned that their application had been accepted. Suwon's mother rushed into the room, pushing the door open with urgency. Wanwan's mother glanced at the clock and noted that it was already 11. She mentioned that Wanwan's father was wondering if they should end everything for the night. Her voice faltered as she caught sight of Suwon walking beside an unfamiliar man, leaving her shocked and wondering about his identity. Zuan smiled as she stated that the man was now her husband. Her mother stared at her in shock, her mouth hanging open. Suwon hurried away, unable to stop and clarify anything. She took hold of Audrey's hand, eager to finish the ceremony quickly. She realized that his skin was unusually warm to the touch and that he appeared to be in poor health. Zuwan's mother quickly recognized the situation, understanding that he was likely experiencing another manic episode. However, Zhu Wan remained confused, unable to grasp what was going on. Xiaobai clarified that beastmen, due to their ancient origins, experienced a yearly period of intense excitement once they became adults. Throughout this time, they struggled with turbulent emotions and longed intensely for a sense of safety. Later on, their recollection of these experiences would remain vague and unclear. A beastman typically found that only their chosen companion could bring them comfort. Anyone who lacked one was required to rely on a unique serum. Suwon requested that her mother search for some of the serum as they proceeded with the ceremony. Inside the wedding hall, the guests began to shift uncomfortably, their impatience becoming more and more obvious. The anticipation built as they looked forward to watching the Su family embarrass themselves. Suwon's father's expression was clouded by intense anger. If it hadn't been for his older brother's soothing presence, he might have lost control and burst out in anger. Without warning, the magnificent doors burst open, revealing an exceptionally attractive pair as they stepped into the room. The bride radiated beauty while the groom appeared strikingly handsome. The audience stood in stunned silence, unable to find words. No one had anticipated that Suwon would arrive accompanied by an entirely new groom. Choosing not to pay attention to the murmurs around her, Suwon wondered if Zhu had the strength to endure. She gestured urgently toward the officiant, making it clear she wanted the ceremony to move along faster. The officiant asked the groom if he would marry Miss Suwon, and the groom replied that he would. Then, the officiant turned to the bride and posed the same question. The officiant's words faded awkwardly, his face burning with embarrassment so intense he wished he could vanish from the room. He stood there, mortified, realizing that nobody had shared the name of the groom with him. Zoan wasted no time. She quickly embraced Zhu, her arms circling his neck, and she proclaimed her acceptance without hesitation. The crowd offered their congratulations to the newly married couple as the banquet commenced. Inside the dressing room, Suwon noticed her mother had not returned with the serum. Growing anxious, she urged Xiaobai to search for alternative solutions right away. The master had the ability to become the young man's personal cure. Suwon was unsure of the meaning, yet she felt a soft, bushy tail gently coil around her waist. Zhu reached out and grasped his sister's hand. His gaze clouded with emotion as he silently pleaded for comfort and support, overwhelmed by guilt and sorrow. Zhu's condition continued to deteriorate. Suwon attempted to calm him by assuring him that the serum would arrive shortly. Rising to search for her mother, she suddenly felt Zhu's arms encircle her from behind in a firm embrace. The younger sibling looked up with pleading eyes, silently begging her sister not to abandon her. Suwon experienced a sense of discomfort. He realized he couldn't guarantee anything, knowing that after the manic phase passed, it might be the other person who decided to walk away. Before she had a chance to speak, Zhu moved nearer, his warm breath brushing over her skin. At that moment, Suwon realized the true meaning behind Xiaobai's idea of a personal remedy. Audrey barely allowed her a moment to collect her thoughts. The intensity of the heat overwhelmed her, making her wince in pain. He had recently rescued her from a difficult situation. No one could bring themselves to turn down a boy who looked so beautiful and defenseless. Suwon's uncertainty vanished as she leaned in and kissed him. The events that unfolded next were far from appropriate for a professional setting. The narrator wanted to reassure them, explaining that they had already watched it on their behalf. At the same time, just beyond the doors of the banquet hall, Su Zhen blocked his wife's path, preventing her from leaving. The character urgently demanded an explanation about the situation involving Suwon. Lin Renu hesitated, uncertain because she didn't fully understand the situation herself. Su Zhen's only concern was if their actions had upset the Huo family. Lin Renu felt a wave of frustration wash over her, knowing that Huo Yicheng had been the one to leave her waiting. The group believed it was the Huo family's responsibility to provide an explanation to them. The speaker believed that the other person lacked understanding when it came to business matters. They felt that Wanwan had been indulged too much, leading to her current behavior. In the speaker's opinion, if Wanwan possessed even half of Man's good judgment, she would not have caused such humiliation for them that day. Lin Renu let out a cold, mocking laugh, questioning inwardly whether the other person truly felt any shame. The speaker questioned whether the other person had ever thought about Wanwan's feelings before, daring to suggest that she should act more like Suman. Hui Yicheng abandoned the wedding, choosing Suman over his previous commitment. The speaker questioned which daughter was truly cherished, considering the way Suman received all the affection. A sharp slap echoed through the room, instantly bringing everything to a halt as silence fell over everyone. Sujin felt a wave of regret wash over them almost immediately. For Lin Ranyue, however, this moment marked her breaking point. Sujin heard her speak his name with a strange calmness in her tone as she informed him to anticipate receiving her divorce papers. Once he regained his composure, Sujin joined his father as they escorted two distinguished visitors from the first district out. Before they departed, the visitors shared their interest in learning more about the newlywed husband. She noted that his appearance was strikingly familiar, observing that he bore a strong resemblance to the emperor. At that moment, a confidential order arrived from the emperor, compelling them to leave without delay. When morning arrived, Suhuan opened his eyes feeling both ravenous and confused. She glanced downward and noticed a man's arm resting across her waist, while a soft, bushy tail curled around her ankle. Memories from the night before rushed through her mind, bringing with them the realization that her life had changed. She was now someone's wife. As she attempted to shift his arm, she unintentionally turned on his terminal. Suddenly, countless messages began arriving all at once. Among them, the majority came from someone called Guzalin. The most recent message from this person asked about the uncle's whereabouts and well-being, showing concern with the question, "Uncle, where are you? Are you okay?" Siwan could hardly believe that Ajwe was actually someone's uncle. As she thought about it, the name Guzalan stirred a sense of recognition in her mind. Before she had a chance to make sense of the situation, an artificial intelligence interface appeared in front of her, introducing itself as Baihu and greeting her politely with a, "Good morning, madam." As the commander's personal AI, Dubai introduced itself, offering a name for ease of communication. Meanwhile, the overwhelming flood of information left her feeling dizzy and disoriented. Dubai went on with his introduction, explaining that Guzalan was the emperor who ruled over their federation. Typically, others are not allowed to mention his name openly, but an exception is made for you since he has become your nephew. Zuan gave a slow, unfeeling nod as understanding began to dawn on him, but then confusion flashed across his face as he tried to process what he had just heard. The statement reached the woman's ears exactly as intended. Gu Zhou, the initial leader of the Imperial Federation and uncle to the reigning emperor, had officially become her husband according to the law. Zuan stood perfectly still, unable to move. He imagined the news reports announcing that the Federation's youngest commander had fallen victim to a marriage hoax, her innocence stolen by someone completely unknown. She realized there was no way out of the mess she was in. In the Federation, anyone caught faking a marriage faced a harsh punishment of 30 years in a labor camp. In a rush of fear, she threw off her blankets and bolted from her bed. Suwon was astonished to realize that the gentle, affectionate fox boy named Aju was, in fact, Guju, the feared and unfeeling imperial god of war. Her thoughts raced, filling her head with a restless energy. Lin Ranyu recounted how her anger from the previous night had caused her to leave the serum behind. She began to cry as she recounted the moment when Sujen struck her across the face. Suwon felt a deep ache in her chest as she thought about her mother. She offered her reassurance and, with a playful tone, remarked that if he ever tried to hit her again, things would be different. They planned to use a mech to forcefully send him back. The colorful picture brought a smile to her mother's face, even as tears streamed down her cheeks. Once she regained her composure, Lin Ranyu inquired about the true identity of the groom from the previous day. According to his AI, he was identified as the first commander, Gujue. The shock was evident on Lin Ranyu's face as her mouth fell open in disbelief. She began to question how Wanwan could possibly continue after learning this revelation. Suwan felt a wave of regret wash over her. She realized she had impulsively approached a charming stranger, not knowing he turned out to be the most important person in the universe. She decided to escape while he remained deep in sleep. Lin Ranu quickly understood how serious things had become. The thought crossed his mind that, if the commander ever discovered he had been manipulated, he might harbor resentment toward the Su family. Without warning, Suwon sprang up from the couch, considering whether he ought to send a message to express his regret. She resolved to give him anything he desired as compensation, and if his wish was to end their marriage, she would agree to the divorce without hesitation. Although she would long for the sight of his attractive features, she knew her own survival mattered more. She activated her terminal and began to type, her fingers hesitating over the keys. Again and again she drafted a message, erasing it each time. 99 attempts, yet none of her words seemed to capture what she wanted to say. At the same time, Ajwe opened his eyes to find the bed beside him vacant. Baihu informed him that Madame had already departed, but she was attempting to communicate with him. She had been working on her message for quite some time. Ajwe sat in anticipation, hoping she would send a touching letter. Yet, after a lengthy wait, not even a single character appeared. Baihu attempted to ease the disappointment, suggesting that perhaps Madame was simply feeling too bashful. Feeling impatient from the long wait, Gu Hui made up his mind to return and meet with the emperor. As soon as Guzalan encountered his uncle, he immediately showed that he was worried about his uncle's health. Gujue asserted without emotion that his health was in excellent condition. Guzalin let out a quiet breath, feeling the tension leave his body. Guju proceeded to seek access to the main system, known as AI, through Z. He inquired whether Z had been responsible for authorizing his marriage application. Baize replied with assurance, explaining that the decision had been approved by the king himself. Hearing this, Guzalan was so shocked that he coughed, accidentally spitting out his coffee. Baize wasted no time in clarifying that he had, in fact, received Commander Gu's marriage proposal the previous night. He had asked for advice and was instructed to follow standard procedures. After reviewing the guidelines, he saw that both the commander and the young woman qualified for marriage, so he gave his approval. Guzalan listened as blame was expertly redirected, leaving him speechless and unable to object. Wanting to resolve things, he quickly instructed Baizi to annul the marriage. Before anything could proceed, Guju spoke up, saying there was no need for such action. Guzalan immediately sensed the presence of gossip in the air. He wondered if his uncle was genuinely pleased about the marriage, unable to hide his surprise at the possibility. Before he had the chance to ask further questions, Baihu informed him that pirate activity had been spotted in the 3rd district and urged him to respond without delay. Gudre quickly set out on her way once more. Guzalan grew increasingly entertained by how the events unfolded. He was intensely curious about the woman who had managed to capture the attention of his usually reserved and ancient uncle. On the opposite side of the city, Suwon's second brother caught up with her and relayed that their grandfather had requested her presence. He muttered under his breath, blaming her for the situation. Suwon's parents were divorcing, and the blame was being placed on her. Instead of reacting with sadness or anger, Suwon responded with a chilly laugh. She thought to herself that others should direct their accusations toward Huo Yichang and Suman instead. During their heated argument, Suman, the green tea stepsister, made her entrance. The younger sibling pleaded with the second brother to stop fighting, taking the blame and insisting that everything was their own fault. Concern etched across his face. Her brother hurried over, anxious about the injuries she was pretending to have. Suman focused solely on making the visitor go away, hoping for a chance to talk to Suwon in private. As soon as he left, tears streamed down her face as she apologized to her sister, expressing deep regret. She did not anticipate being forgiven, but wished that anger would not be directed toward Brother Huo. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, her expression filled with sorrow. Suwon remained unconvinced by her explanation. She copied the sweet way Suman spoke, asking if Man could notice a certain scent. Suman looked at her with wide, innocent eyes and wondered aloud what she was supposed to be smelling. Suwon moved closer, a gentle smile playing on his lips as the strong, earthy aroma of green tea drifted between them. Suwon responded with a gentle tone, expressing gratitude instead of anger, and assured that appreciation was more fitting than resentment. Since Huo Yicheng failed to appear, she was forced to choose another person to wed. By a twist of destiny, she encountered a man who was both strikingly handsome and remarkably considerate. Unlike anyone she had ever met before, all of this had become possible because of his beloved sister. The small green tea was utterly bewildered. She wondered if her sister had once cared for Brother Huo more than anyone else. The speaker asked if they had been in love since they were children. She considered how refusing the marriage could damage the partnership between their families. Manman was reminded that she was also a Su daughter, leaving her to wonder why it would be any different for her. The only way she could repay Huo Yicheng for rescuing her was by giving herself to him. By joining their families through marriage, both sides would benefit, creating a situation where everyone gained something positive. Su An responded in a way that was entirely different from what she had anticipated. She had expected Su Wen to react with anger and harsh words, but instead, Su Wen remained unexpectedly composed and brushed it off without any fuss. Feeling overwhelmed with frustration, the small green tea concocted a reason to leave and hobbled off in discomfort. Suwon observed as the other person left, making a disapproving sound with her tongue. The speaker questioned if such a small thing was enough to make the other person fall apart. After some time had passed, Suwon made her way into her grandfather's study. Noticing that she was by herself, he inquired about the young man who had accompanied her the previous day. Suwon claimed he needed to leave immediately because something important required his attention. She hesitated to mislead her grandfather, yet decided that hiding the commander's true identity was the safest choice at the moment. Noticing her reluctance, her grandfather concluded that the boy came from a family lacking in reputation. Suwon stood motionless, struggling to find the words to express how even one cough from that man held the power to bring down the entire Su family empire. Her grandfather assured everyone with confidence that the Su family had enough resources to take care of him. In her mind, she silently addressed her grandfather, certain that he was completely unaware of the truth. Despite their wealth, they realized it would never be enough to sustain the galaxy's first commander. She swiftly redirected the conversation, asking her grandfather if he had called for her. She intended to bring up the topic of the new branch located in the 1st district. Both the narrator and Suman were preparing to begin their studies at the Imperial University, and their father intended for Suman to assume leadership of the branch. Despite everything, the trust placed in the other person outweighed all doubts. Since the restaurant was part of the Su family's legacy, they believed it would be wrong to give it to someone who had only been adopted. Suwon nodded, assuring her grandfather that she understood and that he had nothing to worry about. The character promised not to disappoint anyone. As she stepped out of her grandfather's study, a sense of relief washed over her. Despite her father's partiality, she found comfort in knowing her grandfather supported her. As both the university semester and the opening of the new restaurant branch approached, a hectic period loomed on the horizon. At that moment, her device vibrated, signaling an incoming call from Huo Yicheng. She refused the offer with frustration, yet he quickly began bombarding her inbox with countless messages. At last, she surrendered and responded. He boldly questioned her about her decision to marry another man. The girl let out a disbelieving laugh, questioning why she had chosen to get married. She understood that he must have had his own reasons, and she accepted responsibility for not returning as she had promised. Without hesitation, she told him to end his marriage. Ho Yicheng's behavior caught her attention, and while she claimed indifference, her sharp glare suggested otherwise. She wondered openly how he could act so shamelessly. The other person recalled how it was the listener who had left and brought embarrassment upon them. Now, they felt indignant that the listener dared to challenge them. In their frustration, they told the listener to go ahead and marry Suman if that was what they wanted, but to stop causing them pain. She ended the call, yet almost immediately her device began ringing once more. Guo Yicheng's persistence seemed endless, as if he would never let go. After abandoning her for Suman, he had now returned, acting as though nothing had happened. It was almost as if he expected to have both women in his life without making a choice between them. The line remained quiet, with no response coming from the other side. A low, commanding voice suddenly filled the air, questioning who among them was willing to wed two individuals. Zuan stood completely still, unable to move. She glanced at the screen and discovered the call wasn't from her former boyfriend after all. Instead, it was her husband, the first commander who was trying to reach her. Suan felt a cold shock run through her as she recognized the caller, the intensity of her surprise making her feel as if her very spirit might slip away. The moment he introduced himself, the woman who had appeared so intimidating just seconds earlier suddenly became timid and shy, like a frightened rabbit. He was Gujue, the first commander, a person everyone knew better than to challenge. He repeatedly expressed her regret, assuring him that she would make amends however possible once the divorce was finalized. Guja ended the call abruptly, offering no further explanation. She hurriedly typed out a message to him, but all she got back was a brief response asking to meet. Suwon believed that everything she cared about had come to an end. During the interstellar era, the necessity of meeting face-to-face puzzled them. The character wondered if sending messages or using holograms would have been a more practical choice. She continued to flood his inbox with message after message, yet none of them received a reply. She spent the entire night wide awake, her mind restless with the idea of soon encountering the husband she had never met. The following morning, Sujin, her beloved father, appeared. She approached with the intention of reprimanding her for refusing to forgive Huo Yicheng. Sujin consistently showed a preference for Suman, prompting Suwan to respond by imitating Suman's sweet and innocent demeanor. The child tried to explain that their father had gotten the wrong idea. It was clear to everyone that Man and Huo Yicheng had fallen for each other. They had entered a different marriage solely to offer their support and approval to another. Sujin could hardly believe what had just happened, her mind reeling in shock. Suwon's actions were so believable that he realized his mistake and expressed regret for having underestimated her. Without wasting any time, he hurried away to talk with the Hui family about arranging Suman and Huo Yicheng's engagement. Having managed to free herself from her father's control, Suwon felt a surge of pride as she reflected on how convincingly she had performed. With everything arranged, she made her way to a cozy, secluded kitchen, ready to begin her live stream just as she had intended. Suwon was revealed to be a well-known food blogger, attracting the attention of tens of millions of followers. She consistently disguised her voice with a modulator and kept her appearance hidden from everyone. Her admirers began to refer to her lovingly as the chef god. She planned to make a traditional dish that had been forgotten over time, sweet and sour mandarin fish crafted in the shape of a squirrel. At the same time, Gujo focused on his tasks, attempting to concentrate on his work. Dubai, his artificial intelligence companion, appeared utterly captivated by the live stream, almost as if she were salivating with excitement. Gujue, irritated by the constant slurping noises, demanded that it be silent or else threatened to shut it down himself. Dabi muttered under his breath, expressing his dissatisfaction with his master's sense of style. The AI reasoned that experiencing Chef God's cooking would help him comprehend. To make this possible, it sought assistance from the central system known as Baize. She wanted to discover the identity of the chef god, eager to hire this talented cook to prepare a meal for Guzhuai. As soon as the results were announced, Dubai's excitement surged to such a high level that it seemed on the verge of overloading. The students suddenly realized that Madame Swan had arrived, and a wave of panic spread through the group. Upon mention of his wife's name, Guzhui's curiosity was immediately piqued. Someone wondered if she was still broadcasting. They instructed for it to be displayed on the screen. As the livestream neared its end, Suwon wrapped up the final touches on the dish. A comment from a viewer popped up, inquiring about the lucky recipient of Suwon's culinary creation. Suwon responded with a warm smile, revealing that the meal was meant for family. The mention of the word family gave one individual a sense of belonging. He wondered to himself about the priciest gift available to send on the platform. Dubai responded by saying that a luxury starship could be purchased for 1,000 star coins. In under 10 seconds, a wave of 91199 extravagant starships appeared in the chat. Suwon could hardly believe what had just happened. Caught completely off guard, she had never witnessed such a wild flurry of gift-giving before. She wanted to express her gratitude to the enigmatic Mr. Cold. She made up her mind to send the dish to him instantly using her teleportation ability. Once the stream ended, she prepared several additional dishes and delivered those too. Upon receiving the meal, Gu Wei felt a quiet satisfaction simply from gazing at it. He gently lifted a piece and placed it between his lips, taking care with each motion. The flavor triggered a wave of nostalgia in him, awakening unexpected feelings deep inside. Dubai stood at his side, a smug grin on his face as he reveled in being proven right about Madame's impressive cooking skills. If she ever discovered that he was actually Mr. Cold, it would fill her with joy. Guju's face clouded over with a sudden seriousness. She wouldn't do that at this moment. Her only desire is to end their marriage. Dubai grew increasingly frustrated with how oblivious his master could be. Amazed that he hadn't even tried speaking to her yet. He had not made his marriage public, which understandably left her feeling unsettled. If he simply clarified the situation for her, she would likely come to understand. Guji fixed their gaze on the screen, thinking deeply. Dubai's words echoed in Guji's mind, their logic surprisingly clear. Guju revealed his marriage, and news of it quickly soared to the top of the trending charts. Suwon grew anxious, fearing that she might be the next person whose identity would be revealed. Lin Renu noticed her daughter's nervousness and offered comfort, suggesting that the commander had likely manipulated the media to ensure her safety. She pointed out that there was no trace of her daughter's identity anywhere on the internet. Yu Wan realized that it was inevitable. Eventually, the wedding guests would recognize Gu Jue, and soon everyone would connect the dots. Just then, Sumin arrived and broke into their discussion. Lin Runyu showed no restraint, confronting the other person's constant need to meddle in every situation. It became clear why the injury had left them walking with a limp. The small green tea burst into tears without delay. The child could sense that his mother harbored no affection for him. At that moment, Sujin entered the room. Someone wanted to know who had been giving Man a hard time. Suwon interrupted before any response could be given, making it clear that he would not allow anyone to pick on Man. Their mother had been recounting the tale of how the two of them had fallen in love, and the story touched Man so deeply that tears began to fall from her eyes. Sujin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she chose not to bring up the topic again. Rather than explaining further, the person simply announced that lunchtime had arrived. Before she walked away, Suwon delivered a sharp warning glance to her stepsister. Regardless of his parents' decision about their marriage, he remained determined that her mother would never be allowed inside his home. He advised that it would be best for her to rest her injured leg and warned that if she wandered around too much, she could end up hurting her other leg as well. The small green tea glared sharply, its voice laced with suspicion, and questioned whether it was being threatened. As another show was about to begin, Suwon shifted into her gentle, melodic tone, expressing concern for her beloved sister. Sumin managed to stretch his lips into a smile, expressing his gratitude for his sister's concern. As Suwon observed her rival seething with anger, a wave of satisfaction washed over her. Magic, when confronted, was most effectively countered by using magic itself. Inside the restaurant, the family gathered around a table, sharing an uncommon moment as they enjoyed a meal side by side. The small green tea gently pulled at her father's sleeve, seeking his attention. As the first day of school approached, Dad, Wan, and Man prepared to begin their new academic journey together. They wondered aloud whether it was time to choose someone to oversee the new branch in the first district. Their grandfather, having already reached a decision, calmly assured them that there was no need to hurry, noting that both lacked any prior experience. Sujin interrupted the conversation, explaining that Man had spent the past 2 years gaining experience under her guidance at the restaurant. Wan often struggled with poor health. She hoped that the girl would not push herself too hard. Lin Ranyu grew so furious at his obvious bias that she nearly tipped the table over in frustration. Suwon, however, had already thought of a strategy. She soothed her mother's nerves before suggesting to her grandfather that the two of them could share the responsibility for a while, using the opportunity to gain knowledge from one another. Their ultimate choice might depend on how well each person performs. Wanwan's grandfather nodded approvingly, thinking her suggestion was a wise one. Her second brother paused his scrolling on the terminal and glanced upward. The group's argument seemed pointless to her since she believed the entertainment industry offered far more opportunities. Without warning, his eyes grew large, giving the impression that something shocking or terrifying had just appeared before him. The child called over both his grandfather and father, urging them to see what he had found, as everyone moved closer to take a look. For the first time ever, Guzhui, who served as the inaugural commander of the Imperial Federation, appeared at a public event without wearing his customary mask. His striking appearance had taken the internet by storm, yet when his image appeared on the screen, everyone seated at the table was left motionless with surprise. The smallest of the green teas was the first to break the silence, turning to her sister with curiosity. She wondered aloud if the commander might be connected in some way to the man her sister had recently married. Suwon showed no sign of worry, his composure unshaken. Realizing there was no family connection, the stepsister felt her tension melt away. She understood now, the two simply shared a resemblance. The two were not the same at all, and one encouraged the other to make a braver guess. Her complexion lost its color. She wondered if her sister could possibly be serious. The girl's grandfather wasted no time in insisting that she clarify what was going on. Suwon let out a deep sigh, recalling how she and the commander had been instantly drawn to each other from the moment they met, which soon led them to marriage. Sujin quickly chastised her for keeping the information secret, feeling anxious that they might have unknowingly shown disrespect to the commander. Suwon dismissed the concern with a casual gesture, assuring everyone that there was nothing to worry about. He explained that the person in question had left to handle some official duties, but they had already made plans to reunite later in the first district. Her grandfather gave an approving nod, clearly satisfied. He thought it was ideal for the whole family to attend the restaurant's opening together and to send her off as she started her university semester. He also believed it would be an appropriate opportunity for them to honor the commander. Lin Ranye stepped in without hesitation, insisting there was no need for further action since Su Yun would be meeting the others at the school. The commander had a full schedule, so Wan needed to reach out to him before anyone else did, ensuring they wouldn't disturb him unnecessarily. She offered Suwon a way out, suggesting that it might be a good idea for Suwon to head to her room and reach out to him right away. Suwon understood the unspoken message and quietly walked away. Right before she could reach out to Guzhui, Ho Yi-chang's video call suddenly appeared on her screen. Upon noticing Wanwan, someone mentioned having seen the news. The character stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that the commander and their companion were now married, while thoughts of their own broken engagement lingered painfully in their mind. She felt no urge to speak with the brazen individual who had wronged her. Despite her reluctance, he remained determined, even going so far as to use the connection between their families' businesses as leverage against her. Suwon felt calm and untroubled. She was certain that he lacked the courage to end their relationship. She decided to hang up the phone. The semester had just begun at Imperial University and Su-yun stood by the main entrance waiting. A group of onlookers gathered, drawn in by the striking features of his good-looking face. At that moment, a starship landed gracefully and Suwon emerged, dressed in an eye-catching ensemble. In that moment, every boy nearby found his gaze drawn irresistibly toward her. Even Suyeon's closest friend couldn't help but be captivated, remarking on how beautiful Suyeon's sister was and expressing surprise that Suyeon had never mentioned her before. A short while after, Sumin stepped off as well. Suin hurried alongside Mo Erduo as they both moved quickly to welcome the newcomers. Sumin walked ahead with a cheerful spring in his step, his face lighting up as he greeted his brother, expressing delight that he had come to fetch him. To her disappointment, her affectionate older brother bypassed her and headed straight over to welcome Su Wen. Mo Erdwa was asked if he could accompany the speaker's sister to the literature department. Mordwa's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly agreed. His enthusiasm faded almost instantly when he learned he would be accompanying Suman instead of Suwan, who was assigned to the medical department. Even though he felt let down, he obediently guided Suman in the opposite direction. Su-un accompanied Su-wan to her dormitory himself. He found himself compelled to inquire whether the man she had wed was truly Commander Gu, and wondered aloud if their family ought to arrange a proper visit if that were the case. Su-wan let out a sigh, realizing that his concern appeared only when there was a benefit involved. She refused to let herself be manipulated and informed him that Guzhui had other matters to attend to. She offered her brother a bright farewell before departing. She stepped into her dorm room, anticipation bubbling inside her at the thought of meeting the people she would be living with. As the door swung open, a girl appeared, her vivid red hair blazing like fire and her expression far from welcoming. Suwon managed a courteous, slightly uneasy smile as he introduced himself as a member of the medical department. The red-haired girl gave her a thorough once-over. Her eyes filled with disdain as she demanded to know which district the other girl belonged to. The 3rd District. Rewritten, the area known as the 3rd District. The moment she finished speaking, the girl spun around and exited the room in silence. A different roommate moved ahead to offer an explanation, introducing the girl as Luo Jina, who was also part of their academic program. Came from the 1st District, with a family that held great influence. Her father served as Admiral Luo, and her older sister had risen to become the Empress. Dang An introduced himself as someone from the 10th District and expressed that he was pleased to make the acquaintance. Siwon gave a nod, realizing at last the reason behind the red-haired person's overwhelming confidence. Siwon greeted Chang'an with a warm handshake, introducing herself as someone from the 3rd District and expressing her pleasure at their meeting. Chang'an cast a nervous glance in her direction, silently wondering if she was taken aback. Luo Jina's background came to mind, along with the reality that Suwon herself was from an ordinary district. Suwon responded with a gentle smile. Their backgrounds held no significance within these walls. At the Imperial University, everyone shared the same identity as students. Their own skills were the sole measure that truly mattered. Once she returned to her room, Suwon powered on her terminal. She picked up her phone and dialed the number of a significant connection. Meanwhile, inside the office belonging to the commander, Dabai informed his superior that a call was coming through on the alternate number provided to the Su family. A message from Madam appeared, prompting the assistant to ask if a connection should be made. Guju cleared his throat and instructed for the connection to be made, specifying that the video should remain disabled. Su Wan from the Su family restaurant reached out, apologizing for the interruption, and expressed her gratitude for the assistance given to the restaurant. The gesture meant little to them, they simply liked dining at that place. The character apologized, admitting that they had never learned the other person's name. He introduced himself as Mr. G. Su-won remembered her grandfather talking about a benefactor who was employed at the Imperial Palace, which led her to take a risk. Mr. G was asked if he was familiar with Commander Gyu. Unbeknownst to her, this influential individual, the person standing before her was actually her fraudulent husband, Gu Zhu. He eagerly offered his assistance and even resorted to harmless fibs, all in an effort to keep her engaged in conversation. Dabai firmly believed that the galaxy's first commander had fallen deeply and helplessly in love. The following morning marked the start of the new student orientation at Imperial University. Su Wan unexpectedly crossed paths with Wo Yisheng, her unpleasant former fiancé. The person wasted no time in attempting to win her favor. A sharp voice interrupted, declaring that someone was blocking the path. The red-haired girl named Luogina glanced upward at him with clear impatience, silently asserting that the seat belonged to her and demanding to know his identity. For some time, the observer had noticed someone moving about suspiciously. They began to wonder if this person might be a thief. Noticing the individual's presence in the women's section, the observer questioned whether this person was actually a woman. Yi Chung, unable to find the right words, hung his head and retreated, defeated. Suwon expressed gratitude to Luogina for her intervention, yet the proud girl merely dismissed it with an indifferent shrug. Before long, rumors began to swirl about the trio, the stunning heiress, the fiery-tempered noble, and the girl hailing from the ordinary district, making them the center of everyone's attention. Among them, Su Wan from the Su family stood out for her beauty. Luo Jina, the Empress's sister, was recognized by her striking red hair. There was also a participant from the common districts, a fact that some found unfortunate. Su Wan looked over at Chang'an, noticing the anxious way she chewed on her lower lip. She reached out and grasped the other girl's hand, hoping to divert her attention. Considering a change to their shared space, someone approached Anne with the idea of installing a small kitchen in one corner of the dorm's living room, seeking her opinion on the matter. Chang En's eyes sparkled with excitement as he realized how impressive it was that someone could cook. Although the others seemed convinced, Luogina remained doubtful. She questioned whether he truly knew how to cook, insisting that if the food turned out poorly, he would have to take responsibility and remove it himself. Without warning, the auditorium filled with the sound of excited whispers and startled gasps as the audience reacted all at once. A man stepped onto the stage. His stunningly attractive features captivated every girl in the room, leaving them completely enamored. All of them remained calm, with the exception of Su Wan, whose veins filled with icy fear. Go Wei was puzzled to see him and wondered why he had shown up. The memory of that night flooded her mind, filling her with a desperate urge to disappear from sight. She glanced around at the crowded room, reassuring herself that with so many people present, he would never notice her. At that moment, when she glanced upward, her gaze locked with his. Su Wan wished she could vanish from sight. A short while after, her terminal lit up with a new notification. Gu Zhu had sent her a message requesting that she come see him. She suspected the conversation would center on the divorce, and silently hoped she wasn't about to be handed a harsh punishment, like 30 years of hard labor. After the ceremony drew to a close, Su Wan made her way to the assigned meeting spot, her spirits weighed down with sorrow. Someone announced their entrance to Commander Gu as they stepped inside. She discovered him fast asleep, his form altered into a partial beastman appearance. He appeared gentle and plush, a stark contrast to the stern leader she remembered. She found herself captivated, her attention drawn in particular to the large, fluffy ears he had. She felt an urge to gently scratch them as he slept nearby. At that moment, his eyes fluttered open. Her heart pounded so fiercely it felt as if it might burst from her chest. She stared in disbelief at Commander Gu, struggling to process the fact that he had regained consciousness. He noticed the fear in her eyes whenever she looked his way. She raised her hands in a swift motion, her gesture conveying respect rather than fear. She took a seat, and after a prolonged quiet, Gu Zhui broke the silence, questioning whether she had shown this much respect during his episodes of mania. He couldn't let the subject go. Siwon's heart raced as anxiety swept over her. She worried he intended to reprimand her for the events that unfolded. Although recalling that evening filled her with shame, she understood she needed to confront it without hesitation. He hesitantly inquired if he remembered the events that had taken place. His memory only reached back to the moment when she had proposed marriage to him. Her pulse quickened as she wondered if Commander Gu had come to talk about ending their marriage. He lifted his head, eyes narrowing with intensity, silently questioning the mention of divorce. Suwon stared in disbelief, unable to hide his shock. He asked if the other person truly wasn't serious, and when he received a silent response, he shook his head and firmly insisted that their marriage would remain intact. They tried to confirm whether their marriage would continue. Kuju's brows knit together as a faint hum slipped from his lips, the sound betraying his mild irritation. At that moment, his terminal emitted a sharp beep, signaling an alert. Dabai appeared on the screen, notifying him that it was almost time for his scheduled meeting with the Emperor. Suwon noticed an opportunity to get away and quickly rose to her feet. However, he blocked her path and insisted that she would have to accompany him. Her eyes grew large in surprise as she struggled to comprehend what she had just heard. Zilian had never met her before, making this the perfect opportunity for him to present her with a red envelope. Suwon found herself at a loss for words once more, silently wondering if she appeared as though she was expecting a red envelope. Before long, the group reached the Grand Imperial Palace. It was her first experience stepping inside, and a wave of anxiety washed over her, making her feel as uneasy as a bride facing her partner's family for the first time. She moved nearer to Gujo and quietly wondered what explanation she should give if the Emperor inquired about how the marriage took place. He responded calmly, instructing that the truth be revealed to him. He suddenly confessed her fear of being assigned a husband, admitting that she had impulsively chosen the first attractive man she saw, and insisted on marrying him because she had fallen for him the moment they met. He flinched a little, reacting only to the final comment. As soon as they stepped into the main hall, the Emperor Guzilan and the Empress Luomanya welcomed them warmly. When Guzilan noticed Suwon dressed in her university uniform, she inquired if the two of them had just arrived from campus. Gushui, maintaining a serious expression, instructed Suwon to address Guzilan as her aunt. Guzilan gazed at the striking young woman before him, his mind blank as he struggled to speak, while Suwon wished she could disappear from sheer embarrassment. Noticing the Emperor's look of surprise, she reached over and gently pulled on Gujia's sleeve. The stern commander looked down at the slight movement she made, her eyes silently questioning what troubled her. The compassionate Empress Luomanya intervened just in time, reaching out to grasp Suwon's hand with kindness. They began chatting in a lively, friendly manner which quickly eased the uncomfortable atmosphere. At the same time, Gukui fixed his nephew with a frosty stare, silently reminding him that he might be overlooking an important detail. At first, he wanted to refuse, but the intensity in Gujue's gaze caused him to change his mind almost instantly. A sudden memory struck him, prompting him to instruct a servant to fetch a blue gift box. They presented a welcome gift to their little aunt, offering it as a gesture of kindness. The box glimmered with a bright shine as Suwon looked over at Guji, seeking reassurance before finally taking it. As soon as he gave a nod, she accepted it, experiencing a childlike sense of needing approval before reaching for a treat. Guja instructed her to open it. Nestled within lay a tiny mechanical button, just big enough to fit in the palm of a hand. She wondered aloud what the object before her could be. The object was a controller designed for an exclusive, state-of-the-art starship. Bearing the emblem of the royal family, it guaranteed safe passage, ensuring that no one would risk interfering. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she wondered aloud if the device would allow her to journey across the universe. The person explained that it was possible, mentioning that their brother and his wife had gone on a trip for several years, but added that they had been occupied with other things recently. Suwon stood in stunned silence, unable to find words. The commander seemed to be speaking aloud, almost as if addressing his own thoughts rather than Suwon. Suwon had never expressed any desire to accompany him. The emperor and empress stood off to the side, quietly taking pleasure in the spectacle unfolding before them. Not long after, Gujue and Suwon departed from the palace. Without warning, a gentle heat encircled her waist. She glanced downward and noticed a fluffy tail she recognized instantly. The sight left her questioning what the commander was doing there. The man's striking eyes appeared clouded, as if shrouded by a thin veil. In a quiet murmur, he identified his current state as a manic phase. Suwon felt puzzled, wondering if the other person had already received theirs earlier in the year. Guju lost his balance without warning, and she reacted swiftly to steady him before he could fall. She shouted a cheerful farewell as she departed. The woman accused the AI of pretending to be unconscious while its master was in distress, but the AI insisted desperately that it was not faking. The narrator described how the speaker's master differed from typical beastmen, experiencing an intense manic episode nearly every month. The special serum, once effective, no longer had any impact on him. Suwon felt dizzy as unease crept over her, sensing that something terrible was about to happen. Since Suwon had assumed that position, none of the other serums worked on him anymore. This left her questioning whether Guje's reluctance to agree to a divorce meant he planned to keep her around as a lasting remedy for himself. At the moment, her main concern was safely bringing the frail Gujue back home. They reached his home before long, finding it to be an enormous space that felt both chilly and deserted. On noticing the solitary mansion, Suwon was surprised by a sudden feeling of sympathy. Despite being the god of war and outranked only by the emperor himself, he chose to live alone in a lonely, barren land. She gently guided the weak Ajue to sit down on the couch. In the blink of an eye, he drew her close and settled her on his lap, his gaze soft and clouded, remaining fixed on her eyes. He softly placed his hands on her cheeks, drawing closer for a kiss, while his furry ears quivered with feeling. Without warning, he stepped away, his eyes filling with tears as he pleaded desperately for her to stay. Duan reached up to softly brush away a tear that had formed at the edge of his eye. He silently promised to stay, hoping to offer comfort and reassurance. He wished there were no more tears, wanting to ease the sadness. Duan glanced around, aware that if someone witnessed this moment, it might seem as though he was the cause of the distress. Audrey seized the chance to hold on tightly, then leaned in to kiss once more. She found herself unable to resist Ajue's gentle charm and moved closer, pressing her lips to his once more. A heavy sense of unease settled over the atmosphere. Events unfolded at an even quicker pace than they had previously. To prevent anyone from feeling nauseous, the story quickly moved forward, skipping the parts that might cause motion sickness. The following morning, Suwon opened his eyes, feeling aches throughout his entire body. Xiaobai reminded the master that it was 8:15, leaving only 15 minutes before class began. Xiaobai warned that if the master didn't wake up immediately, there would be a risk of being late and losing academic points. Suwon grumbled inwardly about Gujue, feeling that his persistence had reached new heights and seemed almost unnatural. At that moment, Ajue stirred and opened his eyes. Possibly out of remorse for what had happened the night before, he took it upon himself to transport her back to the university using byfly technology. Fortunately, the AI managed to deliver her to the classroom right before the class began. After expressing her gratitude to Dubai, she rushed indoors, but her path was immediately obstructed by her sly stepsister Suman. Her sibling noticed her return at last, expressing relief. The sibling recalled visiting her dorm the previous night, only to find it empty. Suman paused, deep in thought, allowing the silence to convey his unfinished idea. Suwon let out a laugh, her eyes glinting with amusement as she imagined what would have happened if she hadn't returned. She was certain that rumors about her would already be spreading, thanks to the person in front of her. Suspecting their intentions, she wondered what kind of scheme was hidden behind their false display of worry. Suman's face twisted into a look of wounded innocence, as if he couldn't understand why his sister would doubt him. He insisted that his concern for her was sincere. Suwon, however, simply scoffed at his words, rejecting his display with a dismissive snort. Su Huan openly explained to her roommates that Su Mon, the so-called green tea stepsister, was not actually related to her by blood. Sheng'an quickly sensed the tension between them and decided not to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, Luogina's expression darkened with concern as she turned to Su-won, questioning whether Su-won truly was Commander Gu's wife. Wow. Su-won's initial shock flickered across her face, yet deep down, she understood that sooner or later, the reality would be revealed. Taking responsibility for it seemed like the best option. She responded with a casual affirmation, leaving Luogina and Sheng-an appearing as if they had just been jolted by a sudden shock. After a brief pause, Luogina gave in to curiosity, voicing the question that everyone in the Federation desperately wanted answered. She wanted to know how the two of them had ended up together. Swan cocked her head to the side with a teasing smile, instantly smitten the moment her eyes met his. Once class ended, Suwon informed her roommates that she wouldn't return that night, explaining that she needed to accompany her stepsister to the Su family restaurant. Luogina noted that Suman had departed ahead of her, taking a private starship and leaving her behind. Suwon simply lifted her shoulders in a casual shrug, explaining that she was fine taking public transportation, and then exited the classroom with poise. At that instant, her former fiancé, desperate and regretful, tried to take action in hopes of rekindling their relationship. As he moved ahead, a gleaming silver orb shot swiftly by his face. Startled, he cried out in confusion, wondering what had just occurred. The spear came to a halt before Suwon, and a polite voice emerged from within, announcing that it had arrived to escort her home. Suwon responded with a grateful smile and expressed her thanks to Dubai. Dobby faced the ex-boyfriend again, blowing a playful raspberry as a warning to keep his distance from its owner. At the same time, while Gudre attended a meeting, a message arrived for him from Dubai. The image showed a caption that accused someone of attempting to take the master's wife. Jealousy surged through Gujue, casting a shadow over his features as he suddenly declared that everyone would take a 5-minute break. The rest of the officers stared in disbelief, surprised that their usually tireless commander allowed something unrelated to work to distract him. They silently guessed that only a message from his secretive wife could make him pause. Guju exited the conference room and instructed Dubai to initiate a holographic call. Without warning, an attractive young man stepped into Suwon's view, causing her to jump in surprise. He explained that although he was the commander and was supposed to be in a meeting, it was currently a break. Summoning her bravery, Suwon inquired if it was true, as Dubai had mentioned, that the commander wished for her to live with him. Guju's face revealed nothing of his thoughts. He simply reminded everyone that the two of them were now husband and wife. She paused, uncertain, as she remembered her classes. It was possible for students to travel to school aboard a starship, and if necessary, they also had the option to spend some nights in the dormitory. A strange unease settled over her. Drawing in a slow, steady breath, she mustered the courage to confront him. She wondered aloud if the commander's reluctance to end their marriage, along with his insistence that she move in, might be connected to his struggles with mania. Despite feeling somewhat uneasy around his distant attitude, she knew she needed answers. She refused to become a solution to someone's problems without first uncovering the reasons behind it. Right as she finished her question, the picture on her monitor suddenly stopped moving, and the sound of static filled the air as the call abruptly disconnected. Suwon stared in shock as the call ended without warning, then turned to Dubai to find out the reason behind the abrupt disconnection. The AI felt deeply embarrassed, realizing its creator had stooped to faking a lost connection. With no other options, the responsibility fell on them, and they found themselves offering repeated apologies. Suwon found the situation odd, yet knowing how hectic Gujue's schedule was, she decided not to question it. By that time, the starship had reached the Su family restaurant. Daebai fixed his gaze on her, silently waiting for her to tell him when he should return to pick her up. She responded with a calm demeanor, promising to inform them once the commander's connection was restored, then confidently walked into the restaurant. Inside the reception area, Sujin's grandfather, her father, Sujin herself, and a man dressed as a chef sat together, sipping tea. Meanwhile, Su-man carefully poured more tea into each of their cups. Dressed in a chef's outfit, Su-tang stood as her uncle. He admired Su-man's cleverness, often thinking about teaching her the skills of his trade and hoping she would become his apprentice. Suman had a remarkable talent for charming everyone around her, easily gaining their favor. Yet Suwon's father remained oblivious to her true intentions, failing to recognize the ambition that drove her. Suan offered a respectful greeting to her grandfather, father, and uncle as she approached them. Sujin gave her a displeased look, silently questioning the reason for her tardiness. The supervisor questioned the employee about their whereabouts the previous night, expressing doubt about their ability to handle the responsibilities of managing a new branch given such careless behavior. Swan let out a laugh, her eyes wide with feigned innocence as she faced Su-man. She seemed to silently tease her sister for leaving without her after school and for quickly reporting her actions. Yet Swan hinted with a sly confidence, questioning whether everyone truly wanted to discover where she had been the previous night. Suman experienced a sudden wave of discomfort, but before she could react, Su Tang interrupted, urging Wenwen to speak plainly and quit being so secretive. The elderly man quietly drank his tea, not uttering a single word. Suwon glanced at the others and explained in a measured tone that he had spent the previous evening with the commander. Together, they had visited the imperial palace to meet with the emperor and empress. Su Ting, Su Zhen, and Su Man stood frozen, unable to speak, their faces clearly reflecting a blend of astonishment and doubt. Su Man's face burned with anger as she grew more convinced that something suspicious surrounded Su Wan's marriage. Doubting the possibility, she refused to accept that the commander would actually escort Su Wan to meet the emperor. Su Huan approached her grandfather and informed him that both the emperor and the empress were interested in tasting his food. The elderly man's face lit up with happiness, deep lines forming around his twinkling eyes as he beamed. Feeling particularly cheerful, he assigned Su Wan the responsibility of overseeing the grand opening ceremony for the new branch. Su Man's forced grin wavered as she addressed her sister with a sarcastic tone, questioning whether her husband would be present if she was in charge of the opening. Su Wan looked directly at Man Man, a mocking smile on her lips, silently questioning why Man Man seemed so curious about her husband. At the same time, Gu Chui wrapped up his last meeting of the day and suddenly recalled that he had ended a call with his wife rather abruptly. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Dabai passed along her message, explaining that the madam insisted Gu Chui could not pick her up until he returned her call. Guju's brow creased with confusion as he wondered why Suwon hesitated to accept the offer to move in. Dubai seemed on the verge of losing composure. The young master's wife believed that he wished to remain married solely because she acted as a cure for his troubles. Dubai realized he needed to clarify his true feelings to her to prevent any misunderstandings. Guju's face became even more icy and distant. Dubai recommended that he seek guidance from the emperor, who had far more experience. In response, Gujue fixed him with a cold, silent stare. The AI swiftly shifted its approach, inventing a response on the fly. It insisted that there was no need for its master to inquire about personal matters. He could explain that a friend of his is having trouble with his wife, who refuses to come home, and then asked for advice about what someone should do in that scenario. Heeding Dubai's suggestion, Guju reached out to Guzalan with a message. The emperor glanced over the message and quickly realized that his uncle was struggling to get along with his new wife. He responded confidently, claiming that impressing a woman was a simple task for him. He decided to send her flowers, clothes, and jewelry, but if none of those gestures worked, he would simply kiss her. After reading the message, Gucci's expression grew grim. The unreliability of his nephew was obvious to everyone. Darkness settled over the city, and by 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Wan completed preparing all the documents needed for the restaurant's grand opening. She now needed to investigate the spending patterns and preferences of people in the first district so she could determine how to price the menu. Suman walked over, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes, and inquired whether she required assistance. Suwon gave a firm refusal and promptly shut off her terminal. She glanced upward at her stepsister, cautioning her that if she intended to sneak around or plot something, it would be better to just admit it openly. No longer needing to keep up appearances now that he was alone, Suman let his facade fall away. She warned that any mistake in the opening would leave him without anyone to defend him. Her confidence clear as she believed she was the most qualified person to lead the new branch. The person had either been confined to a nutrient pod for many years or struggled with illness at home. They had poured countless hours of effort into reaching this point, far more than anyone could imagine. Yuan responded with a sly grin, silently mocking the idea of winning favor with the Su family and questioning whether that could truly be considered hard work. He wondered if the other person's growing restlessness was because their mother's release from prison was approaching. The remark struck Suman deeply, causing her cheerful expression to suddenly stiffen as she wondered aloud who had shared that information. Suwon had uncovered the full story. Du Weiwei, Suman's mother, had once been her father's true love. The two were meant to marry, but just before the ceremony, Du Weiwei vanished, leaving with an enigmatic stranger from a distant star system. Many years passed, and she eventually found herself confined in a prison among the stars, accompanied by her little girl. Suman grew increasingly anxious about her place in the family, knowing that her father had gladly welcomed the child. Now that Duoi's release was approaching, Suman's urgency to protect her own status intensified. Suman struggled to maintain his composure, silently warning the other person not to mention his mother. In his mind, he also doubted that they would be able to persuade the commander to attend their event. She struck the table with her palm, anger evident in her actions. Her father had insisted that she wed Brother Huo, yet she had turned down his demand. She had never truly liked him. Her only intention had been to use him as a way to get closer to someone else. Her intention had been to embarrass Suwon, yet Suwon remained completely unbothered by her immature attempts. She decided it was the right moment to inform her stepsister that the performance would soon begin. Right then, the unsuspecting fool, unaware of being manipulated, stood directly behind her. Sumin spun around, her complexion draining of color for a moment. She swiftly composed herself, reached for Huo Yucheng's arm, and greeted him with a cheerful tone, expressing surprise that he had arrived without letting her know beforehand. Huo Yucheng withdrew his arm, his gaze lingering on her as he silently demanded to know the truth about the incident with the starship. Across from him, Suman found herself at a loss for words. He looked at her with disappointment in his eyes, explaining that he had always seen her as a younger sister. He reminded her that she knew about his feelings for Wanwan and questioned why she would act in such a way. Her heart dropped as she realized he had overheard the entire conversation. Suwan felt completely indifferent to the unfolding situation between Huo Yicheng and Suman. As she attempted to walk away, Huo Yicheng stepped in front of her, pleading desperately for another chance, showing no hesitation in his appeals. He pressed a bouquet of flowers into her hands, his feelings for Wanwan evident as he silently confessed his deep love for her. The truth had always pointed back to that one person. Suman had deceived them, leading them astray. All along they had believed there was a shared understanding. His remarks churned her stomach with nausea, prompting her to knock the bouquet from his grasp. He realized his apologetic behavior was driven solely by his family's desire to protect their business. With a cold expression, she made it clear that she had no interest in trying to see things from his perspective. She believed that her husband's understanding was the only one that truly mattered to her, and she looked to Commander Gu for confirmation of this belief. At that moment, Gugui made his entrance, striking an impressive figure in his immaculate military attire. The sheer force of his arrival filled the room, yet it was the enormous arrangement of crimson roses he carried that truly captured everyone's attention. Suwon's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed toward him, her expression bright with joy. She wondered aloud why the commander had come and if the items he held were meant for her. Gujie kept his calm demeanor, offering only a faint nod in response. Suwon accepted the roses and breathed in their delicate scent, feeling her spirits rise at once. He had always believed that the icy, unfeeling commander was incapable of romance. During these times, even a single fresh bloom, let alone a red rose, was a rare and precious treasure. In the corner, the remaining pair watched with obvious jealousy, their faces tinged with envy. Without warning, Dabai appeared and cautioned that pink roses symbolized a first love. Dabai reminded the master that Huo Yicheng was still attempting to win over his wife. Guju spun around and fixed Huo Yucheng with a piercing glare, so intense it seemed almost dangerous. Instantly, silence settled over the room, and a cold shiver crept down Huo Yucheng's back. Gujue questioned whether the visitor had come to see his wife, his tone edged with menace. The sound of his words sent a wave of fear through Huo Yisheng, who could only manage to stammer out, "Commander Gu." They had been misunderstood. Their true purpose for being there was to meet Suman. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled his bouquet of pink roses toward Suman and hurried away, never once glancing over his shoulder. Realizing that her strategy had not worked, Suman hurried after them. With the bothersome pair finally out of sight, Suwon turned his attention to Gujue. He wondered aloud why the commander would travel such a distance at such a late hour. He reminded her of their marriage, his tone laced with irritation, and told her that such formality between them was unnecessary. She smiled warmly, her curiosity piqued as she wondered if he had come for more than just delivering flowers. They arrived with the intention of bringing the other person home. Thoughts lingered about their previous conversation, but it was clear that any further discussion would wait until they were back at home. Before she had a chance to reply, her grandfather and the rest of the group arrived. Noticing the spark of excitement on her grandfather's face, she chose not to press the issue any further. She silently agreed with his suggestion and resigned herself to heading home. With his manic phase for the month finally behind him, she felt confident she could manage as long as he didn't revert to being overly emotional and needy. Commander Gu's presence filled the room with respect, as her grandfather expressed his honor at meeting him. Her father and uncle watched in admiration, clearly impressed by the commander. Guchen gave a small nod, indicating his reason for being there was to take Wanwan home. With a gentle motion, he placed his arm around her shoulders. The sight of them together filled her grandfather with joy, and he wasted no time in welcoming them to join him for dinner. Su-won prepared to refuse for Gujwai, expecting him to turn down the offer, but she was taken aback when he agreed instead. Her grandfather, filled with joy, declared his intention to prepare a special meal for everyone himself. Concerned that Gujwai might have accepted just to be courteous, Su-won offered a soft apology. He offered her a soft, uncommon smile while carefully sweeping a loose strand of hair away from her face, assuring her that sharing meals was simply what families did. A comforting feeling blossomed within her, and she realized her emotions toward Gujue were beginning to change. Guju remained for the evening meal, prompting her grandfather, who was filled with happiness, to prepare an extravagant spread and unveil his cherished aged liquor. Guji proved to be unexpectedly agreeable, sharing drinks with the elderly man. The Su family had a reputation for handling alcohol well, which made Su-won concerned that her grandfather might end up out-drinking Guji. She hurried over to intervene, thinking about how the commander had duties awaiting him the next day and considering whether she ought to handle the situation in his place. Guju, feeling the effects of alcohol, narrowed her eyes stubbornly at the other person and insisted that she was perfectly capable of drinking more. In the shadows of the room, the stepsister watched with a troubled expression, confused about the audience Su-won was trying to impress. Gu Hui's grandfather inquired whether Gu Hui was enjoying the meal. Gu Hui responded with his usual brief reply, simply stating that the food tasted good. Sumon eagerly seized the opportunity to cause mischief, feeling a surge of satisfaction as the commander expressed approval. Every member of the Su family possessed cooking skills, with the unfortunate exception of the sister. Sumon's grandfather's expression darkened into a frown, while her father glared at her, clearly displeased with her words and questioning why she had spoken that way. Right when Su-won prepared to give her explanation, Guju interrupted with a determined tone, making it clear he wanted to defend Wan. He insisted that Wan's food was tasty, recalling from experience how she had prepared meals for him in the past. Shock rippled across the table as all eyes fixed on the scene, but none looked more unsettled than Suman, whose complexion shifted through a variety of uneasy green tones. Suwon found herself puzzled, unable to recall any time when she had prepared a meal for him. Determined to keep his secret as Mr. Cold hidden, Gujue swiftly steered the conversation in a new direction. He began stacking food onto Suwon's plate, urging her to start eating instead. Suman's frustration built up so intensely that her grip on the chopsticks almost broke them apart. After finishing her meal, Suwon made her way back to Gujui's grand residence. Dabai, known for dispensing advice on matters of the heart, encouraged her to assist the slightly drunk commander to his room. With a playful wink, Dabai reminded her that it was the very same room she had visited the previous night, hinting that she surely hadn't forgotten. The events of that night, which she had desperately tried to forget, surged back into her mind. The Guju she had faced then was nothing short of a monster. She coughed softly, acknowledging to herself that she could recall everything. Dabai emitted a playful mechanical sound, signaling that it had reached the end of its assistance. The responsibility for what came next now rested solely with its master. Su-won guided Gu over to the bed and assisted him in lying down. The air inside the room crackled with tension, making her long to find a way out. With concern for Commander Gu's condition, someone decided to prepare a bowl of soup to ease his hangover. As she began to walk away, he reached out and caught her by the wrist. He yanked her down to kneel before him, his breath heavy with the sharp scent of alcohol, causing her cheeks to burn with embarrassment. Before she had a chance to respond, he gently brushed her lips with his cool fingertips. His vision blurred from drinking, he wondered to himself why she no longer called him Adway. She wondered why her sister had stopped calling her Audrey. Su-wan felt a rush of shock and embarrassment. She had always believed that beastmen lost all memory of their actions during mania, so it was hard to understand how he could recall those moments. A surge of awkward memories suddenly surfaced in her thoughts, causing her to shove him aside as she hurriedly assured him that she would address him as Ajui when they were alone. She attempted to use the hangover soup as a reason to leave the uncomfortable moment, but he stopped her with an unexpectedly firm grip. Gujay stopped her just in time, encircling her with his arms and drawing her against him. At some point in their talk, he had shifted, now appearing partly beast, partly man. His oversized ears flicked, giving the impression he was hoping for a gentle touch, while his thick, soft tail had curled snugly around her waist. He gazed at her, his eyes clouded with desperation, silently begging for reassurance as he wondered if Wan harbored any resentment toward him. She shook her head to show she didn't feel any hatred toward him. Ajwe truly meant a lot to her, and from the very start she had fallen in love with him the moment they met, which led her to choose him as her husband. Although Commander Gu's icy demeanor could unnerve anyone, she understood that his sternness was the result of countless battles fought in defense of the Federation. Resentment toward him seemed impossible, knowing the sacrifices he had made. Her eyelashes trembled while she gazed in his direction. She wondered aloud if his reluctance to end their marriage stemmed from being unable to access the serum during his manic episodes. Guzue remained silent, meeting her eyes without a word. As she gazed into the brilliance of his gem-colored eyes, she confessed that she bore some of the blame for what had happened. He eventually told her that she needed to accept the consequences. She wondered aloud why it had to be her. He explained that it was because she had been the one to make the choice. Hearing this, Suwon grew quiet. He wondered if being with a different person during his manic episode would have led that person to become his source of comfort instead. Noticing her quietness, Gujui's face grew somber. He gradually released his hold on her, mentioning that weariness had overtaken him. He planned to depart on an off-world assignment the next morning and instructed her to spend the night in the guest room. Suwon's surprise was evident, sensing that the other person was deliberately steering clear of answering. She reasoned that, because they had decided not to separate, she could tolerate the situation for the time being. In truth, the thought of him leaving for a while brought her a sense of relief. Despite her doubts, she realized that Guju had never truly been a poor husband. Behind his distant behavior, there was a caring side. He surprised her with flowers and stood up for her whenever others spoke against her. Once she exited the room, Guju returned to his work as usual. Dabai, overwhelmed by frustration, muttered to itself about how its master seemed oblivious for choosing to send his wife into a different room. Guju's gaze grew somber as he realized she was uneasy around him, even though he wished she would stay. For the first time in his life, he envied the version of himself caught in the whirlwind of a manic episode. At that moment, a housekeeping robot entered carrying hangover soup, while he simultaneously received a message from Suwon. Dubai piped up, assuring Seamaster that Madame genuinely cared about him. The commander, previously subdued by a sense of melancholy, suddenly brightened, his tail flicking cheerfully. After wishing each other a pleasant night, they parted ways and settled in for sleep. The following morning arrived, leaving just 2 days before the restaurant would open its doors. Suwon dedicated every moment she wasn't in class to getting ready. Her grandfather observed that Gujie's name was missing from the guest list and questioned the reason for his absence. Tuan let her know he had to leave for a mission. Even though her grandfather felt let down, he accepted the situation and recommended that she ask her two brothers to join her instead. He had already made an attempt. Upon learning that the commander would not attend, her eldest brother quickly claimed he was too busy. Meanwhile, her second brother simply declined, explaining that he didn't want to anger Suwon. Suwon felt indifferent about their presence, believing she could manage perfectly well on her own whether they joined her or not. Her grandfather offered her reassurance, yet he continued to encourage her to persuade them to arrive. Suwon simply offered a reassuring smile, assuring him that he had nothing to be concerned about. Confidently, she revealed that she had already devised a strategy to ensure the grand opening would be a huge triumph, regardless of whether they participated or not. On the eve of the opening, Suwon walked back to her dormitory and discovered that her new mini-kitchen had been set up. She prepared a complete dinner and welcomed her two roommates to join her at the table. Both of her roommates couldn't stop praising the meal, their excitement clear with every bite. Since Chang'an had never tasted stir-fried food before, she found herself so touched by the flavors that she was almost brought to tears. Observing their delight, Suwon decided to prepare meals for them more frequently and extended an invitation to attend the grand opening happening in 2 days. She encouraged everyone to invite their friends, assuring them she would cover all the expenses. Without hesitation, Luogina quickly contacted her sister, the Empress. At the same time, Commander Gu informed the Emperor that the defenses on planet MT-320 had been successfully put in place. At that moment, the Empress entered the room to inquire whether the Emperor planned to attend the grand opening of Suwon's restaurant. However, since Guzalan was the Emperor, he was unable to appear in public. Instead, he informed the Empress that she and her sister could attend the event in his place. Gujo's expression darkened as he listened to the voice on the other side of the phone. Before Guzalan had the chance to question what was happening, the call was already disconnected. He fixed his gaze on the empty screen, his voice icy as he revealed that she had not informed him. Dubai's concern mixed with frustration as he silently warned the master that his stubborn pride might cost him his wife. His expression grew even more somber at those words. Sensing the tension, Dubai immediately tried to explain himself, suggesting that perhaps Madame had simply refrained from reaching out because she understood how busy he was. Dubai then proposed that he consider sending her a message instead. Gudri paused in silence, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. He began to type, but hesitated and pulled his hands away. He glanced upward at Dubai and instructed him to bring Larui, his adjutant, into the room. Dubai responded with a respectful acknowledgement and immediately moved to fulfill the order. Inside the dormitory, the girl who occupied everyone's thoughts suddenly sneezed loudly. Luogina smiled, convinced that the commander was surely thinking about her at that very moment. Zuan dismissed the idea with a casual gesture, clearly preoccupied with other matters, leaving no doubt that he was not the one involved. Within moments, Luogina received a message back from her sister. Her sister agreed to come to the opening, though she insisted they keep things low-key. Suwon promised to set up a secluded room and organize a special entrance for them. When Shang-an learned that the Empress would attend, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Doubts filled her mind, and she began to wonder if attending was a mistake. Just as hesitation set in, Luigina firmly reminded her of their friendship and urged her not to let fear hold her back. Zhu Wan offered her encouragement, expressing admiration for her abilities. He also reassured her that the Empress possessed a gentle and compassionate nature. At last, encouraged by her friend's reassurance, Shang-an decided to join. The following morning marked the grand opening, and Su-wan assured her mother with confidence that all preparations had been completed. Lin Ran-yo remained anxious, troubled by the news that her two sons would not be arriving. In contrast, Su-wan felt indifferent, as she had never intended for them to be involved in her plans. Lin Ran-yu let out a heavy sigh as she questioned in her mind whether her sons might have been discovered in a trash bin. Su-wan reassured her mother by explaining that their eldest brother had no desire to work in the restaurant industry, while their second brother was simply being manipulated by Su-man. Su-man's urgency stemmed from the fact that her mother, Duiwei, was on the verge of being released from prison. Lin Ran-yu couldn't believe what she was hearing. All this time, she had assumed that Duiwei's punishment had been a 30-year sentence. Su-wan was unaware of the specifics, yet she understood that the mother and daughter had their sights set on taking over her father's restaurant. Lin Ran-yu realized that her husband still harbored feelings for Duiwei, a fact that explained his constant indulgence of Su-man. Doubt gnawed at her as she wondered if the two would eventually reunite. Su-hwan explained to her mother that if she was not prepared to move on from her father, then Su-hwan would handle the two schemers on her own. Lin Ran-yu offered a gentle smile, her thoughts clear and resolute. She believed there was no reason to cling to someone who could not return her love. Remaining in the marriage, she simply wanted to discover the true direction of his feelings. If she realized his heart belonged elsewhere, she was prepared to leave without hesitation. Su-won fully backed her mother's choice, feeling content as long as her mother was happy. She was even willing to assist her in searching for a new partner. Noticing the lateness of the hour, Lin Ran-yu suggested that Su-won should take a break and rest. She agreed and promised to do it. However, before she could go to sleep, there remained a final, crucial task she needed to complete. A short time before, Dabai had informed Guhui that his wife was at home, occupied with tasks in the kitchen. Guhui, filled with anticipation to catch a glimpse of her, instructed the AI to activate the home surveillance cameras, cautioning the system to remain discreet so she would not become aware. Su-won appeared on the screen, concentrating deeply as she skillfully crafted a series of mouth-watering dishes. About 60 minutes later, she wrapped up filming her cooking show segment. She prepared the ingredients needed for the following day's meals. In order to erase any evidence, she instructed Xiaobai to erase the logs and then took her time neatly arranging the food from the refrigerator. At last, she made her way to the bathroom, eager to unwind beneath the soothing stream of a warm shower. Inside the humid room, she loosened her hair tie, allowing her long locks to fall freely along her back. She gradually started to undo the buttons on her shirt. Right before her bare back could be seen, she stopped, quickly clutching her shirt shut and glancing over her shoulder with a puzzled look on her face. She couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that someone's eyes were on her. At that precise instant, Gujue shouted urgently for Dabai to stop the transmission. The AI responded with a playful remark, suggesting he didn't need to feel so guilty since Madam would never find out. Gujue, however, issued a stern warning, asking if the AI wanted to risk being shut down once more. Dabai, overwhelmed by anxiety, hastily invented a reason to escape from its cold but secretly caring master. Left by himself, Gujue found his mind replaying the scene of Su-won undoing her shirt, and the soft ears atop his head gave a restless twitch. The following morning, the Su family restaurant's first district location launched amid much excitement. With the help of outstanding promotion, crowds quickly filled the establishment. Su-won took it upon himself to welcome each guest as they arrived. As her grandfather engaged in conversation with several influential individuals, one of the onlookers commented that Su's granddaughter possessed both remarkable abilities and striking beauty. Her grandfather offered a modest smile, quietly acknowledging that she was still inexperienced and had only recently become a wife. When the topic of her marriage arose, the listeners became noticeably more interested. Her grandfather skillfully redirected the conversation, avoiding their inquiries. Meanwhile, her husband chose to remain out of the spotlight. They nodded in response, their true feelings hidden behind uncertain expressions. An air of polite agreement lingered, but sincerity was difficult to discern. At that moment, Su Tang, her uncle, approached her in a rush. His cheeks flushed with frustration as he demanded to know why the main dish, which had taken him so long to make, had been replaced. Su-won kept his composure, recalling how he had attempted to talk about the menu with his uncle, only to be dismissed each time. Because of this, he believed he had been given complete control over the decisions. Su Tang found himself at a loss for words, his frustration boiling over as he turned and stalked off. The nearby guests, having observed the scene, started to murmur quietly to one another, their voices laced with contempt directed at Suwon. Su Ting, on the other hand, watched with anticipation, hoping to witness her make a mistake in front of everyone. From her spot in the corner, the stepsister with a fondness for green tea observed everything, a sly grin curling on her lips as she took in the unfolding events. Suwon's efforts hardly impressed her. She silently promised herself that soon, the responsibility of running this restaurant would be hers. She was also kind of excited to see if Suwon would end up making a fool of herself in front of everyone. In the corner, a girl was secretly watching as everyone started to question Suwon. She didn't say anything, just kept an eye on all the side glances and whispered rumors, clearly enjoying the drama unfolding around her. Inside, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Suwon. Honestly, was this really all Suwon had to offer? It seemed pretty obvious she was going to lose her grip on things soon. Part of her almost wanted to tell Suwon to just give up already, since handing over control felt pretty much inevitable. She couldn't wait to watch her sister mess up in front of everyone, feeling way too confident that things would go her way. But honestly, she had no idea she was about to end up embarrassing herself instead. Upstairs, in a fancy old-school room, the Queen and her sister Regina hung out together, eyes glued to the glowing screen in front of them. They kept a close watch on everything happening down in the main hall, not missing a single detail. When Suwon got called out like that, everyone around her felt it just wasn't right. The whole thing seemed so unfair, and people couldn't help but feel bad for her. The Queen, watching everything unfold, only became more sure that she'd step up and have Suwon's back no matter what. Right then, Suwon noticed the place was getting pretty full. Most of the guests were already there. She gave Zhao Bai a quiet little nod, letting her know it was time to bring out the main dishes. With just a quick swipe, a massive projection screen popped up right in the center of the living room, almost like magic. Everyone's attention snapped to it as a pair of gorgeous hands slowly appeared on the screen, stealing the spotlight. At that exact moment, a young guy with a voice that was both smooth and totally charming started to introduce himself, catching everyone off guard with his confidence and cool vibe. The moment those words hit the air, the whole Su family restaurant basically exploded with excitement. Everyone was freaking out, barely able to believe what they'd just heard. People kept glancing at each other, totally shocked that their little spot had somehow gotten the actual god of food to show up. She was known as the best chef in the whole empire, with cooking skills that everyone admired. At the main table, an older man dressed in blue looked totally stunned. He couldn't hide how proud he was. His granddaughter had just pulled off something incredible by getting such an important guest to show up. Even though he tried to play it cool and act a little humble, everyone could tell he was seriously impressed. It was like, wow, he didn't even know she was capable of inviting someone as legendary as the god of food. She'd really surprised him, and for a moment, he just sat there, soaking it all in, feeling amazed at what she'd done. In one corner, Su Man waited with barely contained excitement, totally looking forward to seeing Su get flustered. She kept going pale, like she'd just seen a ghost or something. It honestly didn't make sense. How could someone like her even dream of inviting the god of food? The thought alone seemed totally impossible. Everyone was buzzing with excitement because today was the big opening of the Su family's new restaurant. To make it extra special, the god of food had picked out a few amazing dishes straight from the legendary Manchu-Han Imperial Feast. The spread looked totally next level, with fancy treats that made everyone's mouths water just thinking about them. Those dishes ended up being the star items on the Su family restaurant's menu today. When Old Master Su heard the news, he was totally caught off guard. He never thought that this young food genius would be able to pull off the legendary Manchu-Han Imperial Feast, something people thought was lost to time. The old man in blue looked super anxious as he asked Old Master Su for help introducing this mysterious god of food. Even though Old Master Su said yes, deep down he really didn't want to do it. Like, not at all. Honestly, he'd never even met this legendary god of food himself, so the whole situation felt totally awkward for him. Everyone's jaws basically dropped when the god of food showed up, looking absolutely flawless as always. He brought out these insanely rare dishes that no one had ever even seen before, and honestly, the whole vibe of the opening ceremony just went through the roof. It was the kind of moment everyone would be talking about for weeks, and it felt like the entire event hit a level no one expected. The god of food started revealing all the amazing dishes lined up for today's live stream. Everyone watching just had to join in the auction if they wanted a chance to taste them, but only the highest bidder would get to enjoy each delicious meal. As soon as the news got out, everyone rushed to make their own bids. Things got super intense, and the whole place felt like a wild competition. The auction site was glitching so badly it looked like the whole thing might freeze any second. The bidding got super intense, making the whole event feel even more exciting. It was like the energy in the room just kept building, and everyone could feel the buzz. The opening was already a big deal, but now it felt even more special, almost like everyone was part of something unforgettable. The live streaming platform where the god of food usually hung out decided to reach out. They sent a message straight to her account, hoping she'd be down to sync up her broadcast with theirs. She wanted to help out her family's restaurant, so when the idea came up, Soo-won didn't even hesitate. She was totally in. Suddenly, everyone seemed to be talking about the Soo family restaurant. Reservations blew up online, and before anyone knew it, every single spot was taken. For the next 3 months, the place was packed, officially running as a full-on restaurant with barely any empty tables left. Word about the opening spread fast, and soon it was blowing up online. It didn't take long before everyone was talking about it, and the news climbed right up onto the trending list. Susie-won couldn't help but feel a little proud of herself. Inside, she was giving herself a silent high five for how well she'd just handled everything. Compared to the two Soo brothers, the power of a food god hit way harder. Meanwhile, Suman couldn't hide how she felt. Right then, her face showed a mix of anger and frustration, like she was seriously annoyed and trying not to let it show too much. She couldn't help feeling a wave of resentment crash over her. Seriously, how did Sewon even manage to get close to the god of food? It just didn't seem fair, and the whole thing bugged her way more than she wanted to admit. Right at that moment, Susan spotted Suman. Someone told her to head over to the main table and meet some older students who were big deals in catering. Suman quickly dropped her annoyed look, put on a super polite face, and acted like she was totally fine with it. At the main table, Soo-won found herself right beside Old Master Soo. She leaned in a little, pointing out each dish and sharing what made them special. There was a sense of pride in her voice as she talked, hoping the old master would notice all the thought that went into the meal. Everyone else at the party just couldn't stop talking about her. They were all super impressed and kept giving her compliments, making her feel like she was totally the center of attention. Things were finally starting to feel chill, and everyone seemed to be getting along. That's when Suzan showed up, gently bringing Soo-man along with her. The youngest daughter of the Soo family, Soo-man, stood in front of everyone, looking a little nervous but super polite. She knew all eyes were on her as she bowed her head and greeted the elders just like she was supposed to. Even though her heart was racing, she tried her best to make a good first impression, hoping everyone would like her. Old Master Soo noticed what was happening and couldn't help but frown a little. Even though she was really annoyed, she still cared about how the Soo family looked to everyone else, so she managed to keep her cool and didn't freak out right there. Meanwhile, Soo-wan honestly never even thought much about Soo-man the whole time. She just glanced at her, totally unbothered and cold. The commander wanted to be there for his wife, so he hurried over to the Soo family restaurant. He definitely wasn't ready for the new network to totally crash the second he logged on. Sooman always kept their special way of greeting safe, the one that felt like saying namaste. It was something that mattered to her even all the way back in 1951. She acted all sweet and innocent, pretending she didn't know anything, while secretly wondering why her sister-in-law still wasn't there. Soo-won could already tell that this girl was going to be a handful. She just had too much time on her hands and always seemed to find a way to stir up some drama. Everyone was watching Soo-won, holding their breath, totally expecting her to speak up next. There were legends from way back, artists everyone looked up to, whose work still amazed people even now. Soo was absolutely fuming. She didn't even bother to say anything. Instead, she just shot a cold look and sent the girl straight to the kitchen, making her do all the tough chores. Even though she was totally annoyed and frustrated, she couldn't do anything to go against what the old man wanted. Left with no other option, she just backed off quietly, feeling completely defeated. Susan glanced down at his daughter, her small face making his heart ache with guilt. He wanted to stand up for her so badly, but the way his father stared him down totally cold and unbothered made him freeze. All that courage just disappeared and he couldn't say a word. Right then, the whole vibe in the room changed. The hall manager came running in, looking kind of panicked, and let everyone know that a combat aircraft had just shown up outside. Suddenly, everything felt a lot more intense, and it was clear something serious was about to happen. Soo-won started to worry that everyone might freak out if they noticed something was wrong. Not wanting to make a scene, she got up quickly and decided she'd be the one to check things out herself. Soo-won rushed over to the platform, her steps quick and a little anxious, like she was trying not to miss something important. She looked up and spotted a familiar aircraft looping around in the sky above her. Everyone nearby started to freak out, their faces showing pure panic as the situation got more intense. Before she even had a chance to pull herself together, someone draped a coat over her shoulders. The scent hit her right away, cool and crisp, just like winter. It was a smell she knew well, instantly making her heart race. She felt pretty proud of herself, knowing she did a good job. At some point, someone had slipped up behind Soo-won without her even noticing. Soo-won's heart started racing out of nowhere. Seeing Commander Gu step into the room totally caught her off guard. She tried to keep it together, but inside she was seriously freaking out, wondering why he was here all of a sudden. Guju usually kept a straight face, but just then, a small smile appeared. She'd heard that her friend's family was opening a new restaurant, and since she'd finally wrapped up her work for the day, she decided to come by and be part of the excitement. Dubai listened to what his master was saying, but inside he couldn't help but think about how stubborn guys could be. Even though his master was acting all tough, Dubai knew he was really just there to back up his wife. It was honestly kind of sad for Vice Officer Lee. While Commander Gu got to be happy, Lee just quietly stayed at his post, not saying anything, just doing his job like always. Suwon felt her heart flutter when Guju showed up. It honestly meant so much to her. Still, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious, knowing he was stressed about people finding out about them. The mix of excitement and worry totally threw her off, making her emotions a confusing mess. She stood there, nerves all over the place, trying to hype herself up. It took her a while, but she finally found the guts to ask if he'd pretend to be her husband. The place was packed, and she felt everyone's eyes on her. Deep down, she knew she'd just drop it and not even finish what she wanted to say if he seemed uncomfortable or didn't want to go along with it. Guju nodded without hesitation, totally sure of her decision. Suwon felt a little surprised. She honestly hadn't seen that coming. He was so direct, and it caught her off guard. She took a deep breath, made up her mind, and started moving forward. Guju reached out and softly held her hand, making her heart flutter just a little. She gently placed her hand on his arm, feeling like everything was just right. Side by side, they headed into the restaurant together. He looked so confident and handsome, almost like a hero out of a movie, while she moved with this effortless grace, totally stunning and glowing in her own way. Everyone in the crowd just froze, totally speechless. It was like time stopped for a second because nobody could believe what they were seeing. Everyone quickly pulled out their hologram gadgets, snapping pics like crazy. Everyone was buzzing about the latest news. The commander's mysterious wife wasn't just anyone. She was actually the daughter of the Su family. Someone even found an old video of their wedding, and it started making the rounds online. Suddenly, the Star Network just couldn't handle it. The information came rushing in all at once, way too much for it to keep up. Su-wan and Guju were making their way inside, just minding their own business. Out of nowhere, Su-man showed up behind them, totally catching Su-wan off guard as she called out to her. Su-wan spun around, a hint of surprise on her face as her eyebrows lifted. She definitely wasn't expecting to see anyone here, especially not now. Wasn't everyone supposed to be busy in the kitchen? She couldn't help but wonder what was going on and why someone had wandered into the room with her. Su-man totally brushed off Suwon's question and locked eyes with Guju instead. There was this sneaky, almost playful spark in her gaze, like she was up to something. Deep down, she already knew why Guju was really here. It was obviously all about her sister. But Su-man had some tea to spill and she couldn't help but let it show. After all, Guju probably didn't realize that Suwon had this mysterious, kind of intriguing thing going on with that super popular food god everyone talked about. She always put her heart into being there for her, but it seemed like no matter how hard she tried, the other girl just didn't care. Honestly, it started to feel like all that effort and kindness just wasn't worth it anymore. The moment Suwon heard those words, her eyes narrowed with pure anger. She felt heat rush through her, and honestly, she just wanted to go off on this girl right then and there. In the blink of an eye, she darted right in front of the girl, her heart pounding as nerves and adrenaline kicked in. She suddenly felt a strong hand wrapped tightly around her neck. In that moment, all those old memories of being just a helpless girl stuck in a nutrient pod flashed through her mind. But things were different now. She wasn't that scared little kid anymore. She found herself facing the mean girls once again. Their constant teasing just never seemed to stop. But this time, she wasn't going to pretend anymore. She was done hiding how strong she really was. Su-won suddenly reached out and grabbed Su-man by the neck, her eyes flashing with annoyance. She was clearly over Su-man's constant bouncing and just wanted her to chill out. The whole vibe was tense, and Su-won's grip made it obvious she wasn't messing around. Su-man felt like she couldn't breathe at all, and panic totally took over. Her chest tightened and everything around her started to blur as she struggled to get air. It was one of those moments where fear just drowns out everything else, leaving her feeling helpless and desperate. She felt like today might be the end for her, and panic rushed through her chest. In her desperation, little Pearl actually took off and ran away from home, not even looking back. She had already given him a heads up, but he just brushed it off like it was no big deal. Suwon let go without a second thought, tossing her to the ground like she meant nothing. Suman struggled to catch her breath, her eyes wide and scared as she glanced up at Suwon. She just gave a cold little smile, making it clear that from now on she expected her to stick close to her mom. It was obvious she wasn't welcome at the Su family restaurant anymore. Su-man really didn't want to go along with this, spinning around to glare at Guju. In that moment, Suwon seemed absolutely terrifying, like next-level scary. Su-man couldn't believe Guju still wanted anything to do with her, let alone think of her as his wife. Su-man was pretty sure Guju would start to dislike Suwon after everything that happened. But to her surprise, Guju just shot her a cold look, totally unreadable. She stared, trying to figure out who this person was. Her mind raced with questions, wondering if she was supposed to recognize them. It felt weird and a little awkward, like running into someone who seems to know you, but you just can't place their face. Suman just froze, totally caught off guard. Whatever she was about to say disappeared, leaving her standing there in complete shock. Suwon flipped her arm through Guju's, getting ready to head out together. It felt easy and natural, like they'd done it a million times before, and she gave a little smile as they turned to leave. Suman watched them walk away, feeling her anger build up so much that her jaw clenched tight. She was so mad she thought she might actually break her teeth from grinding them together. Suwon was just about to bring up the whole food god situation to Guju, wanting to clear the air. But before she could even start, Guju jumped in, making it clear that she already understood everything. It seemed like nothing was left unsaid between them. Everything was out in the open now. When Suwon heard that, a cozy feeling spread through her chest. She started thinking about how, next time, she'd ask the food god to whip up something extra yummy just for them. Guju couldn't help but let a tiny smile slip onto her face. She gave a quick little nod, feeling pretty satisfied with how things were going. Then Suwon reached out and grabbed it. Guju was on her way to see her grandpa. Guju, who was usually always running around and super hard to catch, just showed up out of nowhere. The old man totally didn't expect to see her and was kind of shocked. He couldn't believe that someone as important as Commander Gu actually had time to drop by. She'd heard that Suwon mentioned the Su family restaurant was finally opening today. Curious and a little excited, she decided to check it out for herself. It was the first time any of the older men had met Commander Gu. All of them seemed eager to make a good impression, so they quickly gathered around her, trying their best to be friendly and welcoming. Right at that moment, Dubai rushed over to let her know there was an urgent meeting. She didn't have time to chill. She had to go right away. Guju stared at the screen, his brows all scrunched up like he was totally lost. He looked so helpless, clearly not knowing what to do next. Right away, Su-Su-Won picked up on what was going on. She could tell something was wrong and wanted to help. After waving goodbye to the elders, Suwon felt like she just couldn't leave without seeing Guju one last time. She really wanted to walk him out, just to make sure he was okay and maybe steal a quick moment together before he left. Guju couldn't bring himself to agree. He looked at her and just felt so bad she really needed a break, and he knew it. So instead of pushing her, he decided to let her rest, hoping she'd feel better soon. He reached out and gently patted her head, like he always did when he was being caring. He let her know she should head home early tonight, just to be safe. Suwon nodded, totally understanding and ready to listen, not wanting to worry him. Old Master Su stood off to the side, her heart totally melting as she watched the two together. She couldn't help but feel super happy inside, soaking up all the adorable vibes between them. The Su family restaurant opened its doors for the first time, and honestly, everything went way better than anyone expected. The place was buzzing with excitement, people filled every table, and everyone seemed super happy to be there. The whole vibe was just so positive, like all the planning and hard work totally paid off. Old Master Su had the biggest smile on her face and just couldn't hide how happy she was. Once all the guests had finally left and things started to quiet down, he surprised everyone by sharing some big news. Right there, in front of the whole group, he let them know that Suwon would be in charge of the very first branch opening up in the new district. She was also set to become the next heir of the Su family. When Susan heard the news, she practically shot out of her seat, her eyes wide with surprise. She couldn't believe her dad was already talking about who would take over next. It felt way too soon. She was still so young, and the whole idea just didn't make sense to her yet. Old Master Su shot him a sharp look, making it super clear he wasn't impressed. Compared to all those opening ceremonies he'd hosted before, nothing really measured up to how amazing Suwon's was this time. Suzanne just stood there, completely stunned by what his dad said. She honestly didn't know how to respond. Suwon, knowing she was next in line, decided it was time to ask her grandfather for something important. Suman went out of her way to make her look bad in front of the commander and everyone else. It was like Suman didn't even care about what was best for the Su family. She just wanted to drag her down, no matter who was watching. She made up her mind right then. There was no way she was letting Suman set foot in the family restaurant ever again. Suzanne totally lost it right then and there. She couldn't believe how Suwon was treating Suman, and it just pushed her over the edge. Her emotions were all over the place. She felt angry and hurt for Suman, and it was like she couldn't hold it in any longer. Lin Rainyu just couldn't deal with how obviously Susan was playing favorites. It honestly drove her crazy, and she couldn't stop herself from snapping back, feeling like Suman totally had it coming. In her mind, Suman brought all this drama on herself, so it was only fair. The tension between the two was seriously heating up. It was a total standstill. Neither of them wanted to back down, and before anyone knew it, they were already wrapped up in a heated argument. Old Master Su's face got super red, like he was about to blow up from all the anger building inside him. He was so done with all the noise and drama that he basically lost it, raising his voice enough to make everyone freeze and stop their arguing. Having a chubby, furry husband was honestly an adventure for her. Every day felt a little softer, a little warmer, and, honestly, a lot more cuddly. She always found herself giggling at how his hugs were basically the best, like being wrapped up in the world's fluffiest blanket. Sometimes she'd just stare at him and think about how lucky she was to have someone who made her laugh and made her feel so safe, all wrapped up in that adorable fuzzy package. It wasn't just about how he looked, though. It was all the sweet, goofy moments they shared, and how being with him made everything feel a little brighter. Even in the middle of winter, she'd end up kicking off her blankets because it was just that warm. So warm, she'd wake up feeling overheated. Sue could tell that old Master Sue was feeling kind of awkward about not letting Sue Man into the family restaurant. It just seemed off, and Sue Zen totally got where he was coming from. Honestly, it made sense to her too, but deep down, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy about it all. Old Master Sue's logic honestly made her want to laugh and roll her eyes at the same time. He kept insisting that no other restaurant could compare to the Sue family's place, as if eating anywhere else was a crime or something. And just like that, everything was settled. Old Master Sue left with a big smile, feeling totally content as he headed back home. Sue Wan climbed onto the plane that would take her back to the commander's place. She was totally wiped out today, so as soon as her head hit the pillow, she drifted off in no time. Sue Wan found herself dreaming about her wedding day again. She could almost feel the soft flutter of her dress, the hem swirling like it could go on forever, reaching out to the very edges of the world. Behind her, 9 super fluffy tails swayed and twirled in the air, almost like they were dancing. With his gorgeous face, he totally looked like one of those magical fox spirits from Legends, just showing up out of nowhere and stealing the spotlight. Suwon couldn't help but wonder if the guy in front of her was actually a fox in disguise. She just had this vibe about him that felt a little mysterious and totally out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, the guy seemed a bit awkward about her curiosity. He just waved her off, not really wanting to get into it. He shook his head, then leaned in closer, closing the space between them. With her heart racing, she felt him press a gentle kiss on her lips, and everything around them seemed to fade away for a moment. In an instant, the fluttering tails swirled all around Suwon, wrapping her up like she was caught in a whirlwind. Suwon was totally caught off guard. In the end, it was the heat that finally snapped her out of it. Suwon woke up feeling kind of out of it, her mind still foggy from sleep. As she blinked her eyes open and glanced down, she realized she was holding onto something soft and fluffy. A tail. For a second, she just stared, totally confused about how it even got there. She glanced over her shoulder and noticed a guy sitting by the bed, totally absorbed in his book. The whole vibe felt kind of awkward, like everyone was just waiting for someone to say something. Yuan figured Guju must have carried her all the way from the plane to the bedroom. She felt a little embarrassed but made sure to be polite and show her thanks. Right at that moment, Suwon's stomach let out a loud growl. Actually, it happened twice. She felt a little embarrassed, but quickly came up with an excuse to play it cool and avoid making things even more awkward. She headed to the kitchen, thinking about making something to eat. Guju seemed a little shy, but gave a small nod, saying she was in. After a few moments, Suwon had already whipped up a bunch of dishes, making sure everything looked perfect. She felt super grateful that everyone showed up to have her back today. It was already too late to change anything. Guju looked over at the dishes on the table, wondering if they were good enough. For now, they seemed okay, so she decided not to stress about it. Suwon glanced up at the guy sitting across from her, noticing how focused he was on his food. She hesitated, unsure how to bring up what was on her mind. She wanted to ask if he'd help her look into someone, find out if digging up their secrets would go against his morals. The whole thing felt awkward, especially since it involved that Y-Way situation everyone seemed to whisper about. Suwon hadn't expected that at all. She was honestly kind of caught off guard, realizing that someone had actually looked into her life. Guju nodded, her expression super serious, like she was totally focused on what was happening. Getting investigated totally sucked. But honestly, if the tables were turned and she was the one suddenly swept away to marry someone she barely knew, she'd be just as nosy. She'd probably dig up every little detail about their family too. So, really, she couldn't blame them for wanting to know everything about her. Suwon kept quiet about it and just acted like she totally had it together. Deep down, she knew. It was her. She was her dad's first love, and honestly, she was also Suman's real mom. All of this made her seriously anxious, because what if she messed up her parents' marriage? The thought just wouldn't leave her alone. Du didn't even flinch when she heard the news. She just stayed super chill, like nothing could shake her. Deep down, she already knew she had a connection to this new direction the Federal Empire had been chasing for what felt like forever. Suwon kept quiet, not wanting to push things any further. Deep down, she couldn't help but wonder if this new situation had something to do with Suman's real dad. But then Guju just shook his head, making it clear that they'd already checked the DNA, so that wasn't it. Suwon was left with even more questions swirling in her mind. Wan just couldn't figure things out. The trouble Yui was in was actually pretty serious. There was no way she'd get out anytime soon. Meanwhile, Su-man was just out there, acting like nothing was wrong, moving from one thing to the next. Guju jumped in, offering to help Won look into everything. He was quick to remind her, though, that she'd cooked him a massive meal before, almost like he owed her one. Guhwan's lips formed a pout as she shook her head, feeling like cooking was totally her thing. Just thinking about cooking made Guju's face change, her expression turning all mixed up. It was like she realized that, next time, Guhwan probably wouldn't have the chance to cook for her again. Su-wan's face showed total confusion. She just couldn't figure out what was going on, and honestly, it was written all over her expression. She just found out she'd have to go through a whole month of closed military training. When Su-wan heard the news, she didn't say anything for a long time. It was like her mind went totally blank, and she just sat there trying to process what was about to happen. Su-wan stayed quiet, and Guju remembered how she sometimes got tired easily. He wondered if maybe he should talk to her instructor, just to make sure she wouldn't push herself too hard. But Su-wan was quick to weigh them off, clearly not worried at all about it. Honestly, she couldn't stop thinking about her parents possibly splitting up while she was away for military training. The thought kept nagging at her, making her feel even more anxious. Su-wan paused, her mind spinning with worries. As she glanced up at Guju, she couldn't help but wonder what he would do when his manic episodes hit, especially while she was away at military training. The thought made her feel uneasy, imagining him trying to handle everything on his own. Gu felt her mind go blank all of a sudden. She always thought talking about the manic phase was totally off limits, something you just didn't mention, so when Su-wan brought it up so openly, it completely caught her off guard. The commander was totally caught off guard. His wife, who was usually so quiet and shy, suddenly started showing how much she cared about him during his manic phase. It was surprising to see her being so open and worried about him, especially when she usually kept her feelings to herself. The moment Su-wan spoke up, the whole room just froze. Everything went completely quiet, and it felt like even the air was holding its breath. She felt her cheeks burning with embarrassment, but tried to act like everything was totally fine. Deep down, though, she knew it wouldn't be hard for someone to spot her now. As soon as she finished talking, Su-wan spun around and took off, not even looking back. Guju just stood there, totally stunned, not sure what to do or say next. Even Dabai looked at him with that kind of vibe, like she just couldn't deal with his energy right now. Seriously, was he really just going to stand there and let her go? Everyone could see he should be doing something, anything, to go after her, but he just stayed frozen, totally missing his chance. Guju sat back in the room, her cheeks still feeling warm from earlier. She tried to brush it off, wondering why she was even feeling shy in the first place. After all, this wasn't the first or even the second time something like this had happened, but the flustered feeling just wouldn't go away, no matter how hard she tried to play it cool. Ju's manic phase showed up like clockwork every month. Seriously, it happened 12 times a year without fail. Weirdly enough, it always seemed to line up perfectly with her own period, like the universe had synced up their chaos just to mess with her. Su-wan thought about it and realized her period should have started already. She figured it was probably late because she'd been so exhausted lately. She barely had a second to let her thoughts settle. After a super quick rinse, she just crawled into bed, totally wiped out and ready to crash. The next day, Su-wan walked into Imperial University and, just like that, everyone's eyes were on her. It was like the whole campus paused for a second, curious about the new girl who had just arrived. She just knew deep down everything that was happening now traced right back to the official announcement from last night. She finally reached the dorm building, but as soon as she got there, she noticed a huge crowd waiting outside. Everyone seemed to be talking at the same time, their voices buzzing with rumors. She could feel all eyes on her, and it was obvious they were whispering about her and Commander Gu. Sheng En and Luo Jina, being Su-wan's roommates, instantly became the center of attention. Everyone crowded around them, curious and eager to know more, throwing all sorts of questions their way. Luo Jina had reached her limit. The noise around her was just too much, and she felt like she was about to snap. With everyone crowding around and making such a racket, she just couldn't hold back her frustration anymore. It was one of those moments when everything felt overwhelming, and she really wished people would just chill out for a second. She decided to just go up and ask the person herself. The moment she made that choice, it was like everything around her suddenly went quiet, as if the whole world was holding its breath. Su-wan noticed what was going on and started making her way over to the other two. As soon as the main character showed up, everyone in the crowd started to notice her. One after another, they slipped away, trying not to make a scene. It was almost like her presence made the whole place clear out, leaving her standing there with all eyes on her, even though barely anyone was left to watch. Luo Jina shot a look that totally screamed, "Seriously?" as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Like, were these people just acting wild or what? Shengen suddenly lit up when she spotted Su-won. It was obvious she'd been waiting for her to show up. Su-won noticed Jinna's dramatic reaction and just couldn't help but let a small smile slip. She seemed kind of amused, like she already knew what was coming but also a little over it, almost as if she was thinking, what's the big deal? Did you actually miss me or something? But honestly, she looked ready to just brush it all off and move on. She didn't really want to admit that she missed her. It wasn't just her anyway. Everyone at school had their minds on her after those photos with Commander Gu dropped yesterday. The whole place was buzzing, and it felt impossible to think about anything else. The whole campus was echoing with loud cries. Siwon tried to picture what was happening, letting her mind fill in the details. In that moment, she had no idea that a guy off to the side was low-key snapping photos of her, hoping no one would notice. She didn't waste a second. She was out the door before anyone else, totally taking charge with a fierce energy that made everyone pay attention. She quickly grabbed her phone, her heart racing as she rushed to erase the photos she'd just snapped. The other person didn't hesitate at all. They did exactly what she wanted, no questions asked. It was done. Su Wen happened to notice something unusual peeking out of Sheng'en's bag, a rare potion that wasn't meant for just anyone. Instantly, surprise rushed through her. It all started to make sense now. Sheng'en wasn't just an ordinary girl, she was actually part beastman. Sheng'en gave a small nod, almost like she was confirming the secret Su Wen had just figured out. She admitted she had half beastman blood, making Su Wen's curiosity grow even more. Su Wan couldn't help but feel super curious, wondering what kind of beast form Sheng had. Sheng didn't hold back and openly shared that her beast form was actually a bird, which meant she would have wings. Su Wan couldn't help but feel a little jealous of her. She wondered what it would be like to have wings and just take off, soaring through the sky. Luogina walked over, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She looked like she couldn't wait for the transformation to start. She leaned in, curious to find out what would happen next. Shenyun glanced over at her two roommates, noticing how excited they looked. She felt a bit shy and nervously bit her lip, deciding maybe she'd join in next time. Meanwhile, Suwon's mind wandered off to thoughts of a guy she'd seen before, feeling a wave of curiosity wash over her as she wondered what he was really like when he let his wild side show. She thought back to his super fluffy ears and that amazingly soft, giant tail. Just remembering them made her heart do a little happy dance. She had a hunch that it might be a fox, a wolf, or maybe even some kind of weird, mutated animal. Whatever it was, it definitely reminded her of a dog, and she couldn't help but feel a bit curious and cautious at the same time. There was just no way. Commander Gu was always so powerful and confident, the kind of person who totally owned every room she walked into. It was impossible to picture someone like her as a dog. She was just too fierce for that. She was dying of curiosity. The more she thought about it, the harder it was to focus on anything else. Part of her wondered if she could just ask him straight up, but she wasn't sure if he'd actually tell her the truth. Su Wan felt her mind buzzing with a million questions as she followed her classmates onto the spaceship. Even though everyone tried to act cool, she could tell they were just as nervous and excited as she was. The thought of heading to a real military training base made her heart race, and she couldn't help but wonder what was waiting for them out there. The trip took a whole 34 hours, so the new base came with dorm rooms where everyone could crash and get some training in. Mecha Combat and Luogina thought it would be a good idea to go together. Su Wan and Sheng were both super into the idea of checking out the Mecha Combat competition. The whole thing seemed really exciting to them, and they couldn't help but get caught up in the hype. She felt a rush of excitement and instantly said yes, her mind already buzzing with possibilities. 3 girls were hanging out together, totally caught up in all the excitement happening around them. Out of nowhere, they ran into this super intense fan of Commander Yu. She was super tall, almost towering over everyone at 1.8 meters, and whenever she walked into a room, people couldn't help but notice her. There was just something about her that made it impossible to ignore her presence. She used to be the most powerful commander in the whole galaxy, totally unbeatable and respected by everyone. After getting married, she totally transformed into a super clingy, adorable little fairy, always wanting to be by his side and never missing a chance to show her love. No matter where she went, he was always right there with her. The girl standing in front of them was super tall-like, almost 1.8 meters. Her name was Pandora. For as long as anyone could remember, she and Luogina had always been rivals, constantly trying to outdo each other. She was also kind of a low-key fan of Commander Gu. When she found out Su-won was actually Commander Gu's wife, she made it her mission to show up and challenge Su-won herself, determined to see if Su-won could really handle piloting a mecha. She barely had a chance to react when problems just came crashing down out of nowhere. It all happened so fast she couldn't even get a word out. Pandora could hear Luogina showing off right next to her, going on and on about how amazing Su Wan was. It honestly got under her skin. Pandora wasn't buying any of it. She just couldn't accept that Su Wan was better than her. Deep down, she made up her mind to prove herself and wasn't about to back down from a little competition. Luo Jinna didn't even hesitate before agreeing to the challenge for Suwon. She was totally down for it, ready to go head-to-head and prove herself. There was no way she was backing down. She wasn't scared of anyone, and definitely not of this competition. Just hearing about it got her all fired up and determined to win. As they talked, Suwon started to feel totally overwhelmed. She knew the medical department didn't offer any mecha control classes, so all this stuff was way out of her comfort zone. Ever since she woke up, her days had been packed with trying to get healthy again, figuring out how to cook, and working hard on her schoolwork. Every now and then, she also had to put up with Suman, who was honestly such a pain. With everything going on, she hadn't even had a chance to check out a virtual mansion, not even once. Pandora shot Suwon a look that was basically dripping with attitude. She seemed to think Suwon wasn't even good enough to handle a virtual mecha use, let alone be anywhere near someone like Commander Gu. It was obvious Pandora didn't think Suwon belonged in the same league. Pandora's harsh words made everything blow up in seconds. Suwon felt that old urge to come out on top start burning inside her, and without even hesitating, she made up her mind. She was definitely going to take on the challenge. Both instructors looked at each other, totally unsure if they should step in and end the match. Pan was on her mind, and suddenly, everything made sense. Pandora was half-beast, and everyone knew she was insanely strong-like. Not just gym strong, but scary strong. It was pretty clear the commander's wife was about to have a really rough time going up against her. Out of nowhere, the instructors' phones buzzed with a new alert, telling everyone to meet up at the entrance that had just been set up. Suwon quickly scrolled through the beginner's tutorial, trying to soak up as much as she could. As she watched the virtual mecha battle game load up, she couldn't help but notice how much it reminded her of those old-school interstellar games from ancient Earth. The vibe felt almost the same, and it made everything seem a little more familiar, even if it was all just virtual. She started to feel a little more sure of herself, her eyes showing that she was ready to take on whatever came next. Everyone watching her couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Shangin looked extra stressed, her eyebrows all scrunched up. Her hands felt super clammy and she couldn't stop fidgeting. Suman, always up to something, couldn't help herself. She started acting all sarcastic around her roommate, making fun of Su Wayne for not feeling well. It was like she just lived for this kind of drama, never missing a chance to throw a little shade. Luo Jinna shot a sharp look across the room, super annoyed by someone chattering nearby. Her mind instantly went to who could possibly be talking so much, thinking that if they were really that bold, they should try saying it right to her face. At the same moment, Murray walked in with a group of instructors, all of them stopping in their tracks when they saw Commander Gu. He looked so serious and intimidating that everyone just stared, totally caught off guard as they started to board the brand new ship. Murray felt her nerves kicking in as she tried to figure out what was going on. She quietly wondered to herself why she was even there, hoping someone would clue her in soon. Guju wasn't embarrassed at all. She just acted super confident, like it was no big deal and she was only having some fun. Murray stayed quiet, not saying a word or asking any questions. She just quietly guided Guju over to the lounge, trying not to make things awkward. Right then, Dabai let Guju know that they hadn't been able to reach Suwon, but they did track down her location in the mecha combat room. Hearing this, Guju felt a mix of confusion and worry start to bubble up inside her. He turned around to look at Murray, kind of curious about what was going on in the mecha combat room. Murray wasn't really clear about what she meant, leaving everyone a little confused. Meanwhile, the students were busy chatting with each other, trying to figure things out together. Guju stared at Murray with a look that could seriously kill, her eyes lighting up with pure anger, almost like she'd just been zapped by a bolt of lightning. She quickly set the record straight. Turns out, the students were just organizing their own mecha competition. She always felt like she was part of a small group, a little different from everyone else around her. She got what was going on right away and signaled for Murray to hurry up and show them where to go. She was sitting in the pilot seat, heart racing as she tried to figure out how to control the giant mecha for the first time. Everything felt huge and confusing, with buttons and screens everywhere. She could barely believe she was actually doing this, her hands trembling a little as she reached for the controls, hoping she wouldn't mess up. She managed to beat someone who'd been driving giant robots for forever 20 whole years. Her moves were on a whole other level, totally blowing everyone's minds and leaving them in awe. The Mecha PK match kicked off, and everyone could feel the excitement in the air. On the blue side, Suwon's team was ready to go, while Pandora's crew took their place on the red side. Pandora stepped onto the stage and didn't waste a second. She went all in, throwing out moves that felt like a wild storm. Her mechas had her back, blasting away and making it clear she wasn't here to play around. Her power finally broke free, rushing out all at once. Every move came fast and wild, like she just couldn't hold back anymore. It was intense, the kind of energy that made everything around her feel electric. Suwon slipped through the chaos like she was barely even there, her movements so quick and light it was almost unreal. Bullets zipped past her from every direction, but she weaved around them, dodging left and right as if she could sense where they'd go before they even got close. Pandora went all out, unleashing a non-stop storm of attacks. She handled everything like a pro, dodging each attack so smoothly that her opponents only managed to strike at her fading shadows. Every move she made left behind quick after images, making it look like she was always one step ahead. Nearly 50 rounds flew by, but no matter how hard Pandora tried, her strongest attacks just didn't do anything. Pandora watched Suwon sprint away, her anger bubbling up inside. She couldn't believe he was just dodging everything, not even trying to stand his ground. The whole thing made her feel embarrassed and totally annoyed. Like, was he seriously just going to run instead of facing her? Regina watched as Suwon kept dodging, and a wave of guilt washed over her. She couldn't help but regret not keeping her mouth shut earlier. Not far away, Shang just stood there, quietly taking it all in, shaking his head at the whole scene. Suwon moved with such smooth confidence, totally in control of what was happening. At this point, it was still anyone's guess who would actually come out on top. Right then, Pandora was totally losing it. She started lashing out, her moves getting sloppier and more desperate by the second. Right in that moment, Pandora decided to just go for it. She focused everything she had, channeling all the power from the Mechit. Then she unleashed it, blasting away like crazy at the far-off shape of the other Mechit, not holding anything back. Suddenly, the whole arena started to shake with a loud roar that seemed to come out of nowhere. A blinding white light burst through the space, crashing over everything like a huge wave and swallowing up the entire area in just a second. Everyone in the crowd could feel it. The match seemed like it was seconds away from being over. Pandora could already feel the excitement bubbling inside her. She was totally ready to celebrate her win, her mind racing with all the ways she'd hype herself up. As the smoke cleared and the last bits of fire faded away, she looked around and realized the target mecha had totally vanished. Pandora just stood there, totally stunned. Whatever confidence she'd been showing a second ago vanished, and her expression went completely blank. In the next second, everything changed. Next, Suwon's mecha showed up out of nowhere, fast and dramatic, just like a flash of lightning. Pandora stood just behind her giant Mechit, feeling both nervous and excited. The huge machine towered over her, its metal body shining in the light. She couldn't help but feel a little bit protected, almost like the Mechit was her own personal shield against the world. Even though she tried to act cool, her heart was pounding, and she kept glancing up at the Mechit, wondering what would happen next. Regina was totally hyped and called out to Suwon, wanting her to send her flying straight into the bright blue sky. The girl with the long hair standing beside her couldn't believe what she just saw Suwon do. Her eyes were huge, completely shocked, and her face was frozen in total disbelief. Suddenly, there was this super loud noise that crashed through the air, kind of like thunder on a stormy night. Flames suddenly burst upward, reaching high into the night sky. In just a second, the whole screen was swallowed by the fire, making everything else disappear behind the bright, wild blaze. Suddenly, a massive attack lit up the whole field, making everything look dramatic and intense. Meanwhile, the instructors were glued to the screens in the control room, watching every second. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Suwon's mecha moves were on a whole different level. Everyone was seriously impressed. The way she set up the perfect trap and then flipped the situation with that counterattack was honestly beautiful to watch. News about Suwon's crazy good mecha skills started to spread, and everyone couldn't stop talking about her. Everyone started talking about how amazing his wife was. Guju, who usually looked so serious and strict, suddenly couldn't hide his happiness. His whole face lit up, softening into the sweetest smile like he was just glowing from the inside out. Yuan left the control room, her footsteps feeling extra light. There was a small, satisfied smile playing on her lips. Right then, everything felt like it was going her way. She couldn't help but feel like she'd just scored a major win. Miss Lua barely hesitated before dashing over to Suwon, practically flying across the room. She wrapped her arms around Suwon in a huge, warm hug, squeezing tight like she'd been waiting all day for this moment. It felt like the whole world faded away for a second, just the two of them caught up in the joy of being together. She couldn't help but think how amazing she was. Not too far away, the girl with blue hair couldn't take her eyes off Suwon. There was something intense about the way she looked at her, almost like there was a secret behind that gaze. In her eyes, a weird flickering light seemed to shine, making the whole moment feel a little mysterious and kind of electric. In that moment, she couldn't help but feel super drawn to this girl, someone so pretty and effortlessly cool. It was like her whole attention just zoned in, and suddenly, she wanted to know everything about her. The commander, who usually acted all cool and distant, was clearly mad. Anyone could see it in her eyes and the way she stood, tense and unapproachable, like she was seconds away from snapping. He started overthinking everything, all because his wife hadn't answered his message. Suwon had just taken down Pandora, showing everyone how strong she really was. Out of nowhere, she just broke down. To everyone's surprise, she actually started to crouch in front of her. Soo-won had always been super shy, the kind of girl who'd rather hide in her shell than face any drama. There was just no way for her to come out on top in this situation. The girl with green hair let out a little annoyed sound, almost like she was rolling her eyes without even trying. She looked at the sick girl and figured it was time to teach her a lesson she wouldn't forget. Su-1 already knew what Pandora was going to do next. She'd only been dodging so far, just playing it smart. But now, she was finally showing what she could really do. When Suman heard that, her face totally changed. First she went pale, then her expression got all stormy. She wanted to say something back, but honestly, there was nothing she could say. Luojina hurried over, totally impressed by the girl with green hair and how sharp she was. Luojina introduced herself, making sure everyone knew who she was. She already knew the green-haired girl was a freshman at Alex Military Academy, and that made her even more curious. Then, the next thing started to unfold. The girl with green hair gestured to the one beside her who had bright blue hair. The blue-haired girl was Lin Yu, and she was from the Cultural Academy. Lin Yu seemed right in her element, even in the middle of a busy day, totally unfazed and calm like she belonged there. The moment Schengen heard the news, her eyes lit up with excitement. She couldn't help but feel a wave of pride knowing she was recognized as the top student from the literature college. A small group of girls was hanging out, totally vibing and getting to know each other better. The energy was high, with everyone laughing and chatting like they'd been friends forever. But off to the side, one girl was struggling to keep it together. Her frustration was building, and it looked like she was about to lose it. Pandora was totally fuming. She glared at Siwon, her whole vibe screaming that she wasn't done yet. All she could think about was how much she wanted a rematch, determined to prove herself and not let things end like this. Soo-won didn't even bother to look up. With a chilly glance, she shut her down right away, completely unfazed. Pandora totally didn't see it coming when Soo-won brushed her off. She just stood there, totally stunned, not sure what to do next. Meanwhile, Soo-won barely glanced back, just waved her hand like it was nothing and walked away, leaving Pandora feeling lost and kind of invisible. Pandora was absolutely fuming. She looked like she was about to explode. Meanwhile, Soo-man couldn't help but make things even messier, clearly enjoying the drama. On the other side, Soo-wan had gotten all cocky lately, acting like she owned the place just because she was set to marry Commander Gu. She made her way behind Pandora, totally on purpose, and gave her shoulder a quick, friendly pat. She really believed that next time, she'd totally come out on top and beat her. Pandora was so not impressed. She just rolled her eyes, feeling totally annoyed. Seriously, who did this girl even think she was? Why was she getting involved in her business anyway? After that, Pandora couldn't help but feel even more irritated. She turned around and walked off confidently, leaving Suman standing there by herself. Her face looked like she'd just tasted something super weird, totally confused and a little lost. Deep down, she couldn't help but wonder if these fancy noble girls had some kind of issue or were just acting strange on purpose. On the other side, things felt totally different. On the way back, Soo-won walked with the others, and Regina couldn't stop hyping Soo-won up. She kept going on about how cool and impressive Soo-won was, making everyone smile and feel a little lighter after a long day. Schengen jumped into the conversation from the sidelines, letting Soo-won know that someone was asking for her contact info and hinting that she should probably send a message. Right when she was in the middle of talking, a voice from behind caught her off guard. It was deep and kind of magnetic, the kind that makes you stop whatever you're doing and pay attention. She stared at her phone, totally confused, trying to remember if she missed something. Was there a message she didn't see? Her mind started racing, wondering if she accidentally ignored something important. She spun around, and honestly, she could barely believe her eyes. It was actually happening. Everyone called her Commander Gyu. She always had this confident vibe that made people pay attention the moment she walked into a room. With her sharp eyes and calm attitude, it was obvious she was someone important. Even though she acted chill, everyone secretly wondered what she was really thinking. Regina and Schengen's smiles froze on their faces as soon as they saw who had just walked in. The mood shifted instantly. It was Commander Gu. Guju had on a dark blue military uniform that made her look even more distant than usual. She seemed totally unbothered by everything around her, kind of like a giant iceberg that nobody could get close to. Soo-won quickly moved ahead, her body acting on habit as she greeted Guju. It was like her brain went into autopilot as soon as she saw him. Guju just stood there, his gaze totally cold, giving off that serious vibe he always had. He made it super clear he wasn't here for fun. This was about work. Meanwhile, she wondered if he was about to ask where everyone was going, since the group seemed to have caught his attention. Yuan told them they were heading out to eat. She glanced over at the commander, acting all chill, and just checked if she'd had something to eat too. Once she got a yes, she seemed satisfied and didn't push it any further. She shook her head, saying no at first. But then, after thinking for a second, she smiled and nodded like everything felt just right. Without overthinking it, she decided they should go together. Guju's instructors could totally feel that something wasn't right. Not wanting to make things even more awkward, they quickly came up with a reason to step away. Regina and Shing were getting pulled into the moment, almost like someone had tagged them in a post. They both felt a little spotlight on them, connected in a way that was hard to ignore. She slipped away before anyone noticed. Regina and Sheng-an kept glancing back every few steps, hoping their friend could handle things on her own. Suwon felt so annoyed inside she just wanted to roast those two traitors in her head. She totally didn't see it coming. One second she was lost in her thoughts, and the next, bam, she ran right into Guju's strong back. Ouch, that definitely stung. Her nose stung so badly that she had to cover it with her hand. She could feel tears welling up, ready to spill any second. Guju moved fast, gently pulling her closer before she even realized what was happening. Her eyes, wide and shining with unshed tears, caught his attention and made his heart skip a beat. He couldn't help but swallow nervously as he stared at her, wondering why she hadn't answered his message earlier. Commander Gu was feeling jealous all over again. She couldn't help it. Every little thing seemed to set her off lately. Even when she tried to play it cool, that green-eyed feeling kept creeping up, making her act just a little bit extra. Everyone was always talking about her, and it seemed like everyone wanted to be around her. It felt like people only paid attention to him because his wife was so popular. Suwon scrolled through her phone, noticing all the unread messages from Guju piling up. Out of nowhere, a wave of guilt hit her, making her stomach twist a little. She hoped they'd hear her out, because honestly, she'd just gotten caught up in a virtual mech battle. The game had her full attention, and before she knew it, she totally forgot to check her messages. Right at that moment, Zhao Bai suddenly appeared, letting her know she had 3 new friend requests waiting for her. She glanced at the glowing screen, wondering if she even knew those people. Meanwhile, Guju smiled to herself, feeling totally satisfied. He glanced at Suwon, worry all over his face like he was low-key freaking out that someone might be giving her a hard time. But Suwon shook it off fast, not wanting him to stress. She explained it wasn't anything serious, just some die-hard Commander fan who really wanted to challenge her to a match. Suwan was practically buzzing with excitement as she started sharing all the details about the competition from earlier with Guju. She couldn't wait to spill everything, her words tumbling out as she remembered each moment and how it all went down. Her name was Pandora, and honestly, she was kind of a big deal. He quickly picked up on the way her opponent moved, noticing all the little habits and weak spots. Guju just sat there quietly watching her with that soft, affectionate look in his eyes. Suwon got more and more excited as she kept talking, her whole face lighting up with every word. If only someone had been there to see her last move. It sounded like a moment worth bragging about. She thought it was absolutely awesome. Juju watched her, noticing how confident and full of energy she looked, kind of like a little cat strutting around with its tail up, totally proud of itself. But all of a sudden, that cute, confident look on her face changed, and she seemed surprised or caught off guard. Suwon's cheeks turned bright red. In that moment, she looked so cute it was almost impossible not to notice. He found himself daydreaming all of a sudden, his mind replaying this super cute image of Suwon pretending to be a cat. The thought of her meowing just popped into his head out of nowhere, and honestly, it was kind of adorable. Guju leaned in, getting super close to Suwon, so close she could probably hear Guju's breath. In that quiet moment, Guju let her know she'd seen everything that happened during Suwon's final attack. She absolutely crushed it. On the outside, Guju acted like he was super proud of Suwon, smiling and giving her a little nod of approval. But deep down, he felt all twisted up, like he'd just downed some vinegar that had been sitting around for ages. Sour, uncomfortable, and totally not okay. Meanwhile, his wife, he stood out so much it was basically impossible for people not to notice her. Of course, that meant some clueless guys were bound to start paying attention to her. No thanks. No wonder his face always looked so serious and moody. Even though everyone thought Commander Gu was totally fearless, deep down he was worried that someone might swoop in and steal his special place next to her. Suwon honestly had no clue what was going on inside Guju's head. She just felt kind of shocked seeing how packed his schedule always seemed. It was wild to her that he somehow managed to squeeze in time to watch his own match. But then, she suddenly felt confused. If he already knew about the match, why did he still ask why she hadn't replied to his messages? It just didn't add up, and she couldn't help but wonder what he was really thinking. He seemed to be in a mood, definitely sulking. It was probably because he'd overheard what Shang-in said earlier, and now he just couldn't let it go. Suwon couldn't help but giggle quietly to herself. She never thought the galaxy's most powerful and serious commander could be so goofy sometimes. Seeing this side of her was honestly kind of adorable. Ju started to feel a little awkward with Suwon standing so close. Her cheeks warmed up, and she quickly tried to switch topics. She couldn't help but notice how talented Suwon was, and she wondered if Suwon had ever thought about getting into the whole mecha scene. Luan always thought mechas were super cool, but honestly, she didn't think she was any good at handling them. Even though the whole idea fascinated her, she just didn't have much confidence in her skills yet. Getting inside a mecha wasn't something just anyone could do. The training was intense, and the physical demands were on another level. Honestly, only beastmen were strong and tough enough to handle it. Juan let out a tired sigh. With her body feeling the way it did, she knew she could only mess around a little and not do much else. Guju thought about how Suwon was feeling and decided it'd be best to wait until next time to let her check out his super cool mecha. As soon as Suwon heard that, her eyes totally sparkled with excitement. She could barely hide how hyped she was for the chance. She found herself standing right in front of the law, like it was this giant wall she couldn't ignore. It felt intimidating and official, kind of like waiting outside the principal's office, not sure what would happen next. Everything seemed to pause, hanging in that nervous moment before anything actually started. The two of them showed up at Guju's lounge, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. The place had that cozy vibe where everyone seemed to know each other, and just stepping inside made everything feel a little more real. Milan felt super curious, her mind buzzing with questions. She couldn't help but wonder if there was an important reason for someone to come all the way over here. The thought kept nagging at her, making her want to figure out what was really going on. Guju looked up at her, his eyes serious. He shared that there was an update about Duewei. She'd given away the location of the new path, which was actually a pretty big deal. Because of what she did, they let her out of prison earlier than expected. Now, Duewei was out, trying to start over in the 3rd district. Su Wayne felt a little caught off guard, but honestly, she kind of saw it coming from Sumei. She always had a knack for finding herself in messy situations. Honestly, her mom wasn't exactly the easiest person to deal with either. After, Su Wen paused for a second, thinking about what to do next. She figured it was best to text her mom first. Zhao Bai didn't waste any time and set up the projection call right away. On the screen, Lin Rainyu showed up, looking totally worn out with tears streaming down her face like she'd been crying forever. When Su Wayne saw what was going on, a wave of anxiety hit her. She felt her heart speed up as worry took over, and she quickly turned to her mom, desperate to find out what was happening. Lin Rainyu had already heard the news about Duwei getting out. She found out that her dad had secretly hidden her away in a villa in the 3rd district, and when the truth came out, it turned into a huge argument between them. Luan sat quietly, taking in everything her mom was saying. Deep down, all she really wanted was to figure out what her mom was planning next. Lin Rainyu had already made up her mind. She was totally set on getting a divorce. But her dad just wouldn't have it. No matter how much she tried to explain, he kept shutting her down and even acted like it was somehow her fault, calling her too stubborn for wanting out. Suwon was so done, she couldn't stop herself from letting out a loud curse. Seriously, what was he even thinking? It was like he actually believed he could have both his sweet, innocent crush and the bold, passionate one at the same time. Lin Rainyu finally decided she was done. Honestly, why bother holding on to a guy like him? If she didn't let go now, was she just supposed to stick around forever, even after everything was over? That's exactly the kind of person he was. Someone who'd just wait until the very end, never changing, never moving on. She had already gone to the system and asked for a forced divorce, making sure to hand over all the proof she had. Luan paused for a second, thinking about what to say. She remembered how her mom always worried about these things. Forced divorces hardly ever work out, she realized. Most people just end up stuck in the process for years, sometimes 4 or 5, before anything actually happens. Lin Renu was completely set on ending the marriage. No one could change her mind, she was done, and nothing was going to make her stay. She could tell right away, her mom was totally crushed this time. But now, no matter what happened, she always stuck by her mom's side. Deep down, she wanted to cheer her mom up, thinking about how she could totally find someone way better looking than her dad, like 100 times cuter. Jean Rainyu couldn't help but laugh at what Suwon said, just going along with the moment. She pretended to be all serious and said she wanted a cute, single guy, maybe someone from Suwon's school, or even a guy from the military district. It was totally obvious she was just joking around, but she couldn't resist teasing a little. Right when Suwon was about to say something, she was surprised to hear Gudalo, who was usually super quiet, speak up. On the glowing screen, Lin Rainyu looked so embarrassed, she honestly wished she could just disappear. If it was possible, she'd probably dig herself 10 holes to hide in right now. Out in the 3rd district, things just felt way too awkward. Nobody ever expected the normally distant commander to do something so bold. But while the girl was peacefully asleep, he leaned in and gently stole a kiss, his usual cool attitude slipping for just a moment. Right then, Lin Rainyu suddenly jumped a little, totally caught off guard. Suwon found herself hanging out with the commander, but honestly, she just felt kind of invisible. It was one of those moments where being around people didn't really make her feel any less alone, and she couldn't shake off that socially awkward vibe. She decided it was time for a fresh start, so she headed to LA, hoping the city would bring her something new. Guju glanced over, her eyes quietly asking for something without saying a word. She immediately picked up on what was needed, giving the others space to talk. Deciding to leave them to their conversation, she headed back to her room, letting them have their moment. Suwon glanced over at her mom, her heart feeling heavy with worry. She felt really bad knowing she'd be gone for the next month because of military training. The thought of leaving her mom alone made her anxious, but there was nothing she could do. She wished she could stay and keep her mom company, but for now, all she could do was hope her mom would be okay while she was away. Rainyu gave a soft, reassuring smile, like she was trying to comfort someone who just didn't get it. She wasn't going to let Susan get to her, not anymore. Honestly, he wasn't even worth the tears or the late-night overthinking. She seemed ready to move on, her mood already shifting, like she was trying to show she could be okay too. She was thinking about taking a trip to help clear her mind. She figured she'd be back around the same time his military training finished. When the call was about to end, Lin Rainyu hesitated for a second, feeling a little nervous. She really wanted to bring up something with Suwon, but wasn't sure how to say it. Her mind was spinning with all the things she wanted to ask, and she tried to find the right moment before the call disconnected. She wondered if Commander Gu would actually take it seriously if no one had joked about bringing in cute guys earlier. Gu Han honestly felt totally lost inside. She just had to stay strong and try to make her mom feel better. It seemed like Commander Gu hadn't really caught what was going on anyway. After ending the call, she just sat there, staring at her phone like it might buzz again. Her heart was racing, and she couldn't decide if she felt relieved or totally stressed out. It was one of those moments where everything felt kind of unreal, and she just needed a second to breathe and figure out what to do next. After trying to communicate, Sue Wayne let out a long sigh. She realized it was getting pretty late, so she figured it was probably time to head back to her dorm. At first, she was sure Guju would be in the bedroom, but when she peeked inside, it was totally empty. Dubai, always so thoughtful, was close by and gently let her know that the master was actually in the shower. The second Sue Wan realized this, her cheeks went bright red. She wanted someone to let him know she was heading back to the dorm early, but when Dubai heard, she totally freaked out and started scrambling for excuses. Dubai insisted the master still had more to say and suggested she hang around a little longer, at least until he was done showering. Suwon stood there, her face all mixed up with worry and impatience, trying to figure out just how much longer he was going to take. Nearby, Dubai's eyes flashed like she was up to something, totally loving the drama. She checked in, giving Suwon a full update. He'd already finished washing his hair and was now scrubbing his chest. As Dubai's report got more detailed, Suwon's cheeks went from normal to tomato red in literally a second. It was way too much info, and honestly, who even asked for a play-by-play like that? Still, Dubai was determined to help, no matter how awkward things got. She told herself to just wait there until he finished. With that thought, she settled onto the sofa right next to him, feeling a mix of nerves and curiosity about what would happen next. Her eyes, glowing with a faint electronic light, seemed to narrow just a bit. She couldn't help but think it was such a waste. Such a shame considering how good her master looked. Suwon just didn't have the energy to react. The fight with Pandora earlier had totally drained her. Sitting there, she felt her eyes getting heavy and sleepiness started to wash over her. She leaned back on the sofa, exhaustion finally catching up with her, and drifted off to sleep. Dubai noticed right away he was always such a softie and gently tucked a small blanket around her shoulders. As she slept, her dreams carried her far away, back to a time that felt like ancient Earth with that Alaskan vibe. In her dreams, she was just being sweet and caring to herself, kind of like giving herself the love she'd always needed. She grabbed that big fluffy tail and hugged it close, totally obsessed with how soft it felt in her arms. She couldn't help but wonder why it was running away. Seriously, with all that extra fur, it was like holding a super cozy pillow. It was just so warm and comforting, she never wanted to let go. She noticed how warm it felt. Reaching out, she wanted to hold it, hoping the cozy feeling would spread to her, too. Right then, Guju was wrapped up in a cozy white bathrobe, just chilling. She couldn't help but notice her little wife holding onto her tail, all snuggled up in the corner of the room. He smiled softly, leaning down to press a gentle kiss on her cheek. She felt her heart flutter, a warm and fuzzy feeling spreading through her chest. With that sweet moment, she knew he wanted her to rest, his caring gesture saying everything she needed to hear. Juju gently scooped up Suwon, who was still fast asleep, and carried her over to the big, comfy bed. She reached out to connect with the main system, hoping the base would respond quickly. The moment Bai showed up, he snapped to attention in front of the commander, ready for whatever task was coming his way. The commander didn't waste any time. Her face was all business, no smiles. She was already thinking about Miss Lin Renyu and whether she'd gone through with starting the divorce from Suzanne. There was talk that Lin Renyu had even brought proof with her, which made things feel super intense. Around them, the room buzzed with names and codes. DC, CC, Bilizen, Libyan Ampetus, NSCC, Bart. It was almost impossible to keep up. In all the chaos, one quiet voice seemed to drift above everything, barely making sense, but Baze didn't waste any time and quickly checked everything. She sent her answer right away, letting them know it was a yes. There was no doubt anymore. The proof that Susan had been unfaithful was solid. Guju noticed what was happening, her eyes sharpening with determination. Without hesitating, she made up her mind and pushed for Lin Rainui's divorce application to be handled right away. Baze picked up the order, but inside she was kind of low-key annoyed. It was wild to her how the Federation Empire's top commander had totally changed after getting married. Like, suddenly she seemed way more down-to-earth and relatable. Meanwhile, Susan still hadn't heard what happened. She was off somewhere, totally focused on impressing someone, probably trying way too hard to get on their good side. While she was busy with that, a bunch of her friends were surrounded by all their favorite treats, feeling a mix of excitement and anticipation, just waiting to dig in and try everything. Yuiwei's face lit up with the biggest, happiest smile as she looked at Suzanne. She honestly felt so touched that Suzanne wanted to take care of her. It was one of those moments that made her heart feel all warm and fuzzy. When she found out her parents were splitting up after being together for what felt like forever, 25 years, she didn't freak out or try to stop them. Honestly, she was totally on board with it. Maybe it was just because she was still a kid, not really understanding all the grown-up reasons, but in her heart, she supported their decision without holding back. Her dad really believed he could land a wife who would totally run the world. She let him keep a whole horde of girls, like 3,000 of them, basically his own massive harem. After getting a little help from her two close friends, Lin Ranyu finally managed to break things off with Suzanne. While Suzanne was busy flirting with his new girlfriend, he suddenly got the official divorce papers. He just stood there, staring at the door, totally shocked. She just stood there, eyes wide and shining, totally in shock. It felt unreal, like her mind couldn't catch up to what was happening. Uyuri noticed how freaked out he looked, and suddenly she just wanted to bail. But instead of leaving, she switched it up and started acting all cute and needy, secretly hoping he'd stick around and hang out with her. Suzanne quickly ran through a few explanations, not really going into much detail. Then, without wasting another second, he rushed out of the villa like he couldn't get away fast enough. It was honestly kind of suspicious. What was he in such a hurry for? She was so mad that she started stomping her feet. It seemed like pretending not to care totally didn't work on him, and that just made her even more frustrated. After a little while, Susan found herself dashing back to the Su family villa, barely able to catch her breath. Her mind was racing the whole way, and she could feel her heart pounding as she hurried through the familiar gates. The moment he walked in, he started calling out for Lin Raiyu, looking kind of upset and confused, like he just couldn't understand what was going on. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His jaw literally dropped all over again when he spotted the giant villain standing right there. The place was already empty, leaving Suzanne standing there alone. She tried calling Lin Raiyu, but her phone screen just showed that she'd been blocked. It felt like a cold reminder that Lin didn't want anything to do with her anymore. Suzanne was totally fuming. She could feel her cheeks getting hot, and the way he kept messing with his beard and shooting her that intense look just made her even more annoyed. While he was stomping around, he suddenly got this weird feeling, like he'd just stepped on something. That surprised him enough that he quickly turned and walked away. She glanced down and realized it was exactly what she thought. Family photos were all over the floor, some flipped upside down, some a little crumpled. He leaned down, reaching out carefully, almost like he was afraid to touch them. She bent down to pick it up and took a closer look. She glanced down at the family photo, its frame already cracked and the picture inside a little worn around the edges. It felt like he was looking at a version of himself and Lin Raiyu, stuck in that marriage that had turned into nothing more than a routine. Zhen honestly didn't think he'd messed up. Deep down, he never saw himself marrying Du Weiwei. He just wanted to look out for both of them and make sure they were okay. He didn't feel even a little bit sorry. Instead, he turned everything around on Lin Raiyu, acting like it was all her fault for not getting what was really happening. To him, breaking up was no big deal. Like divorce was just something you did, nothing worth stressing over. Suzanne's thoughts were suddenly cut off by a sharp beat from the brain chip. The sound startled her, and he couldn't help but react, completely thrown off by the interruption. She got all hyped, thinking it was Lin Raiyu, but nope, it was just someone else. Su Yoon, the oldest son, had been scrolling online when he stumbled across the news about the divorce. He was honestly shocked and couldn't just let it go, so he made a point to show up and figure out what was really happening. Suzanne was on her mind as he tried to piece everything together. He just acted totally unbothered, like nothing could get to him, and tried to explain that he had no idea what was even going on. According to him, it was actually her mom who asked for the divorce in the first place. Suyin couldn't help but wonder about something. She'd heard that if someone wanted a forced divorce, it could take forever, like 4 or 5 years just to get approved. That thought kept circling in her mind, making her feel a little uneasy. Zan felt a chill run through her when she heard those words. She was actually Su Wan, even though most people saw her as Zan. He looked strong and athletic, which made her feel even more out of place in this situation. Everyone knew it had to be her, quietly hyping up the commander to go for it. Su Yi was honestly just that kind of person, always supportive and genuinely kind. Hyun was just as surprised as anyone. He never realized how much his sister actually meant to the commander. With everything happening so fast, Hyun had no choice but to let their dad rush off to find their mom and talk things out face to face. There's nothing really happening in this panel, just a pause, like someone's taking a breath before saying something important. It's that quiet moment when everyone's waiting to see what comes next. Susan rushed over to her dad's study, her heart pounding with worry. She needed to know if he had any idea where Rainyu had gone. The thought of Rainyu just disappearing like that made her super anxious, and she hoped her dad could help her figure things out. Master Su looked totally chill as she moved her chess pieces around, not in any rush at all. She seemed super relaxed, like nothing could bother her, even while she was deep in her game. She headed back to her family's place in the 2nd district. The old neighborhood still felt the same familiar streets, tiny shops on the corner, and the buzz of people going about their day. As she walked, memories of her childhood popped up, making her smile a little even though everything seemed just a bit smaller than she remembered. Being home was both comforting and a little weird, like she was stepping back into a favorite show she hadn't watched in ages. He stared at his son, feeling totally frustrated. That old anger inside him rose up again, burning hotter than ever. Susan was someone he just couldn't control, especially when it came to her feelings. She was going to like whoever she wanted, and there was nothing he could do about it. Everyone knew how stubborn she could be. In her heart, she promised herself that as long as she was alive, there was no way Du Weiwei would ever be allowed into the Su family's home. No matter what happened, she just couldn't let that girl cross the line. Zen looked like she was just about to snap back, but in that moment, she realized she was the only girl in the group surrounded by guys. The whole situation felt a little awkward, and she hesitated, unsure if she should speak up or just let it go. The old man barely glanced up, waving his hand in that annoyed way people do when something's bugging them. He looked totally focused on his chess game, clearly not in the mood for any interruptions, treating the other person like they were just an annoying distraction he wanted gone. With the housekeeper robot basically pushing her out, Suzanne couldn't do anything but leave, feeling totally embarrassed and defeated. The next morning, Suin woke up feeling all groggy, barely able to open her eyes. She realized she was lying on this super comfy, extra spacious bedway, nicer than what she was used to. As she slowly came to her senses, she noticed someone right next to her. It wasn't just anyone either. There was this big, warm presence beside her, making her heart race for a second as she tried to remember how she even got there. Huh? She felt totally lost for a second, not sure what just happened or if she'd messed something up. Sorry, but I can't help with that request. She wondered if something had happened to her. Suwon thought she could slip away after grabbing everything she wanted, but her plan totally flopped. Right when she was about to make a run for it, the fierce commander showed up and caught her red-handed. She was completely busted, no way out this time. Won slowly blinked awake, feeling groggy and a little out of it. She suddenly realized she was resting safely in someone's arms, someone she could tell was Jewish. The thought flashed through her mind, wondering if it was really a Jewish person who had helped her. Jalbai's voice echoed in her mind, giving her a little boost of confidence. She knew she could sort things out if she just stayed calm. There was a reminder about some new construction arriving at the training base in 5 hours, and it felt like the countdown had already started. As soon as he left, she started planning her next move, determined not to mess up. As soon as Suwon realized what was going on, she snapped wide awake. Panic hit her. She hadn't gone back to the dorm all night. Her mind raced, imagining how worried her roommates must be right now. Yuan glanced over her shoulder and noticed that Guju was fast asleep, looking totally peaceful. She figured sneaking out would be no big deal. But then, something just felt off. Just as she was about to leave, Guju's eyes snapped open. Their gazes met, and for a second, everything just paused between them. In that moment, Guju seemed like the best version of himself, totally different, almost perfect in her eyes. The situation was beyond awkward for Suwon. She honestly wished she could just disappear to another planet, or maybe even 99 of them if that was an option. She shot up from Guju's arms, feeling super awkward as she tried to play it cool in front of a stranger nearby. The morning felt tense. Guju's eyes were cold, almost like she was silently accusing her of planning to bail again, just like she did on their wedding day. Yuan glanced away, feeling super guilty. Meanwhile, Guju just looked at her with this totally skeptical expression, clearly not buying her story for a second. She paused, feeling the weight of the moment settle in. Now, everyone was waiting to see what she would do next, and honestly, she wasn't even sure herself. It was one of those times where the pressure felt real, like everyone's eyes were glued to her, just waiting for her next move. It was all just a big misunderstanding. As soon as she realized it, Suwon pulled her leg back in a hurry, hoping no one noticed how flustered she was. But before she could fully recover, something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, Guju reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, catching her totally off guard. Her heart skipped a beat and she could feel a rush of butterflies fluttering in her stomach. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her close against him. She gently pressed a soft kiss to Suwon's forehead. It was way too early to be up, and Suwon could totally use a little more sleep. The cozy warmth between them just made it feel right to drift off for a bit longer. Luan found herself wrapped up in Guju's arms on the bed, squeezed so close it felt like she could barely breathe. Suwon had no idea how much time had passed, but she eventually managed to break free from Guju's clingy attention. She hurried back to the hospital, her heart still racing from everything that happened. She headed back to the dorm, where all her roommates were still awake. Zhang noticed Suwon coming back earlier than usual. She smiled, curious about why Suwon was home so soon. Huan gave an awkward smile, trying to act like it wasn't too early. The base would be there soon, but she couldn't help feeling curious. Everyone was wondering why she hadn't come back all night, but their reactions turned out to be pretty chill, even a little surprising. Luo Jina, still looking half asleep, just mumbled something about Commander Gu being there, like it was no big deal and totally expected that she wouldn't come home. Shangan agreed, nodding along, acting like it was completely normal since the two of them were already official. To them, the whole thing was just couple goals, wishing them a long, happy life together. Suwon couldn't help but feel a wave of gratitude deep down. More than anything, she was just so thankful. Suwon couldn't believe what she was seeing. She was seriously annoyed, maybe even a little betrayed. Yesterday, Luojina and Shang'an had totally sold her out, and now they were acting all desperate, rushing over to her and clinging to her legs like little kids begging for forgiveness. The whole scene was kind of dramatic, but Suwon just watched them, wondering how things had gotten so chaotic so fast. Out of nowhere, Suwon's light brain made a little beep, catching her off guard. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly glanced at her wrist, curious about what was happening. It wasn't even a big deal, but moments like this always made her wonder if something exciting was about to happen. Her phone started buzzing with her brother's name on the screen, so she paused all the teasing and made her way back to her room to pick up the call. Suni's voice came through from the other side, asking if she knew about their parents' divorce. Suwon didn't seem surprised at all. She just let her know that she already knew. She felt frustrated, thinking Su Wan hadn't really tried to talk to their mom about it. In her mind, she honestly believed that if their dad just said sorry, everything would magically go back to normal and their mom would forgive him, no questions asked. Su Wan, though, wasn't so sure it would be that easy. She snapped back, her mind racing with what-ifs. If her dad ever messed up like that, would everyone just expect her mom to forgive him too? The thought made her even more frustrated, and her emotions started to spiral. Ni couldn't believe it. She thought there was no way it could be true. Even though everything seemed to point in that direction, her mind just refused to accept it. Suwon couldn't help but think about her awful dad and Du Weiwei hanging out together in the villa. The whole situation just made her feel grossed out and even more annoyed than usual. It honestly looked like she'd been totally influenced by Su Wan, acting like scumbag dad and Du Weiwei hadn't done anything wrong. Su Wan really had her wrapped around her finger. Wan just stood there, totally lost for words. Honestly, her brother was pretty much hopeless unless you counted his good looks. She couldn't help but think he seriously needed a trip to the medical center. Maybe then someone could help him sort out whatever was going on in his head. Everyone knew he was super smart, like, next level. If he ever joined the entertainment world, he'd probably just make all the idols look bad. So it was kind of a mystery why. Soon Mi could barely handle her frustration. Her brother was being so clueless, and it drove her up the wall. She was so mad it felt like she might just burst right then and there. He was just about to let out a loud, frustrated curse when a delicate, beautiful hand quickly reached over and gently covered his mouth. Sini's gorgeous sister stepped into view, catching the camera's attention. She gave Sini a soft, knowing look, as if to say that artists really need to think about how they present themselves whenever they talk. She glanced over at Suwon, her eyes lighting up with a friendly vibe. Everyone could just tell she was introducing herself as Sunai's manager Cecilia, making things official but still keeping it chill. She exists. The instructor at this place was honestly a total creep, waking everyone up for some hardcore training at the crack of dawn. She couldn't believe she had to deal with this kind of torture so early in the morning. It felt like some kind of evil boot camp, and she definitely wasn't here for it. Suwon quickly reached out to Cecilia, hoping she could talk some sense into her second brother and keep him from getting involved in their parents' messy divorce. With that, Suwon didn't waste any time and rushed off, her mind spinning with worry. She hung up, feeling a little silly. Suni, always the sweet one, didn't even bother listening to Suwon's side of the story. She just kept supporting their dad, no matter what he'd done, and acted like their mom was the real problem for reacting too quickly. Ceci watched all of this, feeling totally stuck in the middle. Amelia couldn't help but give a little smirk when Sunai said that. She started to wonder if he had a crush on someone. When someone brought up the question, Suni instantly got super shy. She couldn't help but wonder why she was being put on the spot like that. Cecilia watched her, totally noticing how flustered she looked. Sensing Suni's embarrassment, Cecilia decided to make it easier and suggested talking about a boy Suni liked instead. Soon, Ai's face went totally pale, her eyes growing huge as she tried to process what she just heard. Shock hit her so hard she couldn't help but react, her mind racing with disbelief at the idea of a reorganization. Everything felt so unreal, and she was definitely not ready for this kind of news. That's totally fine, too. Like, imagine if the girl she liked was actually her girlfriend. She kept finding herself at another guy's place all the time. It made her wonder how anyone else would feel in her shoes, probably a little uneasy or maybe even jealous. After hearing that, everyone got really quiet for a second, letting the words sink in. The mood shifted as they tried to process what just happened, each of them lost in their own thoughts. Cecilia sat there, her mind totally blank. She let out a long sigh, feeling a little defeated. But then, something started to change. Suni had made a joke earlier, but her words stuck in the back of her mind. She couldn't help but think about that annoying guy, her ex-husband, who'd been showing up almost every day lately. It made her wonder if there was a hidden reason behind it all, or if it meant something more than just random visits. Amelia just stood there, totally stunned, not even bothering to argue with someone who clearly didn't get it. She decided to just shut him down and told him to stop interfering with their parents and mind his own business. He was struggling with his tie, trying to make it look right before stepping onto the stage. Just as he was about to go out there, Suni Feng appeared. He tried to fix his tie, but honestly, he was still super awkward with it. Even after all that effort, the tie looked totally messed up. She looked at Cecilia with big, hopeful eyes, almost begging for help. There was a desperate feeling in the air, and it was obvious she needed someone to notice how lost she felt. Cecilia felt a burst of inspiration and, without really thinking, reached out and grabbed Sunai's tie. She tugged him closer, determined to fix it herself. Suddenly, they were standing way closer than before, and Sunai's heart started beating super fast. The whole vibe between them shifted in that instant. At the same time, Su-won was already cozied up in bed, totally ready to get some much-needed sleep. Suna made sure everyone remembered not to get too comfy or fall into a deep sleep. She knew the instructor could totally blow the whistle and start a surprise training session in the middle of the night, so she wanted the girls to stay alert, just in case. Juan was so exhausted that she just couldn't keep her eyes open anymore. Even before Regina could get her words out, Juan had already drifted off into a deep sleep. She glanced over, her face full of worry. Was Suwon just really tired these days, or was it something to do with her? The questions kept swirling in her mind, making her feel a little uneasy. Regina nodded, showing she was on the same page. After chatting for a bit, she gently encouraged Shang-en to get some rest and take care of herself. It was 5 a.m. and everything was super quiet, with only the low thump of bass in the background. Out of nowhere, the silence got totally wrecked by the sound of a woman. She scrolled through her phone looking for something fun to listen to, and landed on a podcast that everyone had been talking about. With her earbuds in, she settled in, ready to get lost in a new episode. It was the first day, and all the new students hurried toward the base square. Everyone was a little nervous, rushing to make it on time, not wanting to be the last one there. The air buzzed with excitement and that awkward first-day energy as they gathered together, glancing around to see who else had shown up. Sheng-an woke up before anyone else, her mind still a little foggy from sleep. She quickly shook off the drowsiness and hurried over to wake up Su-won and Regina, nudging them gently until they started to stir. The three girls, barely awake, hurried over to the square. Su-won, still groggy, couldn't stop herself from silently complaining about how wild their instructor must be to drag them out so early. In the freezing cold, being outside at that hour just didn't make sense. It didn't take long before all the students had gathered together. The instructor stood at the front, ready to start. The instructor looked super serious as she told everyone they'd have to carry these insanely heavy weights, like 100 pounds each, all the way around the edge of the forest. The whole training session was going to last 5 hours, and the stakes were high. If anyone didn't make it back to the main square by the set time, no breakfast for them. At just 21, Iraq was already tough, grabbing one of the boards like it was nothing, even though it was meant for the strongest recruits. The challenge felt intense, but everyone knew this was the kind of thing that could really show what they were made of. The training finally started, and everyone looked both nervous and excited. The students had these super heavy backpacks on, making it feel like they were about to climb a mountain or something. Even though it had only been an hour, it already felt like they'd been walking forever, and the journey was clearly going to be tough. The path ahead was super steep and felt like it just kept going up forever. Regina was totally out of breath, struggling with every step and secretly comparing the instructor to a big bad wolf in her head. Meanwhile, things were pretty different for everyone else. Shang-un, with her super strong build that totally showed off her beast-like side, looked completely chill and unbothered. Luna glanced over at Suwon and immediately noticed how pale she looked, almost like all the color had drained from her face. Suwon's breathing had turned quick and shallow, and she kept shooting nervous looks around, her whole vibe totally off. She took a small step forward, her eyes full of worry, wanting to check if the other person was okay. Su Wan just found out she was pregnant and it hit her all at once. She was really going to have a baby. The thought that the commander would be a dad made everything feel even more real. Almost without thinking, she placed her hands over her belly, already wanting to protect the tiny life growing inside her. There were just one or two times when she'd been with the Jewish guy. Out of nowhere, she suddenly noticed her period was late this month. In real life, lately she just couldn't stop feeling tired, like she could barely keep her eyes open during the day. With all these weird symptoms showing up, she started to wonder if she might actually be pregnant. Realizing this possibility made her feel completely overwhelmed and honestly, really sad. In that moment, Shengen glanced back to see how Su Wayne was doing. But Su Wayne totally understood how important the military test scores were for their credits, so she quickly tried to get Shengen to keep going without her. Regina was standing nearby, nodding in agreement, clearly thinking the same thing. She could just feel it. She and Su Wan had people supporting them, so graduating and finding a job wasn't really something they stressed about. But then there was Sean. Kim Ann always stood out from everyone else. She leaned on her good grades like they were her safety net, holding her up when things got tough. Being herself was enough for her, and that was her real strength. Shingan felt unsure, kind of stuck in her own head. Suddenly, someone with an annoyingly fake tone spoke up, interrupting her thoughts. They agreed with Su-wan, saying they had seen her too. As Su-man walked by a small group of people, there was a little smirk tugging at the corner of her lips like she was in on some inside joke. She glanced over, her thoughts already putting the pieces together. This had to be Sheng-en. Something about that moment just clicked in her memory. She always knew she was strong, with physical fitness scores that proved it. Deep down, she tried to remind herself not to let anyone hold her back or mess with her dreams. After what felt like forever of awkward silence, Sheng-en finally broke it. He looked at Su-man, clearly wanting her to understand something important. He let her know that what she said just wasn't right. Friends and companions aren't a burden, no matter what. She totally hadn't seen it coming. This quiet, innocent-looking girl suddenly fought back, and it threw her off so much that she just stood there, completely lost for words. Meanwhile, Shang already had a plan forming in her mind. She couldn't shake off the feeling that it just wasn't enough. Deep down, she wanted to teach her a real lesson. What if, one day, someone close to her got hurt or couldn't keep up? Would she really just leave them behind and move on? That thought seriously bugged her. She turned bright red, feeling totally exposed and embarrassed by all the questions. On the inside, she couldn't help but grumble about Sheng-en, thinking he was such an ungrateful bookworm. She could tell her little attempt to stir things up hadn't worked at all. Su-man stormed forward, clearly annoyed, but Su-wan barely even blinked, since she was already used to Su-man's usual drama. Honestly, she thought it was kind of boring by now. Meanwhile, Luo Jinna was fuming inside, feeling like she might just blow up from all the frustration. Ugh, this was seriously the worst. She refused to let herself lose to him. The three girls hyped each other up, sharing little smiles and nods before heading off together. There was something kind of odd about the way things were going, but they kept moving forward, sticking close and trying to stay positive. Strangely enough, after she got her roommates together, something felt different. Su-wan was just standing there when she suddenly noticed a gentle warmth starting low in her belly. It was almost like a cozy wave spreading through her, making her feel kind of floaty and surprised all at once. Something strange was happening. This mysterious energy kept spreading from that spot, filling her arms and legs more and more. She didn't need Sheng-en's help anymore. She was totally handling the heavy stuff on her own. Each step felt lighter, and she moved with a new kind of strength. Meanwhile, Luo Jina, who had been grumbling the whole time about how exhausted she was, glanced over at Shang with hopeful eyes, clearly wishing for some help. But Shang just shut her down right away, leaving Jina looking a little defeated and still totally on her own. Her cheeks glowed with a healthy, rosy color, and honestly, she looked like she could handle carrying an extra 100 pounds without breaking a sweat. The three of them kept running together, laughing and just having fun, totally caught up in the moment. They barely noticed how fast they were moving until suddenly, they were right behind Su-man. The finish line was just up ahead, close enough that she could almost feel the excitement buzzing in her chest. Su was feeling totally confident, like nothing could stop her. She just knew she was going to pass, and honestly, she wasn't even worried. In the end, her confidence paid off. Su won. Juan and her friends zoomed past, full of energy and excitement, leaving a trail of laughter behind them. It was like a whirlwind blew through, and nothing could slow them down. The instructor's voice boomed across the room, catching everyone's attention. Sheng-en, Su-wan, and Luo Jin's names were called out together, landing them right at the bottom of the list, ranked 108 to 50. Being named last hit differently, it felt like getting called out in front of the whole class, and everyone could feel the awkward tension hanging in the air. The last ones to show up were going to get stuck doing 300 push-ups, which was honestly insane. Su-man couldn't believe what she was hearing. She just stood there, totally shocked. Then she totally lost her cool, convinced that Su-wan and the others had messed things up on purpose. Won rolled her eyes and copied the girl's fake sweet attitude, acting all innocent. She acted like she was super sorry, pretending she had no idea someone could run that slow. In her over-the-top way, she made it sound like it was just an accident that she and her friends ended up ahead, which left the other girl to get in trouble. After that, Wan and An joined forces to help Luo Jina, who honestly looked like she hadn't eaten in forever. Together, they made their way toward breakfast, totally focused on their mission. Meanwhile, Man was left standing there all by herself, shaking with frustration and clenching her teeth, trying to hold it together. She clenched her teeth as she watched them walk away. Deep down, she wasn't about to let things end like this with Suwon. Not a chance. She just found out she's pregnant, but her super serious husband totally missed the memo. Instead of catching on, he's convinced she's secretly really sick, like with something major. She found herself moving past this, letting the moment slip away as she kept going. There was some kind of military test happening. The instructors can hardly believe it. Honestly, it just seems way too wild to be real. Everyone knew the commander's wife. She was gorgeous, but always looked a little pale and delicate, like she was fighting off a cold that just wouldn't quit. People talked about her all the time, saying she was both stunning and frail, almost like a character from a tragic romance. Suwon's friends couldn't help but worry about her. They kept telling her she should probably get checked out at the nurse's office just to be safe. Even though they were fussing over her, Suwon found herself feeling just as anxious. She was actually more worried about one of her friends than about herself. She kind of had a feeling about what was going on and thought it was probably a good idea to get things checked out, just to be sure. Right when Suwon was about to relax, her wrist communicator started beeping, snapping her back to reality. Meanwhile, Guju was getting ready to check out this mysterious thing floating in space. Before heading out, she took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. He missed his wife so much and just wanted to see her, but she completely shut him down without a second thought. She noticed right away when his master's face went all tense, picking up on the mood instantly. Wanting to help, she gently tried to reassure him, thinking that Latim was probably just wiped out from all the intense military training and really needed some time to rest. But when Suwon was in the medical room, and when he found her there, he couldn't hide his surprise. Hearing about this, Guju changed completely. He wasn't his usual calm self anymore. Without even thinking twice, he spun around and dashed straight to the medical room. Right then, everything seemed to shift. Suwon sat quietly in the medical room, her eyes locked on the word pregnant printed on her test results. A rush of different feelings washed over her all at once. Shock, worry, and something she couldn't quite name. It was like her whole world paused for a second, leaving her unsure what to think or do next. Suwon felt all kinds of emotions swirling inside her, making it hard to even think straight. As she tried to calm down, she noticed Guju's worried voice coming from behind her, checking if she was okay. But Suwon couldn't bring herself to focus on his concern just yet. She quickly shifted to the side, using her body to hide the screen. Even though her heart was racing, she made herself stay cool on the outside. She told herself everything was okay. It was just a regular checkup, nothing wild. She tried to act totally chill, convincing herself and anyone watching that she was perfectly fine. She had this weird look on her face like something was off. Guju got curious and tried to come over to see the report for himself, but Suwen quickly stopped him. She wasn't sure if the report was right and felt like she needed to double-check everything before letting anyone else see. Guju could only wait while she got ready to test it again. Her eyes showed just how worried she was. He noticed right away and did his best to comfort her, being so gentle and caring. No matter what was going on with her health, he was determined to help her get better, promising himself that he'd do everything he could for Suwon. She glanced at him, her eyes shining with a mix of shyness and something sweet and nervous. She hesitated forever, her heart racing, but after what felt like ages, she finally found the courage to speak up, even though she was super anxious about it. She blinked, surprised by the question. The topic felt a little random, and she wasn't sure how to react at first. Still, she wondered if maybe they were just trying to get to know her better or figure out what she was like. She was a little surprised at first, but then the corners of her lips started to curl up. He couldn't help but smile, his lips curving up just a little. Suddenly, his eyes widened like he hadn't seen that coming at all. He looked over at Suwon, clearly unsure but hoping for something. Meanwhile, Suwon's cheeks turned bright pink, her face giving away everything she was feeling before she could even say a word. Am softly reacted, barely believing what was happening. It had only happened twice, and yet things already felt so different. When Sue heard what they said, and her whole face just lit up with pride. She couldn't help but think of herself as the most amazing beast man around. But then, something made her hesitate. She couldn't shake the feeling that maybe the test was wrong. Watching her, Guju started to think that Su S1 didn't actually want the baby. Suddenly, Su S1 rushed to do something, almost like she was panicking. She waved her hand, feeling a little overwhelmed. She didn't actually want to say no, it was just all happening so fast. Her heart raced and she tried to keep it cool, but everything felt kind of out of nowhere. She gently ran her hand over Suwon's head, trying to comfort her and let her know everything would be okay. She promised herself she would handle it all. After reassuring everyone, she got ready to step up and take control of the situation, determined not to let anyone down. He gently carried Suwon back to his lounge, making sure she was comfortable. He even hurried to pull out his bed, wanting her to have a cozy place to rest. They ended up calling a military doctor to check on her. She could barely process what was happening, her mind spinning as she tried to hold it together. A senior military doctor was assigned to look after her during this trip. Her name was Wei King, and she seemed ready to jump in and help at a moment's notice. After that, Wei King decided to check on Suwon again, just to be extra sure everything was okay. The tests showed that Suwon and her baby were both super healthy, which made everyone feel relieved. Plus, from what they could see, it looked like her baby would probably be a beastman. As soon as she found out, when Suwon heard the news, she was totally caught off guard, but also super happy. All these thoughts started racing through her mind, and she just had to know what this meant for her. Was she still allowed to join the military training? Her curiosity was off the charts, and she felt a mix of excitement and relief bubbling up inside her. She smiled warmly, letting her happiness show, and reassured her that everything was going perfectly. The baby's health was great, with all the signs looking really good. Sometimes it might even come through for her when things get scary. Out of nowhere, Suwan suddenly realized she had something special now. A sort of secret advantage, like a golden cheat code dropped right into her life. For a second, it felt almost unreal, like she'd just leveled up in a game without even trying. Wan found out she was pregnant. The commander, she used to act all distant and mysterious, but now she just can't stop talking. There was a little puppy surrounded by her sisters, one walking ahead and another following closely behind. If she ever started to feel tired or a bit off, her sisters would encourage her to take it easy and rest for a while. Ju couldn't stand the thought of leaving now, not even for a second. She couldn't stop thinking about him, especially now that his military training was almost over. The thought of being together after everything they'd been through made her heart flutter. She imagined a future where they could finally be together, maybe even get married once all the waiting was done. The idea felt both exciting and a little scary, but she couldn't help but smile whenever she pictured it. Wan glanced up, totally caught off guard. She realized Guju was right there, and the look in his eyes was so soft and caring. Even though she wondered if he was upset about their last wedding, Guju just shook his head, silently saying no. He understood that, back when they first got married, they kept everything a secret. They never told anyone who they really were, and that probably made her feel like something was missing. It was time for the wedding, but Suwan didn't have to stress about a thing. Everything was already under control. Guju had it all handled, making sure there was nothing for her to worry about. He leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead, and just like that, Suwan's heart fluttered. The moment felt so overwhelming that she couldn't help but feel dizzy, her knees giving out as she started to fall. Out of nowhere, her heart started to flutter, catching her off guard. Her mind wandered, drifting way back to memories she thought she'd left behind. There was a time, not so long ago, when everything felt different, almost like a fairy tale beginning. There was a time when Hugh Oyi acted super polite around her, always treating her with what looked like a lot of respect. But honestly, he was just the kind of manager who kept his distance and didn't really get involved. In the end, that's all it really was. He didn't even show up at the wedding. And now? Guju always went out of his way to look after her, paying attention to even the smallest things. Because of his thoughtful actions and how much effort he put in, she really felt special. Like someone who was genuinely loved and cared for. To her, he was a star, shining bright in her life. The difference was just so obvious, and honestly, who wouldn't feel something in that moment? Suwon felt herself getting emotional, but she still nodded, silently agreeing to go through with the wedding one more time. Right then, Dubai let the master know it was time to go check out what was happening with the insect tribe. Guju got up, ready to head out. She jumped a little at the sudden noise, but even then she couldn't stop herself from checking on Suwon again and again. If Suwon started to feel weird or uncomfortable during the training, she wanted her to stop right away, no matter what. The lounge was a bit more comfortable anyway, so there was no need to push through if it got to be too much. She already had access, and Wan King's contact info had landed in her messages too. Baihu even set up a secret, super secure chat just for her, so reaching out whenever she needed was no problem. Meanwhile, Guju was being extra, fussing over every little thing like always. Suwon felt a smile spreading across her face. She couldn't help but notice how chatty things had gotten, which was kind of cute. Guju seemed to pick up on it too, flashing a smile right back at her. The whole vibe between them felt lighter, almost like they were sharing some inside joke. She gave a soft, knowing smile, like she was in on a little secret. With a quick glance, she let them know to hang tight. She'd be back before they knew it. And just like that, Guju grabbed her phone and called Guzalin, wanting to let him know she was planning another wedding. Honestly, Guzalin didn't really seem shocked, almost like he knew this was coming all along. At that moment, Guju kept going and let Zilan know she was about to have a new little cousin, maybe even a little cousin's sister. Hearing this, Zilan's mind started racing with all the possibilities, her heart skipping a beat as she pictured what it'd be like to have another tiny family member around. Han couldn't help feeling excited. She always thought her uncle would end up alone, but now, seeing everything unfold, she was honestly surprised. She never imagined her life would change this much. Getting married was already a huge surprise, but now she was about to become a parent too. The more she thought about it, the more butterflies she felt in her stomach. As Alan kept talking, his excitement just kept growing. He could barely sit still. He was so ready to help his uncle plan what he was sure would be the most over-the-top wedding ever. His mind was racing with ideas, and honestly, he couldn't even calm down enough to think straight. But before he could snap out of it, something urgent happened on Guju's side. Suddenly, Officer Li Ru rushed over to the commander with some big news. They'd spotted a whole bunch of insect tribes, plus a new construction ship that looked totally wrecked. Everything started feeling a lot more intense, and Guju's whole team kicked into high alert. She quickly made up her mind and sent out the word for all the new builds to team up and go after the group. The plan was simple: take them down fast, no messing around. This time, Su-won grabbed her phone and scrolled through her contacts until she found Lin Rainey's mom, ready to make the call. She had some really exciting news she couldn't wait to share. She was pregnant, and just thinking about it made her heart race with happiness. Everything felt a little brighter, and now she wanted everyone, especially Lin Rain, to know about this new chapter in her life. She looked totally surprised, her eyes lighting up with excitement. She was already getting eager to see what would happen next. Suwon and her mom headed out to the military training base, where Suwon would take care of her little girl. Suwon tried to keep things light, giving her mom a warm smile and doing her best to make sure she didn't stress out. She wanted her mom to know that everything was okay and that her baby was happy and healthy. She started thinking about having another wedding and figured she might need her mom's help this time. Her mom seemed totally excited about it. She nodded, feeling a little lighter, and then decided to share some happy news with Suwon. Her mom's divorce just got approved, and it looked like Commander Gu actually helped make it happen. Suwon's eyes lit up, surprised but kind of relieved, knowing things might finally start getting better. Suwon felt a little surprised. She realized he'd never brought it up before. She just had to wait and hope for the right moment to ask him about it. But then, Zhao Bai spoke up and reminded everyone that it was time for military training. So, Suwon had no choice but to head out and join the others. Sue ended the call with her mom, feeling pretty satisfied. She had gotten her way this time. Victory was hers. She really believed she was about to get some kind of special power-up, like everything would suddenly go her way. That morning felt different. She never really thought about getting sick. It just wasn't something that happened to her. But out of nowhere, everything changed. Out of nowhere, just thinking about her ex made her stomach turn. Luo Jin aloha. She found out from her sister that Suwon was pregnant, and she just had to check if it was true. When Suwon nodded and confirmed it, Shengen was absolutely over the moon. He was so surprised that he accidentally sprayed mineral water all over the place. Suwon's face changed in an instant, totally caught off guard by what just happened. She quickly motioned to the other two, hoping they'd understand not to spill the tea. "Girl!" Suwon's friends looked worried, thinking her body might not be strong enough for all this tough training. But Suwon just smiled, totally chill, letting them know her doctor had already given her the green light. Right in that moment, as she was reassuring everyone, a voice she recognized called out from nearby. Someone was asking if she was okay, wondering out loud if she was sick, and calling her name with concern. She glanced up and spotted Su Min, totally cozy with Huo Yicheng, their arms linked as they walked straight toward her. Han shot back with an annoyed look, clearly not in the mood. She wondered why Huo Yicheng was even getting involved, feeling like this honestly had nothing to do with him. She quickly pulled her arm away from Su-man, not wanting him to hold on to her for even a second longer. She always found herself worrying about Suwon even when she tried not to. Suwon was just always on her mind, no matter what. She suddenly felt her stomach twist, a wave of queasiness washing over her. As she moved closer, her heart started beating a little faster, like something big was about to happen. The more Huo Yicheng won, the more she felt like everything was just slipping away. When the next season rolled around, things didn't get any easier. Second, there was a sudden splash. Su-won couldn't hold it in anymore. She ended up throwing up all over Huo Yicheng. And didn't even hesitate. She rushed over and caught Su-won before she could fall. Su-won just stood there, completely dazed, like her brain needed a second to catch up. It took her a moment to realize what had even happened. Suddenly, it hit her. This had to be the infamous morning sickness everyone always talked about. She couldn't help but think that this so-called magical power was totally out to get her, maybe even trying to mess with her just because of her dad. As Su-won slowly came back to her senses, the whole situation felt almost unreal. She tried to keep her cool but suddenly realized everyone, her teammates and even her rivals, were staring right at her. Feeling a bit nervous but not wanting to show it, she put on a smile, hoping no one could tell how flustered she really was. She shifted awkwardly, trying to play it cool. Honestly, she just had a bit of a stomachache, nothing major. Sue might have noticed, but she hoped no one would make a big deal about it. She let out a cold, annoyed snort. Anyone could see she did it on purpose. Even though she kept searching for excuses, Sue Won could only sigh, feeling a little defeated. Sue Man couldn't help but feel a wave of annoyance rush over her. The moment she saw the two of them together, all she could think about was Huo Yicheng, and honestly, it kinda made her sick. She was totally stunned, not even sure what to say next. Instinctively, she turned to Huo Yicheng, hoping he'd step in or at least give her some support. But he just stayed quiet, offering no help at all. The afternoon dragged on, leaving her feeling awkward and kind of alone. June's competition finally kicked off, and everyone was buzzing with excitement. Her group was split into two teams for a relay race that wasn't just about running. There were 4 different challenges. First up was swimming, and then came the high jump, the long jump, and even a climbing event. It was a lot, but June could feel the adrenaline rushing through her, ready to take on whatever came next. Somehow, fate pulled them closer, turning them into a team standing strong against Su Man and Huo Yecheng. She teamed up with Sheng En and 2 other boys. One of the boys stuck close to Sheng En, clearly part of their crew. Alex had this bright green hair that really stood out, and he was actually a beastman. As soon as he spotted Suwon, his whole face just lit up with a huge smile. Without missing a beat, he threw Suwon a playful wink, making the moment feel a little more fun and unexpected. She looked at her eyes shining with excitement. Commander Gu was her absolute idol-like top-tier goals. Deep down, she promised herself she'd look out for Su Wen no matter what. Meanwhile, the other boy watched them from the side, uncertain what to do next. Her name was Lim Yu. She had black hair and deep black eyes, giving off a soft and gentle vibe. Su Chi-won noticed this right away. She felt pretty good about how things were going. A mix of brains and athletic skills, honestly, it was kind of perfect. With the way today's competition was shaping up, she felt like she had it in the bag. Alex had stepped up to pick the high jump, which was totally her thing. She knew she could clear 4 meters without breaking a sweat and was already picturing herself snagging first place. For her, it all seemed super easy. Suwon couldn't help but think how lucky it was that the base actually had gravity. If it didn't, that little one would totally float away and disappear into the sky. Meanwhile, Alex just smiled to herself, clearly amused by the whole thing. Everyone started smiling and nodding, clearly impressed. Some even hyped her up, making her feel like she was totally winning in that moment. A few others jumped in, showing their support and making the whole vibe feel super positive. In the end, Shang An decided to take on the challenge of climbing and also signed up to handle the long jump. Su Wan went for swimming, feeling like that was more her vibe. Su Man watched Su Wan with a look that gave off seriously bad vibes. Just like everyone thought, she picked the exact same swimming event as Su Wan on purpose, just so she could go up against her. Before the competition even kicked off, she was already trying to outshine everyone. It was like she wanted to be number 1 before things even got started, making the others feel the pressure right from the beginning. She couldn't help but use a bit of sarcasm to stir things up. Her mom was almost done. She'd be released soon, right after the military training. Su Wan just had to hang tight and wait for everything to play out. She didn't really care at all. Instead, she copied that harsh attitude right back, yelling at Su like she was trying to prove a point. She brought up how Sue's mom was getting out of prison soon, but in the end, Sue came out on top. Everyone always said she was the daughter of the galaxy's most powerful commander, and honestly, she totally lived up to the hype. She wasn't just any kid, she was like this little electric spark, full of energy and surprises. People couldn't help but notice how much she took after her dad, especially with those bold, determined features. Her look just screamed confidence, making it clear she was ready to take on the universe. It honestly looked like she had just devoured 1,000 fiery eyes, all dramatic and unbothered. Anyone could tell Su-won was totally doing this on purpose. She couldn't help but laugh, feeling proud of herself for stirring things up. She smiled and nodded, feeling genuinely happy, right when Su-man was nearby. Su-man totally spaced out for a second, and before she knew it, Su-won had already splashed into the water first. Su-man just stood there, her eyes going wide with pure shock. Someone had already reported Su-won to the instructor for breaking the rules. The instructor looked at her with that sharp, annoyed stare, like she'd just ruined the vibe. The competition was already in full swing, and Su-won could feel the pressure building. She hesitated at the edge, not really wanting to get into the water, but eventually gave in and jumped. For just a second, there was a sharp, almost mean look in her eyes. If Su-won was going to act like this, she thought, then whatever happened next was on her. She was just about to cross the finish line when, out of nowhere, something unexpected happened. Su-won noticed a weird feeling drifting through the water, almost like a soft buzz spreading around her. Her arms and legs started to tingle just a little, making her skin prickle. Curious and a bit uneasy, she slowly turned to see what was happening behind her. She spun around all of a sudden and spotted the necklace hanging around Suman's neck, glowing with this weird, almost magical light. Instantly, her heart dropped. She never thought Suman would go this far just to win. Using shady tricks like that felt so off. For a second, even Suman looked kind of unsure, like she was debating whether she should just come clean and tell the instructor. Right then, everything felt tense and uncertain. Right then, a bunch of protests started coming from the nearby competition area. The instructor, who honestly looked like she never smiled, just brushed them off and made it clear that unless someone was cheating or got hurt, the competition was going to keep going. In the end, Sue came out on top and won. Suman got it right away. When someone messed up just a little, like she did, the instructor usually didn't step in or make a big deal. Soo-won, though, was totally stressed out. She started to feel a little anxious. It wasn't about herself. She wasn't scared of getting injured or anything like that. What really had her on edge was the tiny baby growing inside her. As Soo-man kept coming closer, Soo-won wondered if she should just push through and make it to the finish line before anyone else. Right at that moment, something happened. Soo-won noticed a gentle warmth spreading through her lower belly, almost like a cozy hug from the inside. Suddenly, it was like her energy came rushing back. She didn't feel tired anymore. Happiness bubbled up inside her, and she couldn't help but think how her baby was like her own little secret power-up. Anyone looking at Soo-won right then would see that special glow on her face. She saw him again. That confident little smile she had been wearing totally disappeared. Panic hit her all at once as she realized something was seriously wrong. Her arms and legs started to tingle and then go numb no matter how hard she tried to move. It was like her whole body was slowly slipping away from her, and she couldn't do anything to stop it. She felt like she was sinking, while at the same time everything else kept moving around her. On Soo-won's side, she finally made it to the shore. A little out of breath, but safe. Sheng-en rushed over right away, worry written all over his face. He looked like he wanted to make sure she was really okay. Soo-won just shook her head and tried to brush it off, acting like it was no big deal even though she was clearly still a little shaken up. Lin Yu stepped in and offered a hand to Soo-en, trying to help out and keep everyone calm. Sue reached for a towel, trying to be gentle, but her heart was racing like crazy. Her heart started beating faster. At the same time, everyone could see that Soo-min had already passed out in the water. Right after that, the instructor. Someone quickly pulled Soo-min out of the water. Meanwhile, her teammate was being super dramatic, accusing Soo-an of cheating even though she was the one actually playing dirty. All the rumors and accusations felt so unfair, but Soo-an just let it all out, not holding back her frustration anymore. She let out a cold laugh, her eyes full of obvious dislike. There was something off about the necklace Soo-min was wearing. It definitely stood out, almost begging for someone to notice. The instructor needed to pay attention to that strange accessory. As soon as the instructor, everyone could see now that it really was just a tiny gadget meant to give off a small electric shock. Soo-man ended up getting caught for using stuff she wasn't supposed to. Because of that, her group's results didn't count anymore. It turned out the other 3 groups were in the same boat too. Even Ho Yi-chang couldn't help but glare at Soo-man, his eyes full of resentment, and it wasn't just him. Everyone else was giving her the same look. Adolf quickly picked up on the mood, realizing something was definitely off. Soo-won nearly got into trouble during the competition, her nerves totally frazzled. She was so anxious, it was like she couldn't sit still, fidgeting non-stop and practically tugging at her wig in panic. Luckily, things didn't spiral out of control. After the checkup, Soo-won's health looked okay for now, which made everyone let out a breath they didn't even realize they were holding. He finally felt like he could relax a little. After that, he made sure to tell the instructor that Soo-man and the commander's wife shouldn't be put in the same group again. When it came to competitions, the instructor understood just how important this was. Soo-man was officially out of the running now. Her group's results had been cancelled, so there was no way for her to catch up. Meanwhile, Soo-wan's group totally crushed it today. They'd done so well that they shot up into the top 100 rankings, and even Adolf Wei noticed their progress. He raised his hand, making it clear the instructor should step aside. He looked serious, obviously planning to let the commander know everything that just happened. At the same time, after a tough fight, Guju's whole suit was splattered with gross bug blood. While he was still catching his breath, Dubai slipped over beside him and let him know that she was calling. Out of nowhere, a soft smile lit up Guju's usually serious face. Right then, the projection started. As soon as the call connected, Soo-won's face popped up on the screen, totally lit up with excitement. She looked like she could barely hold in her news. She had something big to share with him, something that felt almost unbelievable. Lately, she was starting to think their baby was kind of electric, like there was something seriously special going on. The commander's ORC transformation was honestly next level. When she revealed her full form, everyone was totally shook. It turned out she was a frostwing wolf. The shimmering ice blue wings and sleek fur made her look both fierce and beautiful, leaving Su Wansong in complete awe. Watermelon juice splashed everywhere, covering Guju from head to toe. She immediately started worrying, her mind racing with thoughts about whether he was hurt. But Guju, he barely smiled, just a tiny lift at the corners of his mouth. It was only some bug blood, nothing major. Meanwhile, someone had just asked about what happened to the baby. Su Wan walked by, not really stopping or reacting, just moving along like everything was totally normal. At today's competition, Su Man tried to mess with her by using electricity, hoping to hurt her. But things totally backfired. Su Man ended up getting shocked instead. She couldn't help but think that maybe the baby was looking out for her. And then there was Su Wan. She tried to remember if there were any beastmen who just had electric powers from the start, but nothing came to mind. All this time, she'd been keeping everything to herself, not letting anyone see what she was really hiding. She felt a curiosity bubbling up inside her, so strong she could barely hold it in. She started wondering about herself, about her true self. What if she could turn into a full-on beast? The thought was wild, and her mind raced, trying to imagine what kind of animal she'd become if she could let her complete form show. In the future, there would be a tiny version of a Jew, complete with the cutest fluffy tail and the softest little ears. Just the thought of it made Su Wan's heart melt. She felt like she was about to melt. Out of nowhere, Guju suddenly appeared. She started talking about her full beast form. It was called the Frostwing Wolf, and her name in that form was Suwon Sudden. She snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling with excitement as soon as she heard about the Frostwing Wolf. Instantly, she started wondering if it really had huge wings and if she could maybe get a peek at them. Guju couldn't help but notice her sudden burst of curiosity. She could practically feel the happiness in her heart just from thinking about her wife's sweet words. But then, reality hit. She realized it would be over a month before they could actually see each other again. All she could do was daydream about Suwon Bling, counting down the days. She felt a little let down just as training time ended. With no choice but to rush, she quickly ended the call. After that, the call suddenly ended. Guju just sat frozen on the couch, not moving for what felt like forever. At least 3 whole minutes, totally shocked by what just happened. Big White, being super careful, brought up that General Adolf had sent over the official report about the time Mrs. had gotten electrocuted. Guju watched the full security footage, her heart pounding. It turned out exactly like Suwon had said. Su-man was stirring up drama again, and honestly, Guju was so done with it. Her face went cold. In the quiet villa over in the 3rd district, Duweiwei's phone buzzed with a message from Susan. The second she saw it, her heart started racing and she felt totally flustered. And then, Su-man popped into her thoughts, making her even more on edge. She realized she couldn't count on this one anymore. Now, all she could do was hold on to Susan, hoping for some kind of support. But right at that moment, something unexpected happened. The front door of the villa swung open on its own, and a group of interstellar police rushed in, all dressed in black combat suits. Their entrance was intense and kind of scary, making it clear they meant business. Duweiwei froze, her whole body shaking with fear as they surrounded her. Even though she'd already been let go before and wasn't supposed to be in trouble, her heart raced, not sure what was going to happen next. Meanwhile, a man nearby calmly reminded everyone that he'd already been released and wasn't facing any charges. The whole thing happened so casually. They got the tip, and suddenly she was at the center of it all, suspected of being mixed up in yet another space pirate situation. The authorities wanted her to come with them and help out with the investigation. As soon as he finished talking, everything changed. As the room buzzed with tension, 2 interstellar police officers suddenly moved in and grabbed Duweiwei. Without giving her a chance to react, they led her away, leaving the living room atmosphere even heavier than before. In a quiet room just next door in the 2nd district, Lin Rainy Wei's dad, her uncle, and her cousin were all sitting together looking super serious. Everyone in town knew about Old Master Lin. He was that mysterious figure people whispered about, always dressed in simple clothes and walking with a quiet confidence. Even though he didn't say much, there was something about him that made everyone curious. Some people thought he was strict, others thought he was wise, but no one could deny the respect he got wherever he went. Renyu couldn't help but stare at Suzanne, her eyes locked in a mix of surprise and confusion. Growing up, Renyu had always been surrounded by love in her family, never really facing anything that hurt her deeply. Moments like this, where things felt unfair or harsh, were totally new to her. He shamelessly took the credit, acting like nothing was wrong. He, on the other hand, never even considered getting a divorce. Old Master Lin just scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Everyone already knew about what had happened to Duweiwei. Meanwhile, Uncle Lin was completely involved in everything going on. There was more teasing from the sidelines. It seemed like everything was just falling into place for her. Some people just had that kind of luck. There was even someone ready to step in and look after her daughter, too. It looked like both mother and daughter had someone watching out for them. But then, there was Suzanne. Ben made it clear that all he wanted was to look after Renew. His focus wasn't on anything else, not even what old Master Lin might think. Taking care of Renew was all that mattered to him right then. Lin honestly couldn't be bothered to argue with him any longer. If it wasn't for the respect she had for the old man, the guys in her family probably would have already taught him a lesson. In the end, Susan had no choice but to walk away, feeling completely embarrassed. She heard a bunch of noise and quickly rushed over, curiosity getting the best of her. It sounded like someone had just shown up. She was pretty sure she caught a noise just now. The guys from the Lin Fag. The whole family answered at the exact same time, almost like they had rehearsed it. She figured she must have heard it wrong. There was no way old Master Lin actually said that. Lin, wanting to avoid the awkward moment, switched topics right away. She started wondering if Suwon's military training was still going on, since it felt like forever since she'd last seen her favorite person. Lin's granddaughter, Renu, just smiled at the question, looking amused. There was still about 2 weeks left before their training would be over. Sue just wouldn't do it. He was just too much. Like, seriously, who did he think he was? While the commander was away, this guy actually wanted to sneak in and take her with him. It was almost like he was trying to steal her right out from under everyone's noses, even though the military was still around. Training isn't even close to being done, but Regina already feels completely wiped out. She's so exhausted that she can't hold back her tears, just wanting it all to stop. Every single day feels like the same struggle, leaving her totally drained and overwhelmed. She found herself moving between tough workouts and all kinds of competitions, sometimes facing challenges alone and other times working with her team. Regina used to be the kind of girl everyone called delicate, pretty, graceful, and soft-spoken. But now, she's been transformed into the total opposite, stuck in the body of a tough, rough-around-the-edges guy. She totally lost it and started ranting nonstop, her complaints coming out as fast as a machine gun. Suwon just smiled and tried to make her feel better, saying she should treat it like a workout for her body. Meanwhile, Shang-an watched the whole thing unfold. She was totally used to Regina's daily rants by now. It was basically her background noise. Instead of reacting, she just glanced over at Suwon, her face full of worry. Suwon felt her heart skip a beat at the news. She was pregnant. As the words sank in, a wave of worry washed over her. Could her body really handle this? Slowly, she lifted her head, feeling a mix of shock and uncertainty. A little smile played at the corners of her mouth. Lately, she'd been feeling stronger, like her energy was finally coming back. It was no big deal. She could totally handle it. She couldn't help feeling curious, wondering if it was a boy or a girl. Suwon's lips curled up into a gentle smile. She picked up a tiny cake and took a bite, not really caring if it was something typically for boys or girls. She honestly liked both. After a moment, she paused. She mentioned Gina, pointing out that this baby was from the same generation as her. Regina's mood instantly dropped, and she just couldn't argue back. Eventually, she actually spoke right to Juan's belly, acting like it could hear her or something. It didn't matter if someone was a little brother or a little sister. Sue Wayne was the kind of person who always promised to look out for them. She had this way of making people feel safe, like she'd have their back no matter what. Even when things got a little chaotic, Sue Wayne just stepped up, ready to take care of everyone around her. She was totally lost in thought, her mouth hanging open in shock. Even Shen was surprised. He was usually so serious, but even he couldn't stop a tiny smile from sneaking onto his face. That's when Regina suddenly, she reached out her hand, clearly wanting something up front. Basically, she was hoping to get some protection money before anything else happened. She couldn't stop thinking about the huge meal Suwon always puts together. Just imagining all that delicious food made her stomach rumble, and she wished she could have it right now. Shang nodded, and Suwon quickly went along with it. She nodded, settling on the idea to hit up Guju's exclusive lounge. She wanted to make a statement and show everyone what she was really about. After getting ready, she felt a little thrill, knowing tonight was her chance to turn heads. After Ju agreed, Suwon led her roommates to the lounge. Regina was the one who came up with an idea. She decided to call Alex and Lin Yu too. Suwon agreed right away, so they all ended up getting together. While she waited for just a moment, as the elevator doors slid open, they suddenly found themselves face to face with Director Murray from the Imperial University Military Academy. For a second, everyone just kind of froze, not really sure what to do next. Their smiles disappeared in a split second. Everyone straightened up and stood super still, giving a sharp salute. Murray's whole vibe changed. She looked totally serious now. When someone asked about their plans, Suwon jumped in right away, saying they were just chilling for the afternoon. She mentioned that her friends were curious about her cooking skills and wanted to try her food. Luckily, Commander Gu's kitchen had everything they needed, so they decided to head over there. Murray seemed a little confused at first. She didn't know Suwon could actually cook. Suwon just smiled and nodded, totally confident. Her family owned a restaurant, so she already knew how to cook up a few dishes. Out of nowhere, she turned to director Murray and invited him to join them, which was honestly pretty surprising. Lemuri totally agreed right then. In that moment, she just knew she felt the same way. The room went so quiet, it felt like the silence was screaming. She nervously shuffled her toes in the dirt, hoping no one really noticed. Trying to keep things low-key, she gave Alex a little nudge, hinting that it was time for him to go talk to Murray. Alex wasn't having it. She pouted, totally clueless about who he was. Murray looked like she was about to explain, but didn't get the chance. He reached for his cigarette, but then his hand froze. Looking up, he locked eyes with Sick, and everything seemed to pause for a second. Suwon looked over, her eyes gentle but a little serious. He noticed her watching and quietly put his cigarette away, suddenly remembering that she wasn't comfortable around smoke. Suwon smiled at him, her expression softening, like she appreciated his small gesture. She smiled politely, feeling a little awkward but grateful. She wanted to let Director Mew know she appreciated the concern, even if she didn't need anything right now. Meanwhile, Murray quickly put away the cigarette, trying to keep things chill and not draw any more attention. He slipped something into his pocket and, just like that, changed the subject. Suwon felt a little caught off guard when he started talking about her talents, wondering if she'd ever thought about switching majors. It felt so random, but she could tell he was actually curious. The dumpling was all wrapped up, neatly sealed and ready to go. Suwon had already finished hers, feeling pretty proud of herself for getting it done so quickly. She realized the decision had already been made. She never really thought about needing a stepdad. It was just her and her mom, and honestly, they were like the dream team, totally in sync and happy with the way things were back then. Murray had her sights set on Suwon, hoping she'd join the military command academy and be part of the command department. But Suwon just wasn't into it. She was a beastman, but honestly, her confidence wasn't all that solid. The thought of facing the command department's super high standards totally freaked her out. Worried she wouldn't measure up, she rushed, her heart pounding with nerves. She was a beast girl, totally standing out from everyone else. Honestly, if the military academy didn't have all those rules about where you're from, she'd probably be their top pick. Murray let her take charge, pretty much letting her do what she needed to do. She turned to Chang'en, looking pretty pleased. It was obvious that Chang'en had already made it onto the list of outstanding students, which was a big deal. Even with that, though, there was still this hope that Suwon would step up her game too. Anyone could totally join. Being in shape wasn't really an issue, and honestly, anyone could work on their mindset and get better at it too. She just felt it deep down, like her soul had already wandered through ancient Earth before. No wonder her mind was all over the place sometimes. But honestly, none of that could explain what was happening now. It was just one of those moments that felt impossible to put into words. She honestly had no idea how to explain what was going on, so she just said she'd have to talk to the commander before giving any answers. As soon as Murray heard her mention the commander, he pretty much backed off and stopped asking questions. Things got quiet for a bit after that. Suwon moved quickly, her hands confident as she wrapped another plate of shrimp dumplings. Each dumpling looked almost too pretty to eat, with neat little folds that showed just how much she cared about getting them perfect. Huh? The moment she walked in, everyone couldn't help but stare. Her look caught their attention right away, and admiration practically filled the room. It seemed like everyone wanted to be around her, hoping to pick up some of her style or just learn from her vibe. Suwon stood out without even trying. She seemed pretty chill about everything and was ready to jump right into the lesson. Everyone grabbed a dumpling wrapper, following her lead as she got things started. She glanced over at Murray, who was just chilling nearby with a cup of tea in his hand. With a big burst of energy, she waved him over, hoping he'd want to join in. Even though Murray looked pretty relaxed in his own world, she couldn't help but try and pull him into the moment. He felt a little shy, but he still agreed with a happy smile. Suwon carried on, not missing a beat. She carefully scooped just the right amount of filling and shrimp onto each wrapper, making sure not to overdo it. After a while, everyone felt totally stuffed. She started off feeling super confident, totally sure this was going to be easy. She thought she'd get the hang of it right away. But when it actually came down to it, they watched as Suwon's hands moved super fast, wrapping up the dumpling like she'd done this a million times. Her fingers just seemed to know exactly what to do, working together so smoothly as she pinched the edges closed. For a second, it felt like everything else faded away. Everyone was just totally focused on her and the dumpling in her hands. Right in front of them, Suwon moved so fast it looked like she had a bunch of hands at once. Everything happened in a split second, almost too quick to even process. There it was, right in front of her, one flawless dumpling, looking almost too good to be true. She couldn't help but stare, wondering how something so perfect just appeared out of nowhere. It was like a little mystery, sitting there on the plate, totally unexplained. Murray ended up being the first to find out, which totally caught Alex off guard. She was so surprised, her mouth almost fell open. Instinctively, she leaned in closer, trying to process what had just happened. She drifted over to Murray's side, playfully teasing him about how he seemed to have everything under control. She couldn't help but wonder if he was the type to help his wife out with chores at home, thinking his future partner was definitely going to be lucky. Murray glanced down, a little shy, and let her know he wasn't married yet, but he admitted he was totally capable when it came to housework, quickly steering the conversation away before anyone could dig deeper. Alex's face suddenly turned serious. To him, a wife was someone special, a real part of the family, not just someone there to do chores. He believed she deserved to be loved and looked after, not treated like a maid. The moment he shared this, everything seemed to shift. Sue Blonde just had a feeling about Murray. He seemed like he'd make a great stepdad. He was kind, good-looking, and came from a nice family, so he checked all the boxes in her mind. Meanwhile, Alex was totally thrown off by everything that was happening. She kept wondering about Mr. Murray, thinking he was so impressive. At 39, he still wasn't married, and she couldn't help but ask herself if maybe his expectations for a partner were just way too high. Suwon was curious too, wanting to know what was really going on. Sue glanced at Murray with curiosity, her mind spinning with questions. She couldn't help but wonder why someone as amazing and good-looking as him was still single. Was there some secret reason behind it? While she was lost in her thoughts, Murray caught on to her attention. She noticed Juan giving her a weird look, so she quickly switched things up and suggested that everyone focus on wrapping dumplings. For a second, the whole room buzzed with laughter and good vibes. Everyone was totally focused on making dumplings, each person in their own little spot trying to get it just right. Alex and Riza were right there in the mix, both super into it, but also having the best time with everyone else. Regina and her cheerful rival were in the kitchen together, trying to make dumplings. Even though they were both smiling and having fun, things could totally go sideways at any moment. Sheng En was totally freaking out. The shrimp she was holding slipped right out of her hand like it was trying to escape, shooting through the air way faster than she expected. Somehow, it landed exactly where she didn't want it to, making the whole moment even more chaotic. Rain poured down on her, soaking her hair and clothes until she was completely drenched. When someone saw her standing there, shivering and dripping water, they couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy. Everyone totally lost it and started laughing way too hard, like they just couldn't control themselves. Xing An felt so awkward, her face went bright red and she just wanted to disappear. She kept saying sorry over and over, wishing the ground would swallow her up. Meanwhile, Murray was just watching the whole thing unfold. The younger kids ran around, laughing and playing without a care in the world. She watched them, quietly wishing she could feel that kind of joy again. Because honestly, being young just seemed so much easier. At that moment, everything changed. His eyes went wide, shrinking like he'd just seen something totally shocking. Right in front of him, the commander got up, making everything feel even more intense. She just stood there, her face totally unreadable, eyes locked on Suwon. Suwon had just dropped a few casual compliments about some other guys, not thinking much of it. But the commander? He got jealous in a heartbeat, like seriously old-school jealous. Suddenly, Suwon felt his hand on hers, and it was obvious he was not about to let her attention wander to anyone else. She reached out to grab a shrimp but suddenly stopped, her hand hovering in midair. When she glanced up, she noticed Guju standing there, face totally unreadable. Her mind started racing. Why hadn't he let her know he was coming back? Guju's eyes were impossible to figure out, leaving her feeling both surprised and a little nervous. He couldn't help but show a flicker of annoyance. His lips pressed into a thin line, making it pretty obvious he wasn't happy. Her lips stayed just a little bit open, but her face didn't give away how she was feeling at all. She seemed totally unbothered, like nothing anyone did could affect her. With that, the others just kept going, not paying her any extra attention after she spoke. He turned around and, with those long legs of his, headed straight for the bedroom. Just like that, he was gone in a flash, leaving her standing there, a little stunned. The vibe in the room instantly turned icy. It was clear things were not looking good. Sensing the tension, Murray quickly came up with a reason to make her exit. That left just the four of them standing there, the air thick with awkwardness. Only a few were left, standing there like lost little lambs, their eyes full of worry as they glanced over at Suwon. Suwon decided she'd take care of the dumplings, planning to fry them up and bring them back for everyone to enjoy. Regina watched her and couldn't resist giving her a thumbs up. Suwon was just that generous. Even though the commander had a stare that felt like it could slice right through you, it didn't scare Alex at all. He was totally starstruck, low-key obsessed with being near the commander. Honestly, the guy was ridiculously good-looking, and Alex couldn't get over it. And of course, Chang was right there beside him, making the whole scene even more interesting. She had been holding her breath for what felt like forever, totally frozen with nerves. The commander's intense vibe made the air feel heavy, and Alex couldn't help but lean in closer, her heart racing. Lin Yu felt someone lean in close, quietly hinting that they should sneak off soon. The commander's mood was definitely off, and Lin Yu couldn't help but feel anxious. She wondered if he might end up taking his frustration out on Suwon. Right then, Regina jumped in, breaking up the tense moment. The commander always treated Suwon really well, so she didn't have to worry about him getting mad at her. But for everyone else, things weren't so certain. They might not get off so easy. All this was going on at the same time as something else. There's no scene or action to describe right now, just an empty space, like a blank file waiting to be filled with stories. It feels like that moment before anything exciting happens, when everything's possible and the story hasn't started yet. Guju stood there, totally focused as she changed her clothes, her expression all serious like she was gearing up for something big. Dubai watched her, noticing how confident and experienced she seemed, almost like she'd done this a million times before. Seeing the worried look on his master's face, he rushed over to try and cheer him up. Honestly, there was no need to stress. There was no way the lady would ever be into someone like that. If she even glanced over, it'd probably be for one of the other two younger guys anyway. Meanwhile, Dubai was just making things worse, stirring up even more drama. It seemed like Guju needed to step in before things totally spiraled out of control. She shot him a death glare without even thinking. In her head, she was like, ugh, I could totally just end Murray right now. But then she remembered. He was her junior, which made things complicated. Suddenly, Dubai's name popped into her mind, cutting her thoughts short. She felt a chill run through her, making her second guess what she'd just said. Realizing her mistake, she quickly tried to fix it. Compared to everyone else, her master was actually younger. After a few moments, the conversation moved on. Guju slipped into her new outfit, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves as she finished getting ready. She paused for a second and turned to Dubai, wanting to know if she really looked fierce. She hoped Dubai would be honest with her. The lady's friend had definitely been freaked out by her just a moment ago. When Guju realized what had happened, she couldn't help but notice the tension in the air. He was feeling a little low, and it took him a while to shake it off. It took Soo-won a good 30 minutes to finally step out of her bedroom. As soon as she did, she could tell right away that Guju wasn't feeling great. Soo-won couldn't help but worry that maybe Guju's mood was actually her fault, and that made her feel even more uneasy. She had invited her friends to hang out at the lounge, but after that, she decided she wouldn't bring anyone else there anymore. Soo-won felt a wave of relief wash over her when he reassured her that everything was fine. He let her know she could hang out in the lounge whenever she wanted. At first, he had just assumed it would only be her and her roommate there, but now he didn't seem to mind at all. Alex and Ling Yu were actually the teammates they'd invited to join the team. It just happened that Director Mu brought up Murray during a random conversation, almost like it was just a coincidence. Soo-won couldn't stop talking, going on and on about how chill he was. She even got a little brave and asked if there were a lot of people at the academy interested in her. Guju listened quietly to his wife, taking it all in. She found herself thinking about how amazing someone else was, admiring all the little things he did. His face started to look even gloomier, and the mood around him got colder. She could tell he was not happy at all, especially when he suddenly questioned if she actually liked the other guy. The commander's energy totally shifted, making everything feel super tense. Her mood started shifting way earlier than usual. While she was still asleep, he decided to make a move, catching her totally off guard. Meanwhile, Soo-won started asking about her, clearly curious about what was going on. Murray was in a tough spot, and Guju's jealousy was totally out of control. Meanwhile, Soo-won had no clue about what was really going on. She just assumed he wasn't feeling well and kept worrying about him, not realizing there was so much more happening behind the scenes. She remembered how he seemed totally fine the last time they saw each other. Maybe he was just exhausted from working too much lately? She responded with a gentle, caring vibe, hoping to make him feel a little better. She made a mental note to remind him to shower later and get some good rest. Since she had a bit of free time, she figured she might as well make the most of it. It was Guju's turn in the shower, so Soo-won decided to start a video call with her roommates. Shang-in jumped in right away, always the first to get nosy about what was going on. Everyone could tell Soo-won was a little worried about whether the commander was mad at her. Regina, with her usual mischievous grin, hinted that the commander had his own unique way of dealing with things when it came to Soo-won. Shang-in's eyes lit up, clearly interested in the drama that was about to unfold. Things just got real. Soo-won was actually pregnant. After checking, it seemed like everything would be okay, even if the baby turned out to be a beastman. Hearing this news hit differently, and suddenly, everything felt a little more hopeful. Soo-won's face turned super red, and she just ended the call because she honestly didn't know what else to do. After that, she started thinking about reaching out directly. Murray snapped a cute photo of herself and sent it to her friend Lin Rainyu, who pretty much handled all her money stuff. She secretly hoped that maybe, just maybe, something could spark between them. She got the photo and couldn't help but gush over how handsome Murray looked. Soo-won felt a little flutter in her chest and decided to. She figured she might as well keep playing matchmaker. After all, no matter how anyone tried to spin it, Murray was way more good-looking than her dad, not even close. With that big problem finally out of the way, everything felt a little lighter. Sleepiness hit Suwon all at once, rolling over her like a wave she couldn't fight. Meanwhile, Guju had already he'd been in the bathroom forever, and everyone was starting to get a little worried since he still hadn't come out. Dabai decided she couldn't just sit around and wait, so she offered to go see what was going on. As soon as she reached the bathroom door quietly swung open, and there was Guju sitting on the floor right by the bathtub. He looked totally out of it, mumbling stuff under his breath about how his sister never liked him and never smiled at him the way she did with others. Dubai saw him and just knew right away. Guju's mood swings were acting up again, even earlier than usual. But Guju seemed completely stuck in his own little world, not noticing anything or anyone around him. Lost in his own thoughts, Guju just kept rambling to himself. She didn't remember anything about his manic phase, and honestly, she just ignored him now. She even went out of her way to help that other boy clean his hair, which stung a little. Huoye seemed to really like her, and it wasn't just him. Guys from their school liked her too. Even her roommates seemed to like her. Dubai couldn't stand listening to any more of this. Someone needed to snap Guju out of it. For the record, the girl's roommate was also a girl, so maybe he was overthinking. Whenever Guju went through his manic phase, he acted super childish and couldn't help but spiral. She couldn't sit still any longer. Still, out of nowhere, she stood up in the bathtub, right where she had been sitting. At the same time, everything seemed to happen all at once, making her feel like the world was spinning just a little bit faster. Time felt like it was barely moving. Every second seemed to stretch on forever, making her wonder if anything would ever actually change. It was one of those moments when she just sat there, wishing she could fast forward to something better, but all she could do was wait and let the minutes crawl by. Suwon was already fast asleep, cuddled up with her blanket. All around her was Guju's soft, comforting fluff, making everything feel extra cozy. The little creature curled up perfectly in Suwon's arms, looking super cozy. Guju watched her while she slept, and honestly, he just couldn't help himself. He had to lean in and give her a gentle kiss on the forehead. Suwon, completely out cold, looked so sweet and peaceful that it made Guju's protective side go into overdrive. He reached out with his long arm, totally possessive, and pulled her close, wanting to keep her all to himself. Even in her sleep, Suwon could kind of feel it, like she just knew she was safe with him. Something felt off in her dream, almost like a glitch in the middle of a good night's sleep. She slowly opened her eyes, just a little, and there was Guju, right in front of her. Her face was just inches away, way too close for comfort. Without even thinking about it, she pulled back a little, not sure what Guju was trying to do. All she wanted right then was to sleep, and honestly, she wasn't in the mood for any surprises or weirdness. Everything just felt totally unexpected. Guju reached out and grabbed her hand, holding on tight. His eyes looked dreamy, almost like there was a soft mist in them. He loved it whenever she called him, and maybe that's why his emotions started to feel extra intense, almost overwhelming. Because of this rush of feelings, Guju's mood started to shift way earlier than usual. Even though there was training coming up at M, all he could focus on was that electric moment between them. The next day rolled around, and Suwon ended up running late. She tried to slip in quietly, hoping no one would notice. Her heart was racing a little, worried someone might call her out, but she kept her head down and moved as fast as she could. She clenched her jaw, feeling the frustration build up inside. Honestly, it was all because of Guju. Everyone knew it. She wasn't the only one thinking it either. She scrunched up her nose, feeling extra sensitive lately. Maybe it was just those pregnancy hormones making her emotions swing all over the place. Even the smallest things seemed to get to her, and it just so happened that the commander always showed up at the worst times. Somehow, Suwon ended up getting mad at Guju without even realizing it. Even after remembering all the sweet things Guju did for her last night, she still felt annoyed, her frustration bubbling up all over again. She was so mad, it felt like even her teeth were tingling. And honestly, what made it all even more annoying was she couldn't remember a single thing. When she finally woke up, her whole body ached, every muscle feeling heavy and tired. Suwon, she was totally in a mood, feeling grumpy and just not having it today. She was totally out of it during morning training, barely paying attention. Meanwhile, one of her guy classmates was nearby, doing his own thing. Whoever tried to spar with her wasn't having a good day either. He got totally wrecked by her moves, not even standing a chance. Suwon sat there, her eyes stinging with tears after everything that had just happened. The guy from her class, clearly upset, tried to explain himself, but Suwon didn't really care. She just looked at him, totally unbothered, and thought to herself that he kind of reminded her of her ex. The guy seemed totally thrown off by that, not really sure what to say next. She totally disagreed in her mind, convinced she was way better looking than Hoi Yi-chung like 100 times over. Honestly, she'd rather face anything than let herself get embarrassed like that. But as always, things didn't really go her way. Suwon's mind caught on just a few words, can be killed. That was all she needed to hear. She actually felt kind of excited to help this guy out, since his request was so different and honestly pretty wild. Without hesitating, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to jump right in. Lope I, the very next moment, the boys in the class started freaking out so loudly it felt like their cries could be heard from miles away. Meanwhile, Luo, Gina, and Shai just stood there, taking it all in. Zhang and her friend just stood there, totally stunned. Neither of them could believe what had just happened, and for a moment, it felt like time had stopped. Su Wan is actually super genuine. Things felt extra scary today, and she couldn't help but wonder what the commander had actually done. Just then, tension hung in the air, making her heart race a little faster. Guju was hanging out with Adolf, while Murray stayed busy leading a meeting over at the command center. Meanwhile, Chef Hu Zigao had someone by his side too, caught up in his own world. She walked in with a plate of steaming dumplings, making an entrance like she owned the place. Apparently, Su Fuan had sent the dumplings just for Murray. When Guju saw what was happening, her face totally gave her away. The mood shifted in a split second, and his face went totally serious. Murray felt so uncomfortable, like he wanted to disappear right into the floor. Honestly, he wished he could just dig himself a whole apartment with his toes and hide there forever. Hu Zigao had no idea how intense his earlier words sounded. He just kept going, mentioning that the food would get cold soon and offering to warm it up. Murray felt too nervous to say anything back, her mind racing with uncertainty. Adolf froze, worried that if she said the wrong thing, the commander would get mad. Not wanting to mess things up, she hurried to respond, hoping to avoid any trouble. She tried to fix the awkward vibes, wondering if Su Wan had made a ton of dumplings. She found out that basically everyone had gotten involved. Everyone got their piece, and Marie could finally relax. She felt so relieved and couldn't help but admire Suwon, thinking about how pretty and sweet she was, but seeing all this made Gujus react in a way that showed exactly how she felt. It got even more awkward. He just ended the meeting on the spot. Adolf turned to Murray, wondering if he had totally upset Suwon, and it showed. Murray just stood there looking super lost, as if he had no clue what had just happened. There was a spread of delicious food right in front of them. Murray figured she'd just eat first and leave the talking for later. Across the table, General Adolf looked a little bummed out. There was only one pair of chopsticks, which made things kind of awkward. Adolf's lips parted just a bit, as if she wanted to say something but held back. That night, she waited, hoping someone would notice how hungry she was. The door creaked open, and for a moment she wondered if anyone would finally take care of her. All she wanted was for someone to feed her just this once. She thought it was actually pretty funny, and couldn't help but smile to herself. She went back to the lounge and made sure to order a whole spread of healthy food for Suwon, but even after sending her a message, there was no reply, like it totally disappeared into the void. The girl noticed this, feeling a little uneasy. He gently reminded his master that the lady probably wasn't coming back. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shengen hesitated before checking in with Suwon, wondering if she still planned to rest with the commander. Suwon, keeping her cool and looking totally unbothered, made it clear she had no intention of doing that, especially since Guju hadn't shown up. Last night was a total mess, and Suwon couldn't stop thinking about it. She'd gone to bed early, hoping to just forget everything, but her brain wouldn't shut off. No matter how much she rolled around, sleep just wouldn't come. All she could do was overthink, wondering what Guju really thought of her after everything that happened. Why did she have to act without thinking just because she got her hopes up? The next couple of days were probably going to be awkward, and she could already feel the stress building. It had only been a few days, but to her, it already felt like forever. Suwon just couldn't bring herself to go back, always coming up with new reasons to stay away. Meanwhile, Guju, Luojina, and Sheng were all dealing with their own stuff. She couldn't shake the feeling that the couple had just had an argument. And then there was Guju. She'd spent 3 whole days by herself, just her and her thoughts. It took some time, but she finally had a light bulb moment. Suddenly, everything made sense, and all she could think about was Dubai. She saw the message, but didn't type anything back. Maybe she was mad, or maybe she just needed some space. Either way, even Dubai couldn't fix this one. Even though he kept it to himself, he couldn't help but grumble inside. This whole self-reflection phase just seemed to drag on forever, and it took him way too long to even notice that his wife was actually mad. Now, he was finally starting to get it and was scrambling to figure out how to make her less upset. She was known as the little wife, always doing her best to follow every rule. Today, she waited nervously, wondering what the first command would be. Everyone across the galaxy totally ignored his reputation and just dropped to their knees, saying sorry in front of everyone. He honestly never thought things would chill out just because of his big, fluffy ears. Meanwhile, Guju ended up being ignored by Suwon for 3 whole days, which felt like forever. He was totally clueless about what was going on, especially when it really mattered. He still needed Dubai to remind her about that night, the one when everything felt out of control and her emotions were all over the place. Even now, memories of that manic phase lingered, making her wonder if she could ever really forget. It was obvious that Guju's presence was still on her mind, no matter how much time had passed. She could barely remember anything from that night. Everything was a blur, and in her panic, Dubai really didn't have any other options, so she ended up telling him to ask Guzalan for tips on how to say sorry to his wife, even though she knew he might be. Even after being made fun of, Guju still chose to walk up to Guzalan. At the same time, Lan sent a message and Zaylin was there too, watching everything unfold. Guzalan always tiptoed around Romanya when she was pregnant. He was honestly kind of scared to make her mad, so he did everything he could to keep things chill. Whenever she started to feel upset, he'd go out of his way to make her comfortable, trying little things to help her relax and feel better. He knew she was really sensitive back then, and he just wanted her to feel okay. She remembered back to when she first found out she was going to have a baby. She knew exactly what she wanted, and she wasn't afraid to draw a line. If anyone made her upset or messed with her feelings while she was pregnant, she was ready to make a big decision. She'd end the pregnancy and walk away from the relationship without even looking back. When Guju, he heard what was said, and his face went completely pale like he'd just seen a ghost. In that moment, his mind was racing, but only one thing mattered. He just couldn't imagine life without this child. It felt like this was the most important link that still tied him to Suwon, and he wasn't ready to let that go. Without hesitating, he sprang into action. She jumped up and quickly slipped out the other way, hoping no one would notice. After thinking about ending it all, Su Wan found herself at the base's training ground. The instructors were definitely cutting her some slack on purpose. Right now, she was just chilling in the shade under a tree, taking a break and letting herself relax. Her hand moved gently over her growing belly, feeling that little bump. The corners of the bed nearby looked soft and inviting, almost calling her to rest even more. A small, gentle smile appeared on her face without her even realizing it, showing a bit of that soft, caring side she usually tried to hide. When Guju showed up, she caught sight of everything happening right in front of her. Guzalan's words kept replaying in her mind, making her heart race with worry. She couldn't help but rush forward, her steps quick and determined. Everyone nearby had their eyes glued to the scene, caught up in the moment just like her. Everyone nearby just froze, totally shocked. The only other time they'd seen Commander Gu this freaked out was back when the insect race nearly stormed the palace. This time, though, Su came out on top. Wan couldn't believe her eyes. Out of nowhere, Guju just showed up right in front of her, and she was totally caught off guard. Her mind went blank for a second, and it was all over her face. She was seriously shocked. She wondered what Guju was doing there, but he just stayed quiet, not giving her any answer. He dropped down on one knee right in front of her, looking totally serious and a little desperate. There was something about him in that moment, like he really meant every word he was about to say. The whole vibe made Suwon freeze, her heart skipping a beat as she tried to process what was happening. She was totally caught off guard. As she snapped back to reality, she noticed they were already surrounded by a bunch of people. Everyone around them was sneaking curious glances, trying to figure out what was going on. Without even thinking, she reached out, grabbed Guju's hand, and took off running together. She headed straight for the training building, tugging Guju along behind her. He just followed quietly, not saying anything at all. His heart was pounding so fast as he watched Suwon walk away, her figure getting smaller in the distance. The two of them walked together until they reached a quiet corner and came to a stop. Suwon glanced around and noticed that nobody else was nearby. She started to feel a little awkward and thought about letting go of Guju's hand. She was about to pull away, but then he surprised her by holding on even tighter. In that moment, she could feel a quiet apology in the way he held her, like he was saying sorry without any words. Guju felt sorry all over again, the guilt lingering in her chest. That night, everything started spinning out of control way sooner than she expected. The manic energy hit her hard, and she just couldn't keep it together. Shuan just stared at him, totally at a loss for words. Seriously, what was going on with him? His weird, hyper mood had showed up way earlier than she expected, and she had no idea why. Guju looked just as confused, clearly struggling to come up with any kind of explanation. When she noticed what was happening, Suan quickly pulled her hand back. The sound of the sea lingered around her, making everything feel a little heavier. She looked up with a serious expression, her eyes meeting Commander Gu's. In her mind, things were pretty clear. Since they weren't planning to split up and now had a child together, they might as well try to make things work. Living well together seemed like the only option, even if it felt a little awkward or uncertain right now. She really hoped that one day they could be together like a real couple, instead of her just feeling like his personal fixer whenever things got tough. That night still haunted her, a memory she never wanted to relive. She just wanted to feel respected, to know things would be different from now on. Guju looked down, quietly making a promise to himself that he'd never let anything like that happen again. Suwon gave a little cough, kind of hinting to Guju that he needed to watch how he acted, especially with everyone watching. She thought he was being a bit dramatic, showing up like this just to see her. Guju, on the other hand, looked totally upset, almost like a puppy left on read, clearly bothered that Suwon hadn't answered his messages. Suwon felt her irritation bubbling up again. Honestly, she was only acting this way because she was mad. Right then, Guju moved in, closing the space between them so fast that Suwon barely had time to react. His face was right there, just inches from hers, and for a second, Suwon couldn't focus on anything else. Seeing him up close, seriously, he was so good-looking. It kind of made her forget why she'd been so mad in the first place. Her anger just faded away, replaced by this fluttery feeling she couldn't control. She turned her head to the side, acting all proud even though she was clearly curious. Deep down, she really just wanted an excuse to let someone touch her ears, hoping it would fix everything and help her let go of her anger. The moment Suwon reached out and touched Guju's super fluffy, oversized ears, she felt this wave of emotion she couldn't explain. Suddenly, her cheeks went all pink, totally giving away how she felt. Even the commander seemed startled, reacting right away. He leaned in and gave his wife a sweet kiss, making her cheeks turn a little pink. Out of nowhere, he suddenly asked if she was a dog, which totally caught her off guard. She couldn't help but wonder if he was actually being nice or just weird. Ju had those super fluffy, oversized ears that everyone kind of low-key adored. Suwon had already let go of any hard feelings toward him, and she'd even promised to do something nice in return. She was already thinking about making him something delicious as soon as she got home. But honestly, who could have guessed what would actually happen the moment she walked through that door? Guju's smile faded as soon as she heard the news. She was about to leave for a business trip that would last a couple of weeks, so Suwon's team had stepped in to help her out. She felt totally helpless, and honestly, it was kind of sad. If it wasn't for that annoying military training, she could have just tagged along with them. Hearing this made her feel even more left out. Guju started getting lost in her thoughts, taking everything way more seriously than before. Suwon noticed right away and got a little nervous, rushing to clear things up and let Guju know it was all just a joke. Inside, Suwon was already trying to figure out how to fix the awkward vibe. Her heart felt full, like everything was happening at just the right pace. 2 weeks apart seemed perfect, and the next time they'd see each other would be at the wedding. Guju couldn't help but stare at his cute, delicate wife, not wanting to say goodbye just yet. But deep down, he knew he had to go. His responsibilities couldn't wait. He promised himself he'd come back as soon as he could. Meanwhile, Suwon stayed quiet, keeping her feelings close and just letting the moment sink in. She couldn't help but tease Commander Gu a little in her own way, acting like it was no big deal if the groom didn't show up. Deep down, she acted totally unfazed, almost like she'd just move on and find someone else if it came to that. She kept all these thoughts to herself, not saying a single word out loud, but her attitude definitely said it all. Guju leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to her lips, teasing her with a gentle bite like he was playfully getting back at her for something. Suwon felt caught between surprise and excitement, her heart racing and cheeks heating up all at once. She felt super shy and a little annoyed, her cheeks turning bright red as she pointed at him in frustration, thinking he was acting like a total puppy. Meanwhile, Guju just smiled, completely unfazed by her outburst. She knew that a wolf was still part of the canine family, so there was no reason to stress about it. Deep down, she felt confident nobody would ever try to take her spot, especially with everything about to happen at the mill. Training was in full swing. Suwon breezed through a bunch of challenges, nailing each one like it was no big deal. Meanwhile, Luojina was still struggling to keep up, feeling the pressure. She found herself grumbling about it all the time, like every single day something just set her off. Just like that, everything changed. A whole month slipped by, and just like that, the freshman military training was officially over. Adolf let everyone know the good news, and relief spread through the group. The training had felt endless, but now it was finally finished. The girls were buzzing with excitement, already thinking about heading back to the first district. There was a sense of accomplishment in the air, but also a bit of nervous energy, knowing that before they left, there were still a few things left to do. The school had something special planned just for the freshmen, and everyone could feel the excitement building as the day turned into evening. It was evening, and the banquet hall was filled with freshmen dressed up in their best formal outfits. Everyone looked amazing, with the whole place buzzing from their bright smiles and excited energy. The room sparkled, and the mood felt like a celebration, especially as they all cheered for the military, their voices mixing together in a wave of support and pride. Suwon and her girlfriend just stood there, both of them feeling a little nervous about the training ahead. The moment she walked in, all eyes were on her. It was like the whole room paused just to check her out, and suddenly, she was the one everyone couldn't stop noticing. Sheng gave it a try. Suwon tried fresh juice for the very first time, and she couldn't hide how amazed she was. Her eyes went wide with surprise and a bright smile spread across her face. The reminder popped into her mind. There was a fresh food buffet close by, and everything there was made just for you when you ordered. Shang couldn't hide how amazed she felt. The Imperial University really knew how to impress people. Seeing her chance, Su Wan decided it was the perfect moment to head over to the university herself. She wanted to help get the word out about her family's restaurant. Everything shown came straight from the Su family restaurant, and she really hoped people would love it as much as she did. If anyone enjoyed it, she wished they'd tell their friends too. Su Wan knew she had to do her part to make things clear. She realized that everyone around her wasn't just a bunch of classmates. They could also become some of the most important customers for the Su family restaurant. She has to be that way. She thought she had everything planned out, hoping she could impress them with her Su family recipes, but now it all just felt pointless. Shang felt like what she wanted was just out of reach, almost impossible to get. Regina picked up on this right away, noticing how frustrated and distant Shang seemed. She sank to her knees, clearly exhausted, and someone quickly moved closer, ready to help her out. After all that tough training, everyone knew it was just as important to chill and take a breather. While they were catching their breath, a few of them noticed Director Murray nearby. That got Suwon's attention. She couldn't help but feel curious about what he was up to. Regina couldn't help but wonder why Director Mew was always single. She seemed to ask about it on purpose, her curiosity totally obvious. She kept things mysterious, hinting that there were both personal and obvious reasons. The real, straightforward reason? Director Mew's beast form happened to be a snake. As soon as Su-won heard the sound, her heart skipped a beat. She froze for a split second, her mind racing with possibilities. Everything around her seemed to blur as she tried to figure out what was happening. She felt a chill run through her whole body, her mind racing as she wondered if it was finally time to cross him off her list of cute older guys. Su-won never really thought things would turn out like this. She never expected her mom's taste to be so extra. It wasn't just about finding things she liked. Everything her mom picked out was bold and over the top, like she was trying to make a statement with every little detail. Snakes were actually super cute, but she also kind of wanted to pass them along to someone else. Su-won had always been known for her charm and confidence. In her family, everyone expected her to settle down and follow tradition, but she had other plans. Su-won liked to keep things interesting. She was the kind of girl who could win anyone over with just a smile. Instead of sticking to what everyone wanted, she played by her own rules, making sure her life was fun, unpredictable, and totally her own. She was totally obsessed with toys, always geeking out over the newest collectibles. But when she found out that Murray's beast form was a snake, she didn't even hesitate. He was instantly off her list of possible stepdads. Honestly, she couldn't even take that seriously because snakes weren't even real in her world. She was just catching bits and pieces of the gossip, never getting the full story. She wondered what the real reason was from their point of view. Regina kept going. Everyone always talked about how Director Mew was totally against marriage. In her family, there were way more guys than girls, and honestly, a lot of them were still single even after turning 40. It was kind of a thing. No one seemed to be in a rush to settle down. Out of nowhere, Regina's mind drifted to that one commander from another family, someone she definitely hadn't forgotten about. Su-won couldn't help but pull a face, her lips twitching in a way that said she was definitely not into it. Even though Regina tried to be polite, she was already turning down the offer in her mind. She smiled gently, trying to reassure Su-won not to overthink everything. The commander honestly didn't look a day over 20, but everyone knew he was the strongest beastman the Federal Empire had ever seen. With a life that would stretch well over 2 centuries, his power and presence felt almost unreal to Su-won. She did the math in her head and figured she probably had around 140 years left to live, while someone Jewish might even make it to 160. Honestly, when she thought about it like that, it didn't seem so bad. The whole thing felt pretty average, really. While all the classmates kept going on and on about how amazing the food was at the Su family restaurant, Su just couldn't help herself. She had to stir up drama again. Out of nowhere, she jumped in and blurted out that she was actually a man, leaving everyone totally confused and throwing the whole conversation off track. She leaned in right away, feeling a little shy but grateful. It meant a lot to her that someone enjoyed the Su family's cooking. No one had seen Su-won yet, but when she spoke, everyone just assumed she was Commander Su-won's wife. Word spread fast, and soon even more people started to crowd around her, trying to get on her good side and shower her with compliments. Su-man couldn't help but feel a little proud of herself. She was in her own world, enjoying the moment, when, out of nowhere, a loud voice from a girl cut through the air and snapped her back to reality. Nobody wanted to believe her. They all thought she was just causing drama, calling her a fake and a troublemaker behind her back. They glanced over and spotted Annie moving at a relaxed pace, her arm tucked comfortably around Hui Yicheng's. Su-man's face went from looking totally sick to super pale. She rushed to explain herself, trying to say that everything that happened at the pool was actually Su-won's plan to mess with her. She kind of hoped Hoi Ye-chung would step in and back her up. As a girl from the Su family, she thought maybe he'd care or at least notice her. But honestly, Huo barely even looked her way, acting like she wasn't even there. That's when he went online and revealed to everyone that Su-man was actually adopted. She shared that her mom had just gotten out of prison, and honestly, it was a lot for her to process. The news felt heavy, and she couldn't help but wonder how things would change now that her mom was finally back. As soon as everyone heard that, the crowd started drifting away. It was like the excitement had moved somewhere else. Everyone realized the real Miss Su was nearby, so they all hurried off to see her and maybe get a chance to say hi. Su-man glanced around, realizing the attention had shifted to Su-won instead of her. She tried to keep up her best fake smile, but it was getting harder to hold on to it. Inside, she could feel her confidence slipping away. Su-won noticed how flustered Su-man looked, and honestly, she couldn't help but feel super satisfied about it. She tried to hide her amusement, only letting a tiny smile show at the corners of her lips, but on the outside, she kept her cool and acted like nothing was going on. Things started going downhill fast, and Su-man realized she had no choice but to slip away, feeling totally embarrassed. The banquet was already in full swing, with people chatting and laughter filling the room. Meanwhile, Lin Ranyu couldn't wait any longer and decided to video call Si-won. She frowned as she thought about that wedding moment when the father gives the bride away to the groom. The whole thing felt kind of awkward to her, so she turned to Su-won, wondering if Susan should actually go up on stage for that part. The idea made her a little unsure, and she just wanted to make sure everyone would feel comfortable. Su-wan shook her head right away, making it clear she didn't want any help. Lin Ranyu checked in with her one more time, just to make sure everything for the wedding was set. She wanted to be certain all the little details were taken care of, from the decorations to the guest list, and that nothing would go wrong on the big day. Su-won felt a rush of happiness, her heart practically doing a little dance. But underneath all that excitement, she couldn't help but worry about her mom getting exhausted. Planning a wedding was already a lot, and with the royal family involved in every detail, it just made everything even more intense. Lin Ranyu felt like she just had to be super involved this time, since it was such a big moment in her daughter's life. She couldn't relax unless she handled everything herself. Last time, so much went wrong at the wedding and people were upset, so there was no way she was going to let that happen again. This time, she wanted everything to be absolutely perfect. He thought back to the days when that little girl was just resting quietly in the nutrient pod, barely even starting her life. It felt unreal that now, in what seemed like no time at all, that same girl was about to get married. Time really moved fast, and everything had changed before she even realized it. Last time, everything just felt like a blur, almost like it wasn't really happening. But now, she could actually feel all the emotions that come with seeing her daughter get married, happy, a little sad, and everything in between. Even though she wasn't totally sure about it, she had to admit that Commander Gu was actually a really good fit for her. Out of nowhere, Lin Ranyu brought up Murray, catching Su-won totally off guard. As Su-won shared that Murray's beast form was actually a snake, Lin Ranyu's whole face lit up with excitement. She absolutely loved snakes. She thought they were adorable and super cool. Hwan just stared, totally lost for words. In her mind, she couldn't help but think about how her mom seemed to forget that it was, like, an actual snake, seriously, a super scary one. Lin Ranyu honestly couldn't care less. If they kept talking like this, who knows? Maybe they'd end up daydreaming about baby names for their imaginary kids. That's just how things were. The walls she'd built around herself were starting to crumble, and even her dad, who used to act like nothing could ever get to him, just couldn't hold it together anymore. He was totally done-like, absolutely wrecked. Si-won went ahead and got married without even telling him. She didn't give him a heads up or anything, just made her own decision and left him completely out of the loop. Su-won decided to bring someone new into her life and, without making a big deal out of it, she introduced her new partner to her mom. She kept it low-key, hoping her mom would be cool about it and not ask too many questions. Inside, she was kind of nervous, but also excited to see how things would go. She started thinking about inviting Murray to the wedding. It seemed like the perfect way for her mom to finally meet him. A moment passed. Sheng hurried over to Su-won, making sure she knew it was nearly time for the dance to begin. After Su-won ended the call, she made her way back into the banquet hall. But before she knew it, she found herself at the hospital, everything around her feeling a bit unreal. As she walked into the venue, Pandora blocked her way. Pandora was totally set on having another dance battle with Su-won. She just couldn't let it go and wanted a rematch so badly. Su-won was down for it, but she had one condition. This round would only count if Pandora managed to beat her right there on the spot. The tension between them was real, and both of them knew the next few minutes could change everything. When Regina found out that Pandora wanted to dance, she just lost it and started laughing so hard she had to hold her stomach. The whole idea of the two of them dancing together as a fat duo was just too funny to her. She promised herself she'd totally record it, just to keep the memory forever. She moved over to Suwon's side, a little nervous but trying to play it cool. She wondered what dance they should try, hoping for some advice. Suwon just smiled at her, all calm and confident, and made it clear she could dance however she liked, as long as she was having fun. The second she heard that, something inside her relaxed. After she finished talking, everyone noticed Alex right away as he made his entrance. He totally stood out, showing up with this confident energy that seemed to light up the whole room. He was totally hyped up, overflowing with confidence, and ready to show everyone his dance moves. As soon as the music started, you could just feel the excitement in the air. As the music started, everyone couldn't help but get swept up in the vibe. They followed the melody, moving together and letting themselves dance with pure happiness. The whole place felt light and carefree, with smiles all around as they just enjoyed the moment. Wan totally got into it, letting herself enjoy every second. She made sure Xiaobai snapped a photo to remember the happiness, wanting to capture this epic moment forever. She felt a rush of excitement as the training finally wrapped up. After all those tough days, it was time to celebrate making it through military training. On the other side, she found herself hesitating, unsure of what might happen next. She glanced to the side, curiosity pulling her attention away for just a moment. Du Weiwei finally got out, and the moment she spotted Susan, she just couldn't hold back. She rushed straight into his arms, completely breaking down and sobbing her heart out. He was so tired of always feeling scared. The thought of living her whole life like that just didn't sit right with her anymore. All she wanted was to feel free, to stop letting fear run her world and finally start living for herself. There was a flash of pain on his face. Right away, Du Weiwei wrapped her arms around Susan's neck, holding on tight. Out of nowhere, she blurted that they should get married. Susan just froze, totally caught off guard. His mind went blank, and he didn't even know how to react at first. It was almost like everything stopped for a second. He immediately moved Du Yu aside without even thinking about it. After a short pause, he started to explain to Wyo that this wasn't something they needed to rush into. Suzanne didn't say yes right away. Instead, she quickly switched topics and started talking about how Suwon would be finishing her military training tomorrow. She suggested they should all get together for a big family dinner to celebrate. That night, the idea lingered in the air, making everyone think about the plans for tomorrow. Suzanne couldn't stop thinking about what Du Weiwei had said. It was something he'd been waiting to hear for so long, maybe even dreaming about it for years. But now that the moment was finally here, everything felt so different. When Suzanne realized what was happening, she noticed that he didn't look as happy as she thought he would. Right then, something shifted in the air, making everything feel a little uncertain. She could tell he cared more about Lin Rainyu, and that thought made her wonder what if Lin Rainyu changed her mind and wanted to get back together. The idea left Suzanne feeling uneasy, so she decided to call Su Wayne right away. But then, something totally unexpected happened. Su Wen stayed totally calm and didn't even hesitate before declining his call request. Zen's whole vibe shifted in a split second. She got super serious, her mind stuck on the whole divorce situation. Su Wen had been the one to reach out to Commander Gu for help, and that just made everything worse. All that anger started bubbling up inside her, ready to explode as she moved fast, not wanting to let her feelings show. He kept tapping on his phone, sending a bunch of messages to Suwon one after another. Each one was full of frustration and angry words, like he just couldn't hold back anymore. After hitting send, he didn't even pause, just kept going as if getting all that anger out through the screen might actually make him feel better. After scrolling through this batch of messages, Suzanne's anger started to fade. By then, she wasn't as fired up as before. Her mood had definitely cooled down a little. At that moment, his oldest son, Su Yunkong, stepped forward. Suzanne stared at her phone in total shock. News about Suwon's wedding with Commander Gu this weekend had just popped up, and honestly, she had no clue what was going on. A wedding? How could no one have mentioned this to her? The more she thought about it, the more confused she felt, her mind buzzing with questions and a weird sense of being left out. Everyone kept talking about how Suwon was pregnant, and the news just made the commander super happy. He started planning a big wedding for her, not holding back at all. The royal family was taking everything seriously. Like, this wasn't just any wedding, it was being set up by the queen herself. Suwon could barely process it all. It just felt unreal, like she was living in a dream. Suzanne just couldn't believe it. She was totally shocked all over again. She wondered why nobody had bothered to tell her about something so important before now. Meanwhile, he had already blown up her phone with tons of messages, basically ranting nonstop about Suwon. Suzanne felt completely overwhelmed. Zen panicked and scrambled to unsend those messages, wishing she could take them back. But it was already too late. They'd been seen. He got a little mad and kicked the vase on the bedside table, hitting it pretty hard. A loud scream suddenly filled the air. He looked down and realized there were pieces of glass stuck in his foot, sharp and painful. Across from him, at the end of the line, Soo-yeon looked really worried. She glanced at her dad, hoping he was okay, her heart racing with concern. It was honestly so satisfying to watch. Soo-won's mom just went right up and slapped her dad twice and right in front of everyone. As soon as Soo-won, Hwan stepped off the plane, her eyes instantly spotting her dad and his new girlfriend waiting nearby. They were clearly here to pick up Suman, and Hwan couldn't help but feel a wave of annoyance. Suman always seemed to get all the attention, and seeing her dad with the woman who broke up their family just made it worse. Sue spotted her dad, and just seeing him brought up all the frustration she'd been holding in. She couldn't help but start venting right away, all those complaints on the tip of her tongue, because honestly, he really had it coming. She felt like Soo-wan was picking on her again, making her feel small and helpless. Every time it happened, it just got harder to pretend everything was fine. She started catching feelings, and it honestly hit her out of nowhere. A wave of nausea hit her, making everything feel off. She didn't even care enough to look back. Without a second thought, she just turned around and walked away. She sat there, low-key, hoping the jerk of a dad would finally step up and put Soo-won in her place. Nobody ever expected it. Soo-wan's dad suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm, looking like he was finally ready to admit he'd messed up. Out of nowhere, he started apologizing, which honestly just left Soo-man totally shocked. She couldn't help but wonder if her dad was actually okay because this kind of behavior was so not him. Soo-wan stood there, trying to process what was even happening. She rolled her eyes, totally unbothered by the whole thing. That time she got cursed? Please. She didn't even care. She just mentioned it to her grandpa and mom, almost like it was no big deal. Commander Gu heard about it too, but honestly, she had no idea if any of them were actually mad. For her, it was just something she passed along without thinking twice. It was one of those moments that just seemed to hang in the air, making her heart race a little faster. Lin Reinu hurried over, her heart pounding as she saw what was happening. She couldn't stand seeing Suzanne act like that, so she moved quickly, determined to break things up before it got worse. Lin Reinu showed up, putting on this super sweet act like he really cared. He acted as if he'd been searching everywhere just to find her, making it seem like she was all he could think about. Though before he could even finish whatever he was about to say, something stopped him. The scene had finally come to an end, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was done, and everything she'd been waiting for was finally finished. The sharp snap of a slap echoed through the air as Lin Rain smacked him hard across the face. She didn't hesitate for even a second. She was done putting up with his trashy behavior. Suzanne couldn't believe how some people acted like they were better than everyone else, yet still tried to show off whenever Sue Wayne was around. It was honestly kind of bold, and Suzanne definitely noticed. She just stood there, totally shocked. He couldn't believe his calm, sweet ex-wife had actually gone and slapped him. That was something he never saw coming, especially from her. Before he even had a chance to pull himself together, Lin Reinu hit him again, this time on the other cheek. This slap wasn't just out of anger, it was her way of making things even, payback for everything he'd done at the wedding. Deep down, she knew she needed to protect herself and her daughter, so she made it clear she wanted him to keep his distance from them from now on. With that, she turned away, feeling a little stronger than before. After that, she took Soo-won's hand and walked away, looking totally calm and unbothered. Right at that moment, her phone buzzed with a request from Old Master Su. Suzanne quickly stepped in to handle it, making sure everything stayed under control. His cheeks felt like they were on fire as he got ready to answer the call from his dad. He couldn't help but wonder what his dad wanted this time. The same old pressure, probably. The thought of dealing with his father again just made everything feel heavier. She totally lost it, going off about how important traditional culture was. Poor Susan just stood there, feeling more embarrassed by the second as she basically roasted him in front of everyone. Then she dropped the bomb. She said the will had been changed, and if Susan didn't stop hanging out with Duwei, he could say goodbye to any of the Su family money. Everyone watching couldn't believe what they were seeing. People all around started glancing over, whispering behind their hands, and it was obvious they were talking about them. Duwei noticed right away and quickly suggested that Susan should head home before things got any more awkward. Later that night, Su-man ended up collapsing, and everything just seemed to get messier from there. She was so embarrassed, she honestly just wanted to disappear like, if there was a hole in the ground, she'd be the first one to dive in. But of course, things weren't about to calm down yet, especially with Suzanne right there, watching everything unfold. Susan's brain basically glitched for a second when she saw the words Commander Gu pop up on her screen. Instantly, her face went pale and she looked like she'd just seen a ghost. Her legs felt even weaker than before, like she might just collapse right there. She suddenly felt her legs give out, her whole body going weak. He just collapsed, passing out right then and there with the darkness of night wrapping around them. On the other side, everything felt different. The air seemed heavier, and she could sense that something was about to change. It was like stepping into a whole new world, one that was both exciting and a little bit scary. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart, ready to see what would happen next. Soo-won took Lin Rainyu back to the Gu family's house. As soon as they settled in, Soo-won couldn't help but think about how awesome her mom was just now. The way her mom handled things, especially with those two bold slaps, totally amazed her. Soo-won felt a mix of admiration and curiosity, wanting to know more about what her mom was really thinking. Lin Rainyu wondered why Soo-wan's mom decided not to go on the trip. She held Soo-wan's hand softly, showing how much she cared. For her, spending time with her daughter was way more important than traveling, especially with the wedding coming up soon. She wanted to stay close and be there for Soo-wan, making sure everything felt okay as the big day got closer. She started checking out the Gu family's decor, her eyes drifting across every little detail. Honestly, she couldn't help but judge it a bit in her head. The whole vibe just didn't really match her style at all. The house didn't look exactly right, but there was something about it that felt familiar. Right away, Soo-won noticed it. She totally got what her mom meant. The place seriously felt like some icy, boring science lab, no warmth or comfort, just cold and empty. Honestly, Soo-won had felt that way for as long as she could remember. It had been ages since anyone really paid attention to the place, so she figured it was time for a serious glow-up before the wedding. The commander was totally showing off her relationship, making everyone else feel single and left out. It wasn't like she was giving anyone else any attention. They never really felt like outsiders at all. Even when things got awkward or different, she always found her little group, and together they fit right in, almost like they belonged there from the very start. While the federal police headed down a new road, thinking they were on the right track. Out of nowhere, a wild meteor storm showed up, catching everyone totally off guard. Ju totally took charge, showing off her amazing leadership skills. Thanks to her quick thinking, everyone managed to stay safe and steer clear of any trouble. Luckily, Westphal was clever enough to find a way out and managed to slip away, even with all the new obstacles in her path. Dubai let her know that the lady had called earlier. The call came in quietly, almost easy to miss, but it still lingered in her mind. Soo-wan's excitement practically buzzed through the phone as she called Ju. She was already dreaming about changing up the house before the wedding, her mind full of cute ideas and Pinterest boards. Soo-wan couldn't wait to make everything perfect, and Ju could totally feel her bestie's energy just from the sound of her voice. Ju's lips curled into a gentle smile. She hoped her friend wouldn't push herself too hard and wanted her to know she totally understood. Soo-wan felt totally confident as she thought about the project she was working on. She was honestly so excited for everyone to see her masterpiece. Compared to the others, she just knew hers would stand out. Her mood was light and cheerful, and it was obvious she couldn't wait to show off what she'd made. Even though the home renovation was exciting, Guju was even more hyped about what their life together would be like after getting married. She couldn't stop daydreaming about all the little moments they'd share once it was just the two of them in their new place. Soon, things felt like they were about to change. Soo-won's dad, Guju, had already called to check in. Honestly, he was totally freaked out now, probably scared out of his mind. It looked like he wouldn't be doing anything reckless anytime soon. Soo-won could finally relax a little. She happily thanked Guju, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. The two of them started chanting together, their voices blending as they focused on what came next. Guju suddenly switched topics, her eyes sparkling with a kind of hope, like she was waiting for something. It felt like she was testing the waters, wanting to know if there was anything Suo was holding back. The air between them got a little more intense, as if Guju was almost daring Suo to say something more. She was a little surprised, and her cheeks turned pink as she realized how she felt. In that quiet moment, she admitted to herself just how much she missed him. Guju's heart started beating faster, caught off guard by the rush of emotions. Even without thinking about it, his whole vibe softened, matching the mood. He missed her too. Meanwhile, Eric, she stood off to the side, catching every word of the conversation. Inside, she was totally freaking out. Was she really hearing this right now? It felt so wild and unexpected, especially since the commander was acting like everyone there was super close, not holding anything back. Eric was totally rooting for the couple, even if he kept it low-key. Meanwhile, Li Rui showed up looking for the commander. Eric, as usual, was one step ahead and already knew what was up. Eric switched up right away, turning into Li Rui's personal love bodyguard. He started pushing Li Rui out of the way, making sure nothing and no one could get close. Ever since that day, everything felt different for her. She held up her hands, showing all 10 fingers, a little smile playing on her lips as she counted. Soo-won always seemed to have a million things on her plate. She was either running around getting ready for the big weekend wedding or totally wrapped up in her home renovation project. With all that going on, finding even a little time to chill and grab coffee with her friends felt almost impossible. Just as when Gina caught the word wedding, her face fell, and she couldn't help but frown. She was about to turn 20. Regina realized that next year she'd be another year older, and her thoughts drifted to her cousin Fianc, who was also related to Fat Duo. It had been more than a year since Regina last saw her, and honestly, the memory of Fiong's face was starting to blur. Feeling a little lost and frustrated, Regina let out a sigh, wishing things were different. Regina couldn't hide how surprised she felt. It was like she had to forget everything she thought she knew about herself. Even with all the doubts, she wondered if marrying him was still what she wanted. There was a bitter hint in her smile, the kind that showed she was half joking but also kinda serious. She would rather pick someone she actually knew and trusted, instead of being pushed into marrying someone totally random or, honestly, someone who acted like a wild animal. To her, choosing someone familiar and actually a good match just made way more sense. Finding real love before you turn 20 doesn't happen for everyone. When Suwon noticed what was happening, she moved in right away to comfort her. She wanted her friend to know that life could be super unpredictable sometimes and nobody could really see what was coming next. No one really knows what's coming next. As those thoughts ran through her mind, the moment she'd promised her mom finally showed up, and she realized it was time to head out. She couldn't stay any longer. Suwon headed out with her mom to pick out materials for their home makeover. As they planned everything together, Suwon couldn't help but get super into the whole shopping vibe. She just kept adding stuff to the cart, loving every minute of it. Honestly, spending money like this felt pretty fun, and during this whole thing, she was totally on her best behavior. Sometimes, she liked to check in with Guju to see what she thought. After a few times doing this, after days of non-stop work, Suwon finally got her new place all set up. The cold, empty vibe it used to have, kind of like a science lab, was totally gone now. She'd really said goodbye to that old, lonely feeling and made the space feel warm and inviting, just the way she wanted. She set up a live stream room, and once everything was ready, she was so excited to try it out, barely able to sit still from all the anticipation. At the same time, she remembered she needed to grab a few more ingredients for the food god, making a mental note before she forgot. At the same time, for a little while she waited quietly, feeling time slow down around her. In the palace study, the queen sat at her desk, totally locked in on her work. Sunlight spilled across the room, but she barely noticed, too caught up in everything she had to do. Her mind raced through plans and decisions, determined not to let anything slip. She was busy double-checking all the little wedding planning details when, out of nowhere, her phone buzzed in her hand, catching her attention right away. Everyone's phones lit up with the news. The food god she loved following just went live. The queen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she jumped up and told everyone to start the live stream. She couldn't wait to watch the mouth-watering food on screen, her curiosity and hunger mixing in a way that made her grin. Watching the food on the livestream made the queen seriously hungry. She couldn't stop thinking about it and kept wondering if she should just head over to the Su family's restaurant for some takeout. Maybe grabbing a few dishes would finally satisfy her cravings. Just as she was lost in thought, something happened. Guzalin stepped into the study, gently carrying a little child in her arms. She was about to marry the commander, but something in the rules was holding her back. Her brother was totally focused on using her wedding as his big chance to climb up the social ladder. Guzalin, she walked into the study, gently carrying the little princess in her arms. As soon as she stepped inside, the little one noticed what was going on. Her mom was totally caught up getting everything ready for her uncle and aunt's wedding. Watching all the excitement, she couldn't help but feel eager to join in, hoping she could help out too. Romanya smiled softly and reached out her arms, carefully encouraging the little girl to come closer. With a gentle touch, she made the child feel safe, letting her know everything was going to be okay. Rosalaine's eyes landed on the food god's livestream playing on her screen. Just like that, all those years of jealousy and old memories got totally flipped upside down. She started thinking, what if she asked the food god to make something special just for the queen? The idea felt bold, but also a little exciting. She stared at him in total silence, honestly a little shocked. Whatever he was doing just made everything feel so awkward and tense, like he was sucking the fun right out of the moment. Even Guzalin couldn't hide her reaction. Her lips twitched, trying to hold back what she was really feeling. He quickly told Ivy to find out who the food god was. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Whoever this was, they felt so otherworldly, almost magical. Everything changed in just a split second, leaving her totally stunned. Ivy finally saw the results. Zolan stared at the screen, totally shocked by what she saw. She couldn't believe it. How could it possibly be her? Romanya noticed Zolan's reaction and quickly turned around, wanting to know what was going on. She felt her heart race as she tried to figure out who it could be. The answer was right there, just about to spill out, but she couldn't quite grab it. It was like the name was on the tip of her tongue, teasing her, almost ready to be revealed. Zoan couldn't help but notice the tiny ants marching across her desk. They seemed to have their own secret world, totally ignoring her as they hurried along, doing whatever mysterious ant things ants do. She watched them for a moment, kind of amazed at how busy and determined they all looked, even though they were so small. Romanya couldn't believe what just happened. She was so stunned it felt like her jaw might hit the floor. Without even thinking, she took off, moving as fast as she could. She leaned in a little closer to check it out. Once she saw that everything was right, her eyes lit up with relief. She grabbed the document and headed out, not even glancing back. Guzalin just stared at her, his face totally annoyed, like he couldn't believe she was leaving him hanging like that. Meanwhile, she was already thinking about her next move. She had to figure out all the wedding stuff, which honestly felt like way too much. Tomorrow, she planned to drop by Aunt's place, maybe score a free meal and clear her head. Guzalin clearly wanted to talk things through, but she wasn't about to stick around for that drama. She was on the verge of losing it. He'd barely wrapped up his work and taken a moment to freshen up, even making up a quick excuse about the forecast just in case. But Romagna called him out right away. Turns out his forecast had actually ended last month and now his cover-up was totally busted. The frustration just kept piling up. Guzalin's face was just 1 second away from totally giving everything away. The little princess, who'd been trying so hard to keep quiet, couldn't help but glance up at her dad, all curious about what was going on. She wanted to know what the grown-ups were talking about. Guzalin tried to play it cool, but his smile was super awkward as he tried to distract her, basically saying this wasn't something she should hear. But honestly, no one could have guessed how the little princess would react next. The princess suddenly changed into a tiny wolf cub, surprising everyone around her. She playfully nipped at his arm and let out a little howl, trying to act tough but still looking totally adorable. In her own bold way, she made it clear that she thought her dad was kind of a softie and maybe not as strict as he pretended to be. Deep down, she just wanted to hear what the other side had to say. After Suyan found out her sister was getting married to the commander, she suddenly started acting way more excited than usual. Even the people around her noticed how extra she was being, almost like she was trying too hard to seem happy about the whole thing. The wedding guest list was something she totally could have sent over with a quick message, but she decided to show up in person anyway. For him, this was a whole new experience. It was his first time stopping by Guju's place, and he couldn't help feeling super excited about it. But when he found out that Commander Gu wasn't around, disappointment flickered across his face for a second. He stayed super chill and just let Suwon know she could add anyone else who needed to be on the list. Right away, Suwon got to work, not wanting to waste any time. She glanced over and instantly got what was happening. Suwon was totally using her sister's wedding as a chance to meet new people and make more connections. She glanced over at her brother with a little smile, kind of teasing him for being so into all her wedding plans. She wondered if it had something to do with Commander Gu, and the thought totally caught Su Yun off guard. She rushed to explain herself, trying to play it cool, reminding him that as her big brother, it was totally normal for him to be protective and care about her. But before he could say anything else, she felt a little flustered, hoping he wouldn't read too much into it. Suwon cut him off, her eyes full of frustration. Deep down, she could sense that he wasn't really thinking about anyone but himself. It felt like he didn't care about their family at all, and everything he did was just to benefit himself. Suwon couldn't help but feel disappointed and a little hurt by how selfish he seemed right now. Soo-young made it super clear she didn't mind if someone wanted to get ahead, but she really hoped they wouldn't drag her and Guju into it. She just wanted everyone to play fair and not use her or her friend as a stepping stone. He suddenly stood up, and something about him shifted like his mood just flipped. Even though she tended to overthink things, this time she'd been spot on. She kept thinking about one thing: empathy. Suni and her had both been pretty spoiled by their parents ever since they were little, so how could they ever really understand what she was going through? That thought lingered in her mind even after the conversation ended. He turned around and walked away. Right then, Lin Reinyu walked over carrying some tea and snacks, her eyes following Su-yoon as he left the room. She looked at Su-won, a little smile on her face that didn't quite reach her eyes, clearly feeling a bit hurt. It was kind of awkward seeing Su-yoon leave so quickly after showing up, and Reinyu couldn't help but wonder why he didn't stay longer. Su-won always felt like she owed her son so much. That feeling of being in debt to him never really went away, no matter how hard she tried to make up for it. Lin Rainey looked totally confused, her eyes darting around as she tried to figure out what was happening. Nothing made sense, and she felt completely lost in the moment. She glanced to the side and explained how, even though her older brother and second brother were twins, their upbringings couldn't have been more different. Her brother was one of the kids chosen for transformation. Back then, their dad believed that sending him to the Transformation Nurturing Center would mean a better education and more chances in life. So, right after he was born, he was sent away to that place. Meanwhile, her second brother had always been part of the family, getting all the attention and being totally spoiled. Over the years, everyone seemed to focus on him so much that her older brother's growth just slipped by, barely noticed. By the time she came into the picture, she ended up being raised right alongside them, swept up in the same family routine. They finally understood it. He didn't need their help anymore. The little princess looked absolutely adorable, with her cute dress and shy smile. Su-won couldn't help but feel her heart melt a little whenever she saw her. She felt so freaked out that she pulled one of her hands back. Suwon gently tried to reassure her mom, hoping she wouldn't feel too guilty about everything. Right in that moment, Zhao Bai showed up to let them know that the queen had just arrived. Suwon's heart skipped a beat, realizing things were about to get real. She jumped up super fast to say hi to them, her heart beating a little quicker. Aunt was there too, and she couldn't help but notice. It had been a while since anyone had seen her, but Romania showed up looking totally graceful, turning heads the moment she walked in. Right by her side was the cutest little kid, practically melting hearts with every step. The two shared a quick glance, something sweet passing between them. Sue exchanged a few quick greetings, just the usual small talk. She wanted to. She squatted down with a big smile, totally curious about who this adorable little cutie was. She stepped forward with a gentle smile, her voice soft and sweet as she let everyone know who she was. She wanted her aunt to understand right away. She was Guru Anruan, the daughter of the emperor and empress. But that wasn't all. She also happened to be the most powerful princess when it came to beast transformations, and honestly, she carried that title like it was no big deal. She couldn't help but admire Ruin Ruin. Honestly, Ruin Ruin was just so impressive. Curiosity got the best of her, and she wanted to know what Ruin Ruin's full beast transformation looked like. Without hesitating, Ruin Ruin showed off her transformation, suddenly taking on a vibe that was both fierce and totally adorable. She made it clear she was a super cool palace cat, and honestly, she really lived up to that title. Juan hesitated for a second, her hand halfway out, ready to pet the cat. But as soon as she remembered what people say about this breed being super fierce, she pulled her hand back fast. The whole vibe got a little awkward, but Romania jumped in right away, trying to make everything less weird. She didn't want Ruan to freak out her aunt, so she stepped up and gently clapped her hand, hoping to lighten the mood. She waved her hands, hoping Sue Wayne would notice her. With the wedding coming up soon, two women from the palace showed up to fill her in on how everything would go down. They went over all the important stuff Suwon needed to know, making sure she was ready for her big day. She stared at the huge stack of prep materials, which honestly looked like a mini mountain on her desk. In that moment, she couldn't help but wonder how she even got herself into this mess. Since when did planning a royal wedding start to feel like studying for some impossible final exam? The female officials started putting on a bit of a show as they explained things. It was early in the morning, and everyone could feel the anticipation buzzing in the air. It was finally her wedding day, and everything felt so unreal. She and the commander were set to board a massive warship that would carry them straight to the palace, where the ceremony would happen. The whole trip was a big deal. Everyone knew the first warship would be leading the way, making sure they were safe the entire time. The ceremonial flight show was about to be seriously breathtaking, with every move looking like something straight out of a movie. All the team members looked like models, totally gorgeous and impossible not to stare at. The female officials watching couldn't hide how hyped they were. Their eyes practically glittered with excitement as they talked about what was coming. She was definitely feeling a little overwhelmed, but she tried her best to look calm and just nodded like everything was fine. Later that afternoon, she had to step out in front of everyone for a big public appearance, and after that, there was still more on her schedule. The palace was buzzing with excitement for the royal banquet. Everyone knew the royal family was going to livestream the whole thing, making sure every moment was shared online. Cameras caught the commander and his wife looking genuinely happy together, and viewers couldn't get enough of their sweet smiles and loving glances. Every angle showed just how in love they seemed, and the whole event felt like a fairy tale unfolding right on everyone's screens. At the banquet, everyone was buzzing about the classical music performance and the giant, multi-layered cake that was supposed to be the highlight of the night. The women in charge talked about it so much, making it sound even more amazing and delicious. Just thinking about all that food made Inruin's stomach start to rumble. Meanwhile, Suwon noticed right away. She was so excited about the chance to invite the queen and her adorable little niece to stay for dinner. She realized her mission to score a free meal was a total success. Feeling a wave of satisfaction, she shot Ruanruan a playful thumbs up, silently celebrating their little win. Once dinner wrapped up, Romania gently brought the exhausted Ruan back to the palace, making sure she felt safe and cared for. Suwon was so grateful, her heart full of relief seeing Ruan finally home. She found herself back in Romania, all because of how much effort she'd put into planning the wedding. Romania felt familiar now, almost like a second home, thanks to everything she'd done to make the big day perfect. She smiled, feeling totally at peace. Seeing her aunt and uncle happy together made everything she'd done feel so worth it. As she was about to leave, Romania leaned in super close to Suwon, almost like she was about to share a secret. She quietly let Suwon know that the dress had already been delivered and gave her a little reminder to try it on. With that, Romania pulled away, her message sent. She took a deep breath, stepped onto the plane, and left everything behind. Suwon didn't go with her, he stayed where he was, watching as she disappeared into the distance. Suwon stood there looking totally lost. She couldn't figure out why sending a dress would be such a big secret. She was just about to head back inside when suddenly, someone sneaky caught her attention from behind. Licolto. The commander hadn't been home in what felt like forever, and honestly, coming back was the last thing on his mind. He never imagined he'd walk through that door and find the house had been robbed, literally right at his doorstep. He always wanted to prove himself, to show everyone he could handle things and be someone people could count on. But in that moment, everything just felt out of his control. She was ready to face the thief, but suddenly overheard his wife pouring out her feelings in a way that caught everyone off guard. She turned into a total clingy puppy. The second Soo-won realized it was Huo Ye-chong standing there, she just couldn't help herself. She stepped back, almost without thinking. All her past experiences told her to be careful. She felt her heart racing as she watched the person get closer. Every step they took made her more anxious, and she knew she had to protect herself. If they dared to come any closer, she would have no choice but to call for help. Tong, on the other hand, let her emotions show with a sad, almost apologetic vibe. She seemed weighed down by guilt and regret, like she couldn't stop blaming herself for everything that happened. He held out his hand like he was showing off a tiny pearl, acting all playful. Soo-won could feel her heart skip a beat. He was being so obvious about his feelings. It was clear he really liked her, and deep down, she knew he could tell she felt the same way. The whole moment felt kind of dreamy, like something straight out of a K-drama, with both of them caught up in their own little world. He always kind of expected the commander to come and pull them apart before they even had a real chance. Deep down, she knew things between them couldn't go back to how they used to be. Still, all she really wanted was some reassurance that what they'd shared before actually meant something, that the feelings hadn't all been pretend. It hurt not knowing, and she kept wondering why things had to end up like this. She just stood there, totally stunned. Was there something seriously wrong with this guy? She had no idea what was really going on. She had no idea that everything happening was part of Huo Yi-chung's plan. Not too far away, a blinking device was quietly capturing every single thing the two of them did, recording it all in secret. Right then, a big hand reached out and grabbed the glowing thing. Guju's mind totally blanked out. She was so shocked she couldn't even think straight. He came back, just standing there with that totally blank look, not giving anything away. He looked down at what he was holding, no emotion at all. Suddenly, there was a quick burst of light, almost like a camera flash that caught everyone off guard. She could feel a chill in the air, like someone was watching her with icy, dangerous eyes. Eric and Lee Ruiz stood in the back, feeling a chill run down her spine. She couldn't believe how bold her brother was. Like, seriously, who has the guts to steal something right under the commander's nose? The whole thing made her super nervous, her heart racing as she tried to process what had just happened. Soo-won's voice echoed through the room, strong and clear. She remembered how, at first, the only reason she agreed to the marriage was because of strict federal laws. She hadn't really had a choice. Back then, everything felt so out of her control. At first, she honestly thought it didn't matter who she married, like, it would all be the same in the end. But then, things started to change. When she met Guju, everything just clicked. Suddenly, it all made sense. He was the one she'd been searching for all along. Being with him felt like coming home, like her heart had finally found where it belonged. Guju was her true love, the one her soul had always longed for. When she heard this, she got so excited she could barely stand still. She moved forward, her heart racing. She stepped forward and wrapped Soo-won up in a tight hug, holding on like she never wanted to let go. Soo-won felt a sudden rush of happiness, like her heart was doing a little happy dance. Her eyes lit up, shining bright with excitement. Even though it was just a short moment apart, she couldn't help but feel that buzz of joy. Nothing beats a love that feels fresh and exciting, even after being together for a while. The two of them hugged each other so close, and honestly, the whole vibe was just super sweet, almost like the air itself was blushing. Meanwhile, someone else nearby couldn't help but feel a little single, watching all that cuteness unfold while sipping on their drink. The commander shot her a warning look. Instantly, she got the message and stopped what she was doing. Huo Yi-chung's face suddenly went pale, like he'd just seen a ghost. Panic flashed across his features as he scrambled to come up with an excuse. He tried to act casual, claiming he was only there to wish the commander well, but it was obvious he was just trying to cover something up. Even as he mentioned Guju, his nerves showed through. She could tell he was lying. She let out a quiet laugh, feeling pretty proud of herself. The sneaky video she'd just taken was all part of her plan. She was definitely going to edit it into their wedding blessing, add her signature, and post it online for everyone to see. Huo Yi-chung's secret was about to be revealed, and he totally panicked, trying to act innocent even though he looked super guilty. The story kept moving forward, leading right into the next part. Eric and Lee Rui wasted no time dropping the evidence right in front of him. Everyone could tell it was Mr. Huo's light brain, his personal device, the one he always kept close. The vibe in the room totally shifted as the truth started to come out. Secret recordings? That was next level shady, and everyone knew this was way more serious than just breaking a few rules. After finding out what really happened, Suwon felt a wave of anger rush over her. She couldn't believe how low Huoye Chang had sunk. The way he acted was just so fake and disappointing. She honestly thought he had no shame at all and couldn't help but let her frustration show. After what felt like forever apart, the commander and Suwon finally saw each other again. The vibe between them was full of warmth and all those feelings that come rushing back when you really miss someone. It was one of those moments that just hits different, where everything else fades away and it's just the two of them, totally wrapped up in how much they care. Eric and Lee Rui totally understood their assignment. They made sure to give the couple some space, handling everything with low-key care so the vibe stayed chill. They also kept an eye on Huo Yicheng, making sure he actually focused on editing the video and didn't get distracted. It was pretty much a given that those two would take charge, and honestly, it was kind of fun just watching them do their thing. This was one of those love stories that hurt deep down, the kind that made her heart ache. But out of nowhere, it turned into something totally different. Soft, gentle, and full of unexpected sweetness. Eric Eagler was at the heart of it all, surprising her with moments that felt like pure comfort. She leaned in closer to Huo Yicheng, feeling like the moment was just too sweet to handle. Huo Yicheng looked kind of awkward, his mouth twitching a little as if he didn't know what to do. He just nodded, almost on autopilot, agreeing without even thinking about it. Li Ruiz's name echoed in her mind, making everything feel a bit more surreal. She noticed how smooth and confident Eric was whenever he talked, and honestly, she couldn't resist messing with him a little. She started asking about the kind of random shows he watched for fun. Eric always answered with this air of pride, like he owned the place. The stuff he mentioned was wild two stories about a super strict commander falling for the main character, or dramatic tales where someone left a rich, obsessed guy on their wedding night while pregnant. There were even cute ones about falling for someone's tail, and all sorts of other over-the-top plots. Everyone knew that people with bias-defied powers could heal themselves super quickly, almost like magic. But nobody would have guessed it, but the usually super put-together commander ended up with a tiny scratch on his arm. She looked just like a sad little wife, tearing up and reaching out for a comforting hug. Suwon spotted that Guju's arm had a scrape on it. It wasn't anything major, just a small injury, but she couldn't help but notice right away. It didn't faze Guju one bit, but Suwon felt completely different. She felt totally heartbroken, like her chest actually hurt. Worry rushed in right after, making her act fast. She signaled to someone nearby, her mind racing about what to do next. While she hurried off to grab the medicine box, everything felt a little blurry, her thoughts all mixed up with panic and hope that things would be okay. He quietly started to unbutton his shirt, moving carefully. The clever ghost Dubai popped up online right away to check in on her master. She noticed that her master's hand was hurt and wondered how she was supposed to unbutton anything by herself. Just as Guju was about to try, Dubai was already there, watching out for her. She heard it, and just like that, he got it. Whatever he was doing, he froze. For a moment, everything was still. Suwon rushed over with the medicine box, ready to help, but she noticed that Guju's clothes were still perfectly in place. She wondered why Guju hadn't even unbuttoned his shirt yet. He instantly changed his expression to look all sad and helpless, kind of like a lost puppy. His eyes got all watery as he stared at Suwon, almost like he was about to cry. He clutched his hand, acting like it hurt so much. Suwon, on the other hand, didn't even flinch. She realized she had no other option, so she started to gently help him unbutton his shirt. Then, she cleaned up the cut on his arm really well, making sure it was totally disinfected and carefully wrapping it up. She couldn't help but notice how anxious his sweet wife looked the whole time, so she tried her best to make it look like everything was under control. Guju's cheeks heated up, making her feel all warm inside, but there was still this tiny bit of hesitation she couldn't shake off. Even so, he tried to reassure her in his own gentle way, acting like being hurt was no big deal for him and that he'd bounce back fast, almost like he was saying he was built for it. Just as Sue. The moment she heard that, her whole vibe shifted, her face turned fierce, but still kind of adorable. Commander Gu was the type who had people who cared about her, a family and kids waiting at home. Shouldn't she look after herself a little better? Guju just nodded, quietly agreeing. Right then, everything paused for a second, like the air was holding its breath. Guju spotted a pink gift box just chilling on the sofa. She couldn't help but feel super curious about what was inside. All of a sudden, something unexpected popped up. Suwon just shrugged, thinking it was probably the wedding dress. But then, as she kept playing her game, she tumbled onto the box, her face landing right next to the tiny tag that said it was for the wedding night. Her cheek pressed against it, and she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. Lex's cheeks went bright red, and she totally freaked out inside. Whatever just happened had her seriously panicking. She stared at the pajamas she'd ended up with, feeling totally pressured into picking them out. Honestly, she figured she could just skip wearing them. But then, out of nowhere, the queen actually sent them along too. There was no way this was going to work. Suwon didn't want anyone to notice, so she quickly tried to cover up the gift box. But honestly, how could she expect to keep it a secret? Guju, always quick on her feet, managed to pull it off. But just as she thought she was in the clear, he grabbed the gift box and held it way above her head, totally out of reach. His curiosity just went through the roof. Now, he was even more desperate to find out what was inside and why she was so secretive about it. She just brushed it off, acting like the dress didn't matter at all. A playful smile tugged at her lips as she leaned in, clearly trying to get a reaction out of Suwon. She was definitely up to something, wanting to take a peek, especially since her own dress was mixed in there too. Suwon could totally sense the teasing vibe, and it was honestly kind of funny. She tried her hardest to fight back. Without even thinking, she rushed straight at Guju, totally set on getting the gift box back. But Guju, Shu was super tall, which totally worked in his favor. No matter how many times Suwon jumped, she just couldn't reach it. She kept watching him, a little frustrated, but also kind of amused by how unfair it seemed. She bounced nervously, her face scrunched up with worry. Guju thought she was absolutely the cutest thing ever. He just couldn't help himself. He reached out and wrapped her up in a warm hug. Right at that moment, the vibe between the two of them was getting kind of intense, with this confusing energy hanging in the air. Right then, Suwon's light brain decided to buzz at the worst possible moment, breaking the tension. Suddenly, a notification popped up, letting her know someone wanted to get in touch. She snapped out of her playful mood right away, suddenly taking things seriously with Guju. Deciding not to joke around anymore, she picked up the phone, ready to handle whatever came next, even though Guju was still there. She couldn't help but think it was kind of a shame. He'd already had his fill of sweet moments today, so now it just left him feeling annoyed. She gave the gift box back to Suwon, her mind already drifting to how exhausting the wedding ceremony was going to be. All she wanted now was to crash in the guest room and get some real sleep. She hoped Suwon would take it easy too and get some proper rest. With that, she wished her good night and headed off, ready for some much-needed downtime. After he said that, he leaned in and gave Suwon a soft kiss on her forehead. Suwon just froze for a second, her heart fluttering like crazy. She picked up the call, her face instantly giving away how guilty she felt. Without wasting a second, Suwon felt a little guilty as she realized she and Suni wouldn't make it to the wedding on time. Even though she wished things had worked out differently, sometimes plans just fell apart and all she could do was hope everyone would understand. It was done. The truth was, turns out, the leader of the Star Path had totally sketchy intentions toward Suwon, and all of this happened right under Cecilia's watch. Suwon found out that her second brother had gotten seriously hurt because he tried to save a girl. He acted all heroic, but it ended up with him injured. Cecilia was the one who shared the news. Even though she couldn't show up in person to celebrate, Suni had gone out of her way to put together a special gift. After the call ended, Suni's face lit up with pride, but she would never actually admit she'd given Sue a wedding present. Cecilia couldn't help but notice how Suni tried to play it cool, like it wasn't a big deal, even though everyone could tell she totally cared. She got totally called out right then and there. It was like, didn't she just pick up a bunch of those shiny stones back on XD350? And honestly, everyone knew she had a soft spot for those cute, colorful gems. It was basically her thing, just like her obsession with that Suni powder everyone kept talking about. Now that she was the commander's wife, there was no way she'd care about stuff like this. Cecilia could tell this guy was super stubborn. Honestly, he also wanted to be good to Suwon, but honestly, he had no clue where to start. Then Cecilia walked over to Suni with the medicine in her hand, hoping he'd finally take it this time. But as soon as he saw it, Suni looked nervous and shook his head. He couldn't stand the thought of how bitter it would taste, and there was no way he was going to drink it, no matter how much Cecilia tried to help. Out of nowhere, an idea popped into her head. Without even thinking twice, she swallowed the men's heads whole, surprising even herself. The very next moment, everything changed. She gently brought it right up to Suni's lips, making sure to feed her the right way. At the same time, she was absolutely fuming over the video. Her whole mood just crashed when she saw it. Huo Yicheng had posted a clip wishing Suwon well, and honestly, she couldn't believe it. She was so mad it felt like steam was practically pouring out of her ears. She felt like she was about to lose her mind. If only the commander had met her before anyone else, maybe things would have been so different. Meanwhile, Suwon seemed caught up in something strange, and she couldn't help but wonder what was going on with her. After finally taking a deep breath and trying to calm down, her thoughts kept spinning, making it impossible to relax. Sumon's mood shifted in an instant, her eyes sparkled, and she started to get excited. Maybe this wedding wasn't such a bad thing after all. She figured there'd be plenty of single nobles hanging around, and who knew? This could be her chance to meet someone interesting. The possibilities started swirling in her head, and she couldn't help but feel hopeful. Suman knew that if she put in a little effort with her outfit, she could totally outshine Suwon and maybe even end up with someone way better. That thought gave her a boost, so she hopped up and went straight to her mom, hoping to borrow some jewelry to finish off her look, just as she was about to. As she stood by the door, a weird voice caught her attention. A boy she didn't recognize was calling out to Wei Wei. Right away, she felt a mix of curiosity and worry start to bubble up inside her. She suddenly froze, curiosity bubbling up as she tried to figure out who her mom was chatting with just then. Du Weiwei gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moment she saw Su Man's face turn all serious, she could tell something important was about to go down. She spotted Suman and couldn't help but feel confused. Why was he here of all places? Her mind started racing with questions, but Suman just looked away, acting like he didn't hear her. The whole situation felt awkward, and she couldn't shake the weird tension hanging in the air. She gave an awkward smile, feeling a little nervous. She was thinking about asking her mom if she could borrow some jewelry. But then she noticed her mom seemed busy, maybe just finishing up a call with someone, so she decided to wait and try again later, not wanting to interrupt. She stepped in front of Su Man, making sure Su couldn't see what was happening behind her. Trying to play it cool, she acted like she was just catching up with a friend. She promised to hand over the jewelry the next day and gently suggested it was time for Su to get some rest. With that, she wrapped things up, hoping everything would stay chill. She hurried to shut the door behind her, her heart racing as she glanced back, hoping Dewey would stay just a moment longer. She gave a super deep bow, feeling totally embarrassed as she tried to say sorry to the person in the room, but then she realized something unexpected. The person everyone called the man was actually the new lady. Everyone in the Federation had their eyes on this leader, all searching for Lucifer. But Lucifer just smiled, a wicked grin spreading across her face. There was something kind of mocking about it, like she was silently roasting them all. Deep down, she seemed to be thinking how wild it was that someone's daughter could actually be even less cute than her mom. The moment those words left her lips, Duweiwei was so embarrassed she honestly wished she could disappear into the floor. If it were possible, she'd probably dig herself a whole castle with just her toes. That's how awkward she felt. Deep down, she knew this wasn't her call to make, this was totally up to Lord Lucifer. He seemed pretty interested, making that little noise with his tongue. His eyes drifted over to a photo of Su Wan, and just looking at it made him feel kinda grossed out. Pentacles gently moved his fingers over the photo, his thoughts caught somewhere between surprise and admiration. He hadn't expected Susan's daughter to be this pretty, and honestly, it made sense why the commander was so into her. Even Pentacles felt a little swept up after seeing her picture. Off to the side, Du Weiwei watched the whole thing, quietly taking it all in. In this scene, her face started turning green with anger. Deep down, she couldn't help but think that all guys were the same. They just couldn't say no to a pretty face. But then, Lucifer's reaction caught her off guard. He wore a hauntingly sweet smile, almost too perfect for someone so young. Slowly, dark, twisting shapes wrapped around her, creeping closer and closer. As they tightened, her breaths grew softer, each one slipping away until it felt like she was fading right in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone had been waiting forever for this wedding. It was basically the event of the century. All eyes were on Lucifer, who was finally about to step into the spotlight. This shady guy wasn't just obsessed with how pretty Saiwan was. He wanted everything she had. She tried to sneak into the palace, hoping to crash her own wedding with the commander. Du Weiwei had planned to warn him that this whole idea was way too risky, but things definitely didn't go as she expected. Lucifer whipped around, her eyes flashing with that intense glare that could totally freeze someone on the spot. The mood shifted in a split second. She wasn't messing around. She was seriously deep in her feelings, acting way more scared than she ever wanted to admit. He felt a strange sense of peace, almost like she was floating away from everything she used to know. In that quiet moment, it was just her, surrounded by the stillness that comes only after everything else has faded. She always found herself daydreaming about something more. No matter where she was, there was this little spark inside, pushing her to imagine bigger things and hope for a future that felt just out of reach. Du Weiwei ended up pretending that Lucifer was her cousin. She was totally set on sneaking him into the wedding. When the morning finally arrived, her nerves were all over the place. On the day of the wedding, everything felt like a scene straight out of a romantic drama. The wedding procession pulled up in front of Suwon's house, looking super fancy and making everyone stop and stare. Guju could feel the excitement in the air, her heart racing as the big moment finally arrived. The groom, getting ready for his second wedding, felt a mix of excitement and nerves bubbling up inside him. He couldn't help but glance at the time, making sure everything was on track, his heart racing as he waited for the big moment. She had counted all the way up to 99, her excitement growing each time. All she could think about was finally seeing the bride who everyone said looked just like a fairy. Right then, her heart was pounding with anticipation. Even someone like him, who always seemed unbeatable, turned out to be just a regular guy with hopes and dreams. Especially today. As Eric stepped into the wedding hall with the love of his life, he couldn't hide his huge smile. The big white dog by his side looked even more excited, tail wagging like crazy, and honestly, it was adorable. Eric almost wanted to poke fun at how happy the dog seemed, as if the furry friend was even more hyped about the wedding than he was. But it made sense. With a new lady in the house, everything would feel warmer and homier. Even the dog could feel that cozy change coming. Eric wasn't ready for that comment at all. It caught him completely off guard, like a meme that's just too real. His heart took a major hit, and it honestly felt like he'd just lost a game with a billion points on the line. Right at that moment, a soft voice drifted through the room, catching her attention. She looked up, surprised, her curiosity instantly piqued. She spotted Soo-won in a gorgeous white wedding dress, moving gracefully down the aisle toward him. In that moment, everything seemed to pause. His heart was totally out of control, beating so fast he felt like it might jump out of his chest. He couldn't stop his cheeks from turning bright red either. Just then, Soo-won hurried over to him and everything felt even more intense. She walked right up to Guju, not saying anything, just staring at him with this intense look. Guju could totally feel it. She felt a little shy with all eyes on her, but couldn't help being the first one to break the silence and wonder what was so interesting. Soo-won didn't even try to hide her reaction. There was so much love shining in her eyes as she looked at the person in front of her. She couldn't help but respond in a sweet, caring way, showing just how much she cared. Slowly, she leaned in, her movement soft and full of warmth. She leaned in, getting super close to Guju's ear, her voice barely more than a whisper as she told him just how cute he was. When she called him her husband, it made his heart skip a beat. Yuju's cheeks went bright red, making her look like she'd just run a marathon or seen her biggest crush walk by. Her heart was racing, and she felt totally flustered, barely able to hide how embarrassed she was. She nodded, barely making a sound. The moment he finished talking, he scooped Soo-won up into his arms, holding her close and steady. Nearby, the big white dog barked, its voice loud and clear. She couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement as everyone started moving, ready to go. The palace was their next stop, and honestly, her heart was beating so fast. Today was the big day. She was getting married. Even before she got there, she could imagine the palace already buzzing with people, decorations, and that electric energy that comes with something major about to happen. There was a bunch of guests everywhere, filling the room with chatter and laughter. She was always so full of life, never just ordinary. There was just something special about her, like she brought a little extra sparkle wherever she went. This royal wedding was honestly next-level fancy. Everyone invited had to deal with a bunch of intense security checks just to get inside. It wasn't the kind of event you could just stroll into. Every guest needed to pass through all these checkpoints before they could even think about walking into the venue. At the wedding venue, everyone had to follow some pretty strict rules. No touching or poking at anyone, and definitely no sharp stuff allowed. Even fangs had to be hidden away, which was a real struggle for Lucifer. The guard stared her down, all serious, clearly not in the mood for any funny business. Lucifer really wished she could just chill and blend in, but it wasn't easy with everyone watching her so closely. She couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh, totally overwhelmed by how extra everything was. I mean, it was the commander's wedding, so obviously the security was next level. Standing next to her, Suman looked super proud, basically glowing because, duh, they were in the royal palace. Not just anybody could stroll in here. Tight security was totally the norm. And just as she was thinking all this, something unexpected started to happen. Susan's face went completely blank, like she'd just seen something unreal. Her whole expression froze, and she couldn't look away from something just a little distance ahead. It was like the world had stopped for her in that moment. Lin Rainyu and Mule were totally lost in their own little world, just chatting and laughing together. The way they acted around each other was super close, and anyone watching could tell there was a special vibe between them. Suzanne couldn't help but notice, and it made her feel a little weird inside. A wave of anger bubbled up inside him, so strong he almost couldn't put it into words. All he wanted was to drop everything and run over there right now. Commander Gu was finally here. He finally kept his promise and gave Soo-won the most incredible, over-the-top wedding ever. It was so dreamy and extra, the kind of wedding Susan had always imagined, like something straight out of a fairy tale. She swept into the wedding venue like a total whirlwind, turning heads with her bold energy. Her presence was impossible to ignore, confident, almost intimidating. All eyes were on her, even the ones from the mother, who was definitely not her biggest fan. The guards blocked her and her daughter without a second thought, ignoring how desperate and worn out Suman sounded as she tried to plead with them. She was the bride's sister, but the guards were still super strict with her. She always stuck to the rule. If someone wasn't on the guest list, they weren't getting in, no matter what. At the same time, one of the guards totally picked up on what Lucifer was doing. She wasn't really known around the first district, so they made her go through this extra inspection. Wei totally freaked out for a second, right as she was just on the edge of making her dream come true. She tried to explain herself, but the way Lucifer looked at her made her freeze. He seemed totally chill on the outside, but deep down he was a mess of emotions. Meanwhile, things were getting tense on the other side too. Lin Rainyu felt super grateful to Malay for how carefully he'd looked after Suwon lately. She couldn't stop thinking about how much his kindness meant, especially with everything that had been going on. Just knowing someone was there for Suwon made her heart feel a little lighter. It was just another intense day of military training. Right when things started getting a little too close for comfort, literally, Su Zhen showed up out of nowhere. She arrived just as that guy, acting all grabby, was about to lay a hand on Lin Rainyu. Luckily, Mule was super fast to react. She barely had time to react before someone grabbed Lin Rain, pulling her away. He caught her in his arms, like one of those classic movie moments where the hero saves the girl. Everything seemed to pause right then, almost like time froze around them. Su Zhen's voice sounded rough as she let her anger spill out at Lin Rainyu. It hadn't even been that long since their divorce, but now Lin Rainyu was already getting close to someone new. Su Zhen couldn't help but wonder if Lin Rainyu had been searching for another guy all along. The feelings of betrayal and confusion were just too much for her to hide. Lin Rainyu shot him a look that said she was totally over it. She didn't want anything to do with him anymore. After all, they were divorced. She just wanted her space. Meanwhile, Suzanne was fuming, her anger practically written all over her face. He was totally embarrassed and, in his panic, even tried to grab Lin Rainyu and drag her back. But just as his hand reached out, Malay reached out and grabbed her, holding her back so she couldn't move any further. It was clear she wasn't going to let Lin Rainyu cause any more drama. The message was obvious. If Lin Rainyu couldn't chill out, she should probably just go. Susan got a sudden reminder, all because of her daughter's wedding coming up. She was only allowed on the guest list thanks to old Master Su pulling some strings. But there was a warning hanging in the air. If she even thought about causing drama, someone would be ready to kick her out without a second thought. Even though she really didn't want to, she ended up turning around anyway. She had no choice but to walk away, feeling totally embarrassed and wishing she could just disappear. Lin Rainey couldn't help but feel like everyone was watching her as she left, her cheeks burning from the shame. Susan gave an awkward smile, feeling a little embarrassed as she apologized to Moulay. Her ex-husband was definitely not your average guy, and she felt bad for making Moulay laugh at the whole situation. But Moulay, always so chill and polite, just brushed it off and let her know he wasn't bothered. With all that behind them, the wedding was about to start, and everyone's attention shifted to what was coming next. The two of them didn't say anything else and just headed off to find their seats in the main hall. Pretty much everyone else was already settled in, waiting for things to start. The live camera was set up and ready to go, and it felt like everything was in place for whatever was about to happen. Everyone was just hanging out, waiting for the newlyweds to make their entrance. Right at that moment, anticipation buzzed in the air, and it felt like everyone was holding their breath, ready for something special to happen. Suwon felt her heart racing so fast, it was like it was about to leap right out of her chest. She was way too anxious, barely holding it together, while Guju moved closer, calm and gentle. She tried to calm her down, letting her know there was nothing to worry about. Just having someone by her side made everything feel a little less scary, and she started to believe that maybe things would actually turn out okay. The big door creaked open, making everyone turn their heads. All eyes were on the two newlyweds as they stepped into the room, the excitement buzzing in the air. The host's voice echoed, full of energy, setting the mood just right. Soft, beautiful music played in the background, adding to the magical vibe of the moment. Music started to fill the air, wrapping around her like a soft blanket. The beat made her heart skip, and suddenly everything felt a little brighter, like she was starring in her own movie. Petals floated everywhere, drifting down like soft little snowflakes. Su Wan and Guju held hands as they stepped into the main hall together. The second they walked in, the whole place seemed to light up. Everyone started clapping, and the room filled with cheers and well wishes. People kept sending their congratulations, wishing her a happy marriage and a lifetime of love. It was honestly such a wholesome moment, almost unreal. She thought one of them looked way too pretty to actually be the commander. Su Wan didn't usually let people see the real her. She slipped her arm through hers, holding on tight as they walked together. Guju's made her way into the venue, taking slow, careful steps. For a second, everything around her seemed to pause. The crowd buzzed with cheers and happy vibes, everyone caught up in the excitement. The little princess stared with wide, sparkling eyes, totally amazed. To her, Aunt looked just like a real princess, so pretty and elegant, especially when she stood next to Lin Rainyu. She was already tearing up, emotions hitting her before anything even really happened. This time, things felt different for her. Suwon finally felt happy. She was surrounded by people who cared about her, and for the first time in a long while, she could actually breathe. It was like all the heaviness in her chest just melted away, and she let herself smile, soaking in the moment. Surrounded by her closest family and friends, all genuinely wishing her the best, she stood next to a husband who truly cared for her. She looked at him with her whole heart, as if nothing else in the world mattered. The priest's voice grew stronger, echoing through the room packed with their friends, family, and pretty much everyone who meant something to them. In that moment, it was official. They were about to promise forever to each other, right there in front of everyone. Guju stood there, her heart beating fast but steady. When it was her turn, she didn't even pause. She knew exactly what she wanted. She looked at Miss Suwon, completely sure of her answer. There wasn't a single doubt in her mind. She was ready to say yes to forever with her. Everyone's eyes were on her, waiting for her answer. She could feel her heart racing, knowing that this moment would change everything. The question hung in the air, and she realized everyone wanted to know if she would say yes to becoming Mr. Guju's wife. Luan's eyes started to fill with tears, but she kept her gaze steady and strong. Even though she was emotional, she didn't back down. The two of them wrapped each other up in a tight hug, holding on as if they never wanted to let go. They held each other close, completely in sync, like they were each other's safe place, the one spot in the world where everything just felt right. She softly pressed her lips to Suwon's, and the whole room burst into excited clapping and happy cheers. The wedding ceremony felt like a total dream come true. It was finally over. Right after, the Star Network dropped a super popular clip, and it basically blew up online. The video was everywhere, and everyone was talking about it. It was impossible to keep it quiet anymore. Everyone had their phones and cameras out, all pointed at the newlyweds like they were celebrities on the red carpet. Out of nowhere, Guju could tell that something was up, so she softly placed her coat over Suwon's shoulders, trying to make her feel a little safer and warmer. Wan looked totally confused, glancing up at Guju with wide eyes. Guju kept a straight face, insisting she wasn't cold at all. Meanwhile, Sue looked at her and immediately disagreed. She knew Guju was definitely feeling the chill, even if she tried to play it cool. She totally got what he was thinking, so she just went along with it without any fuss. Then, the two of them moved on together. They stood close together in front of the camera, making sure their smiles stayed bright and sweet the whole time. The camera kept clicking nonstop, capturing every second as they posed. Another flash went off, catching a perfect moment that made everyone smile. The whole place felt like it was buzzing with happiness, and even the reporters couldn't help but get swept up in the good vibes. The more people watched, the more they felt the love in the air. Honestly, the commander and his wife looked like they were totally meant to be together. While everyone else was hanging out, someone was left out. Hugh Aduo sat at home, tears streaming down, feeling totally invisible and left behind. Zhao Zhao shot a look that was all attitude, clearly unimpressed. As soon as someone started talking trash about Suwon, Huo Yicheng just lost it. His feelings all over the place. He couldn't help but blame them for messing up the wedding he always imagined would be his and Suwon's. Zhao Zhao let out a cold little laugh, making it super clear that she and her friends weren't about to take the fall for what happened. Sure, they'd suggested hanging around the Su family to get some benefits, but running off and eloping? That was definitely not part of their plan. Honestly, everyone knew Suwon was pretty fragile, always looking a bit pale and tired no matter how hard she tried to hide it. Some people whispered about how she probably couldn't even have kids, like that was the worst thing ever. When Hoi Cheng heard those words, it just broke her all over again. Tears streamed down her face even harder, and she couldn't stop herself from crying, her shoulders shaking as she clung to her little bowl, lost in her sadness. Yue Zhaozhao just couldn't take it anymore. Annoyed by her brother making such a fuss, she grabbed a pillow and whacked him with it. Honestly, he was being so dramatic that it felt like he might actually chase all their family's luck away with his whining. The wedding banquet was still going, and it definitely wasn't over yet. Suwon suddenly found herself being led away by someone she didn't even know. Meanwhile, the wedding banquet was still going on without her, full of laughter and celebration, totally unaware that she was gone. The place feels super lively, with everyone around sharing their love and good vibes for the newlyweds. Suwon was all smiles, her happiness totally obvious. Right then, everything just felt light and easy, like nothing could mess up the mood. Li Rui rushed over, clearly excited because she had some fresh news to share. The moment Guju heard what it was about, her whole vibe shifted. She looked seriously shaken as she quickly tried to explain what was going on. Suwon watched as he left with Li Rui, both of them looking like they had somewhere important to be. She had a few things she wanted to share, but they were already gone, moving on to their next task. Not wanting to let the moment slip by, Suwon turned and called out to Lin Rainyu, hoping to catch her attention. It was getting pretty late, and she started to feel like she should head back before everyone else. Suwon had planned to stay a bit longer, but now she wasn't so sure. She kind of wanted to keep her around for a few more days, just hanging out in the first district together, but Lin Rainyu made it clear how she felt. She couldn't help but wish she could go back and be there for her mom. Susie One nodded, feeling the same way. She took a moment to really get it, letting everything sink in. Then she lifted her hand and waved to someone nearby. The waiter stood nearby, catching her attention as she tried to figure out how to get home. She wondered if someone could help arrange a ride, maybe even a flying car, if that was possible. At the same time, she couldn't help but think about her mom and whether she'd be heading back too. The waiter listened patiently, keeping a polite and friendly vibe. Suwon's heart dropped when she heard the news. The very last flying vehicle was already taken. Mr. Mu had snatched it up before she even got the chance. Just her luck, right? For a split second, she felt totally stuck, not sure what to do next. For a second, she paused, her eyes landing on Malay. It was the perfect moment, just in time. Director Mu was getting ready to leave too, so Su Wen nudged Lin Renyu in that direction, kind of hinting she should go with him. Lin Renyu found herself being gently pushed closer to Mu Li, and Mu Li didn't seem to mind at all. He acted just like a total gentleman, and honestly, Lin Renyu didn't mind at all. Su Wen watched the two of them, catching all the little details. Lin Renyu couldn't help but feel a little happy inside, sneaking a quick glance up, almost as if she was trying to hide her smile. She looked back, her eyes shining with approval. Deep down, Suwon truly wished her mom could find real happiness for herself, and she hoped it would happen soon. A bunch of rich women and stylish girls gathered around them, their eyes full of curiosity and excitement. She tried to impress the new leader, hoping to get on their good side. Wander's wife always seemed to be showered with compliments wherever she went. People couldn't stop gushing over her, and honestly, it felt like the praise would never end. Sue, on the other hand, felt a little left out, like she barely got noticed. She was still feeling a little lightheaded from the drinks they'd had earlier. So, when everyone suddenly got super hyped around her, all she could really do was smile and go along with it, right then. In the corner, a waiter watched everything going on, staying quiet and low-key. Without really thinking about it, he glanced over at the door just in case something was about to happen. She quickly hid the ruby earrings on his earlobes and then started walking over. Someone came up to her with a polite vibe, letting her know that the commander's wife was looking for her. She was asked to follow along to the other side, her curiosity kicking in as she wondered what this was all about. Guju wrapped up everything he needed to do and finally came back, only to realize Siwon was nowhere to be seen. He looked around, a little confused, but Dubai was quick to fill him in. Apparently, Siwon had headed up to the rooftop with one of the waiters. That's when Guju found out something new about Xingda, and it definitely caught him off guard. It looked like someone might have crashed the wedding, and Guju couldn't shake the feeling that Siwon was in trouble. Worry tightening in his chest, he rushed straight toward the house, heart pounding as he tried to reach her before anything bad could happen. She finally made it to the rooftop, but once she got there, everything felt different. He still couldn't find Siwon anywhere. Stress started to creep in, making his heart race as he looked around, hoping she'd show up. She looked around, searching for Juan. He seemed to be nowhere in sight, and she couldn't help but wonder where he had disappeared to this time. Suwon suddenly called out from behind, catching Guju's attention. She spun around, surprised to see who was there. Out of nowhere, there was Suwon, totally okay and unharmed. Right beside her stood her son, sticking close. She was just a soft little cutie, the kind of girl who made everyone around her want to smile. After everything, he finally stepped out and felt the sun on his skin. It was like he could actually breathe again, soaking up that warmth and light he'd been missing for way too long. She finally let out a breath she didn't even realize she'd been holding. The tension faded away, and for a second, everything felt a little lighter. The commander's words washed over her, making it clear things might actually be okay. She tried to talk to Suwon about something really important, but Suwon just zoned out. Suwan couldn't help but find herself drawn to him. Whenever he was around, she felt a little flutter in her chest, like her heart just knew something was up. Even though she tried to play it cool, she always seemed to act a bit different when he was near, almost like she couldn't quite be herself. The soft little princess was totally enjoying herself, caught up in the fun and games. Meanwhile, Guju rushed over, clearly in a hurry. Someone walked over and wanted to know how Suwon ended up in this place. Suwon couldn't help but react with surprise, her expression basically screaming, "Wait, what?" She took her time, making it clear that the queen herself had sent someone to get her. She'd already handed over some money, so everything was settled. She exchanged quick glances with the queen, not realizing what was about to happen next. At that moment, the queen was just there, giving one of those polite smiles that didn't really say much. And then there was the emperor. He stood right next to her, flashing that goofy grin of his. Because of that, she didn't really notice what was on her mind. She didn't think too much about it and just went along, following the waiter upstairs. Turns out, the waiter who brought her in was dressed up just like Lucifer, just like Sue. She was totally caught up in the amazing view, taking it all in without a care in the world. Meanwhile, right behind her, Lucifer was getting ready to make his move. 8 octopus-like tentacles started to wiggle, almost as if they had a mind of their own. But just as he was about to do something, a soft, innocent voice suddenly broke the moment and made him jump. A small, curious face peeked out, catching everyone by surprise. She peeked out, hoping to spot her aunt nearby. All she wanted was for someone to come play with her. Somewhere close, a little duck wandered around, adding a bit of cuteness to the moment. Any chance of trapping it disappeared in a split second. Lucifer's anger hit so hard he looked like he could actually grind his teeth to dust before he could even react. Lucifer tried to pull himself together, but his little sister was already giving him instructions like she was in charge. She told him to grab some cake, snacks, and drinks for everyone. There wasn't much he could do except nod and go along with her plan, so he turned to head out, still feeling a bit flustered. The little one looked up at him and called him brother, noticing right away that he kind of smelled like seafood. Hearing that, Lucifer totally freaked out inside, his heart practically screaming. His heart totally skipped a beat, but he tried so hard to play it cool. The little princess paused, deep in thought, really trying to figure out if something was wrong. The delicious smell drifted through the air, making her stomach growl and her eyes light up with excitement. She couldn't help but smile, totally hooked by the yummy scent. She felt a sense of relief wash over her. Now, she just needed a little help carrying some octopus tentacles. Only then did the situation start to make a bit more sense. Lucifer let out a quiet sigh of relief, hoping no one noticed. Softy seemed satisfied and totally full, which made everything feel a little less stressful. She stood there, feeling oddly content right in front of Suwon and Guju. Without any fuss, she let go of her secret hideout, not even looking back. Just before she left, she made sure to tell the two of them what to do, her voice a little more intense than usual. She really didn't want their parents to find out she'd snuck some food. Guju was quick to nod, totally on her side. Suwon just glanced over at Zhao, waiting to see what she'd do next. Softy turned around, showing off her adorable side, and a gentle, almost mom-like smile appeared on her face. It made everyone wonder if Softy actually had a thing for mechas. Guju seemed pretty sure she did. Honestly, when Softy went up against those mechas, she looked so confident, like she could totally take on grown-ups and not even break a sweat. Suwayne couldn't help but feel proud of Softy in that moment. Softy couldn't help but feel amazing when she heard that. It was nice knowing they were talking about her. Guju was honestly so impressed with Suwon's talent, she just had to show her some love. He was also curious, wanting to know if Suwon had made any decisions about switching majors. Suwon felt a little pulled in by the idea. It was really tempting. But deep down, she kept thinking about how unsettled she still felt after being asleep for so long. Inside, she was. She was actually scared now. What if she ended up in a coma again and woke up back in ancient Earth? That thought alone made her heart race. Guju would totally freak out if that happened. Guju's mind started spinning with worry, not sure what she would even do next. He totally got where she was coming from and jumped right in, offering to help her look for someone who could check on her mental well-being. At first, Suwayne actually felt a little relieved, almost hopeful. But then, as she listened to her, that happiness faded and she started to hesitate, not sure if she was really ready for all this. She heard that hypnosis might work, but the idea made her nervous. She couldn't stop worrying about something going wrong. She accidentally let it slip that her soul could cross worlds, and before she knew it, she was whisked away to a creepy research lab where people wanted to study her like she was some kind of science experiment. Meanwhile, Guju spotted her in her. She felt her cheeks heat up with embarrassment as he suddenly pulled her close, making her heart race. He wrapped his arms around her and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, almost like he was promising that no matter what happened or where she went, he'd be able to find her again. That small gesture gave her a sense of comfort she didn't even know she needed. Suwon felt totally safe and comfortable, like nothing could go wrong. Out of nowhere, something unexpected happened to her. Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She could hardly believe it finally time to see Aju's wings. Just a moment before, she hadn't expected this at all. Suwon found herself totally obsessed with Aju's wings. They were just so cool and magical, she couldn't stop staring. But then, out of nowhere, everything changed in a blink, and suddenly she was a little kid again. She kept her distance from them. Deep down, it was all because of Ju. Having wings turned out to be way more of a hassle than anyone would think. Normally, Gu could handle anything thrown her way, but this time, things were getting complicated a lot faster than she liked. Ju always did whatever Siwon asked, no matter what. This time was just like all the others. Still, something about it felt different, and she couldn't quite figure out why. He really wanted to catch the fireworks before anything else. Just before he let anyone see his wings, Suwon gave a small nod, her hand moving in a quiet, reassuring way. She was practically buzzing with excitement, her mind spinning with thoughts of being with Ju while fireworks lit up the sky in the most romantic way. The idea of capturing the moment with a cute group photo made her heart flutter even more. Everything felt so perfect, like a memory she'd want to hold on to forever, all happening in just a single moment. The fireworks were just about to light up the sky, and everyone could feel the excitement building. There was a big, fluffy white dog and a tiny one right beside it. The size difference was kind of adorable, like a funny meme you'd see online. They looked like total opposites, but somehow, they just fit together perfectly. White was totally caught up snapping photos for the two masters, making sure to get all their best angles. She leaned in, bringing her cheek closer until it almost touched the steady beat of a heart. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Suwon Joy's ears peeked out, catching everyone's attention. He stared at the group photo with total admiration, clearly loving every second of it. Guju, always the bold one, didn't hesitate. She just threw out the idea that if this moment wasn't enough, she could totally call someone to set off more fireworks. Suwon couldn't help but smile, the whole thing just making her feel warm and happy inside. She gently turned down the offer, feeling like she already had enough for now. She thought maybe, when she was older and filled with memories, she'd take her time looking back at everything. With that thought lingering, she moved on. She switched off her screen and spun around to face what was behind her. She wrapped her arms around Guju in a tight hug, trying her best to look extra cute. She was totally hoping Guju would let her see those wings now. Seeing her act like that, Guju couldn't help but smile a little. Suwon could barely stand still anymore. She was way too excited and honestly, a little annoyed that anyone would even think she cared about the performance. To her, nothing could compare to the beauty of Aju's wings, not even the most stunning fireworks show. Guju finally stopped saying no, but she let Suwon know that if she peeked, she couldn't get mad about whatever she saw. Suwon didn't even hesitate, she just jumped right in, acting all confident and chill like nothing could ever bother her. But the second Suwon finished talking, things started to get interesting. As she spoke, there was a sudden whoosh in the air. Out of nowhere, these huge, snow-white wings burst open behind her. Guju's transformation was finally complete. After her transformation was finally out in the open, it wasn't just the wings that caught everyone's attention. She also had these big, fluffy ears on top of her head and a soft tail behind her. Suwon was totally overwhelmed by all the changes. She just stood there, totally shocked, her mind kind of blanking out for a while. It took her a minute to snap back to reality, but even then, she couldn't stop staring at her. She went all out, playing with Guju and even nuzzling up to her. Guju honestly felt completely adored. She could feel herself drawn to him, her heart fluttering every time he was near. At the same time, Suwon reached out and gently touched Guju's wings. The moment she did, his ears turned bright red, almost like he couldn't handle how flustered he felt. She tried to move, but his expression changed, looking tense and uneasy. Her cheeks turned a light shade of pink as Suwen quickly tried to ask her question. She ended up breaking his heart. Meanwhile, Guju decided to accept the offer. She took a deep breath and tried to make sense of it all. For people who had beastified, the higher their level got, the tougher it became to stay in control. Their feelings got way more intense, and even the smallest things could set them off. Su-won picked up on this right away. She realized something all of a sudden. It hit her. Was this what a manic episode felt like? The thought popped into her mind so quickly, it almost surprised her. She watched as he came out, secretly thinking how awful it was. Before, Guju was already super clingy when he got all manic, and now he even had wings. Like, seriously, wasn't he just going to be even more impossible to handle now? Sudren felt it all hit her at once. She instantly wished she hadn't wanted to see the wings at all. Panic bubbled up inside her as she rushed Guju to hide them and just focus on the fireworks instead. But the moment had already slipped away, and there was no going back. Guju held onto Suwon's hand, squeezing it tight and making sure she didn't let go. She fell into his arms, feeling a rush that made even the fireworks seem dull compared to the way her heart soared. Her wings, after all, were something special, something only she truly understood. Su-won stood there, a bit awkward, not quite sure what to do next. She smiled to herself, realizing how pretty the fireworks actually looked. Before she could even finish her thought, Guju leaned in close and kissed her gently, making Wanwan's heart skip a beat. The moment felt warm and safe, like the world had faded away for just a second. But reality crept back in, reminding them it was probably time to head home, especially since things were starting to get a little overwhelming. Seeing the wings was just too much for her. It totally blew her mind. After all that excitement, Su-won finally managed to get some sleep. She stayed up for a full 24 hours. At the banquet, the hallway stretched out in front of her, quiet and a little bit eerie, like something straight out of a late-night school drama. Lee Ruiz couldn't shake the weird feeling she got from that waiter. Even though Eric tried to reassure her, she still felt like something was off. She tried to tell herself not to stress out. That person was just one of Suman's random, not-so-important relatives. And honestly, just thinking about Suman brought up a whole different set of feelings. Lee Rui had already taken care of things and made sure those people were gone. Meanwhile, Eric quietly sent out some good vibes, hoping everything would turn out okay. Lee Ru flashed a quick thumbs up, totally owning her role as the love bodyguard. Even though she tried to keep the mood light, dinner still felt a little awkward. The day was almost over, and everyone was starting to get restless. Their commander still hadn't made an appearance, which made them even more anxious. None of them had a clue about what was really going on behind the scenes. The commander had already brought his wife home a while ago to show her the wings. Suwon honestly thought everything would be over way before the afternoon rolled around. She was totally not prepared for it to drag on until the next day. Feeling exhausted, Suwon just pulled her along, both of them running on pure stubbornness at this point. She felt totally wiped out and her stomach was growling. Dragging herself out of bed, she figured it was time to get something to eat. She felt it in her stomach first. But as soon as she got to her feet, out of nowhere, her back started aching and her legs cramped up so bad she couldn't help but blame someone in her head, calling them the worst. Seriously, in that moment, that person was totally in her bad books. Suwon came into the room carefully holding a bowl of porridge. Suddenly, something startled her, making her spin around way too fast. In her rush, she accidentally. Guju's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, making them look all glossy and soft. Suwon felt a warm flush rising to her own cheek, her heart fluttering at the sight. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment, and her back still had that annoying, stubborn ache from earlier. Noticing all this, Guju moved closer and gently helped her settle into a seat, making sure she was comfortable before bringing over a bowl of warm porridge. He tried to show he cared, putting himself out there for her. But Suwon couldn't help it. She pulled away without even thinking, her body tensing up on its own. Guju just watched her, his eyes searching her face, trying to figure out what she was feeling. She felt totally lost, like her mind was spinning and nothing made sense. Suwon felt totally confused and upset, shaking her head in disbelief. She really didn't want to accept what was happening, but Guju looked at her with a serious expression, making it clear this was for real. She kept replaying what happened last night in her head, remembering how it was actually her who said those words. Whoever was mad just stayed mad, and Guju's words didn't really matter in the end. Suwon grabbed a shiny silver spoon and held it up to his mouth, her frustration clear on her face. She couldn't hide how annoyed she was in that moment. She wasn't actually upset with the person in front of her. It was all frustration bubbling up inside herself. She barely knew anything about the recipient's unique condition, and that just made her feel worse. Then Suwon tried a spoonful of the porridge. The taste hit her instantly. It was so familiar and comforting that her whole face lit up. She couldn't help but wonder where Ju had found porridge that good. Before she could even finish the thought, Dubai jumped in, not missing a beat. The owner had set things up perfectly, making sure the delivery got all the attention. She'd actually reached out to her mother-in-law to find out exactly what flavors and cooking styles the lady liked best. After trying again and again seriously, like 81 times, the taste finally came out just right. Suwon couldn't help but feel totally impressed. She felt a rush of emotions after hearing that. Grateful, she shot her husband a warm smile, her heart fluttering. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself down, feeling a mix of excitement and relief. The storm raged on outside. After finishing her bowl of porridge, she quietly lifted the empty bowl, feeling a little warmer inside despite the wild weather. She held out her bowl, trying to look as adorable as possible while hoping for the biggest serving. Guju couldn't help it. Her lips curled into a soft, loving smile. Honestly, it was just too cute. She always thought of her as just a teacher, someone she could trust. But after the wedding, it hit her. This teacher had actually been eyeing her husband all along. Suwon walked back onto campus, her heart beating a little faster when she saw Luo Jin waiting there. She couldn't help but feel super curious about what the honeymoon plans were going to be. She just said it, totally chill, like it was no big deal. There were way too many paparazzi hanging around outside, so she decided it was just better to stay home. She spent her time chilling, taking care of her flowers, soaking up some sun, and finally catching up on all the sleep she'd missed. She hadn't even finished explaining her plans when the anatomy class teacher showed up, and she found herself there too, both of them holding scalpels. Suwon stood there, catching everyone's attention. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. After waiting so long, she was finally here, ready to meet the person she'd been thinking about. In that moment, she felt like her whole world was opening up. She was Long Yu. She had always admired Commander Gu. There was something about the way he acted, so calm and gentle, but deep down, she could just tell there was a lot more going on inside his head, a whole side of him that no one ever saw. She found herself hoping that one day she'd get close enough to really figure out what he was thinking underneath that soft smile, even if the truth turned out to be a little scary. Lan Yu totally shocked everyone in class. All eyes were on her and nobody could believe what had just happened. Siwon had set everything up so everyone could check out the specimen of the person who'd changed. She got a special reminder to catch up with Shang Yin after class to talk things over. Shang Yin, as always, was right there in the middle of it all. She couldn't help but be drawn in by the specimen, totally impressed by how cool it looked. But Luo Jinna, on the other hand, she was shaking as she tried to stay hidden behind the other two. She finally let herself be honest, owning up to how she really felt. She picked medicine because her family thought it was the best path for her. Thinking back, it wasn't really her own choice, she just went along with what everyone expected. Suwon hadn't really decided on a major yet, but one thing was clear, she was totally into researching medicinal cuisine. She spent a lot of her time diving into recipes and learning about how different foods could be good for people's health. It was kind of her thing, and she loved discovering new ways that cooking could actually help others feel better. Jang-eun still carried the pain of losing her childhood friend, and that regret pushed her every single day. She couldn't forget what happened, so now she was all in on making things better for everyone in District 10. No matter how tough it got, she stayed focused on trying to fix the medical problems there, hoping no one else would have to go through what she did. Shingen's words really hit Suwon hard. Suddenly, she was flooded with all kinds of emotions. She realized that she had actually gotten into She came to the Imperial University all the way from the tough, run-down streets of District 10. On top of working super hard, she'd need a serious stroke of luck too. She couldn't stop wondering if Sheng was actually going to transfer to the military academy. The thought kept popping up in her mind, making her feel all kinds of nervous and curious at the same time. Xing-an stays really determined. She knows that doctors can help and even save lives, but there's only so much they can do. Deep down, she understands that some problems are just too big for medicine alone to fix. If she managed to graduate from the military academy and actually got sent to the base in District 10, she knew she could make a real difference. Maybe, just maybe, there'd be a way to help everyone in District 10 live a little better. As she glanced at the embed, Sheng-en was as ruthless as ever, and Suwain couldn't help but feel like nothing she did was ever enough. No matter how hard she tried or how strong she became, it always seemed like she was still falling short. She was planning to open a special branch in District 10, hoping it would help fix the job situation there. She really wanted to make a difference for people in the neighborhood and give them better opportunities. Someday, in the future, everyone would get to enjoy fresh, yummy food together. She couldn't help but feel anxious about everything they might lose, her mind spinning with worries. But when Suwon looked at her, there was this steady confidence in her eyes, like she knew what truly mattered. To Suwon, some things were just way more important than making a profit, and Luo Jena could sense that even in the middle of all her doubts. She didn't waste any time showing her support for the investment. Sheng stood there, her heart beating a little faster as she tried to figure out what to do next. It was one of those moments when everything felt uncertain, but she knew she had to keep moving forward. Zai's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she clenched her fists, determination bubbling up inside her. If things were going to be this tough, then she was ready to push herself even more. Every muscle in her hands tightened, showing just how hard she was willing to fight for what she wanted. They shared a quick smile, kind of like they both knew how much effort everyone had to put in. It was one of those moments where you could tell they understood each other, like, yeah, working hard was just part of the deal, especially with the deputy commander watching. For the first time since getting married, she went to pick up her wife from school. She just missed her so much she couldn't help herself. She nearly got mixed up. She found herself in anatomy class, her mind wandering as rumors about a male mistress swirled around campus. The day had just wrapped up, and Suwon was saying her goodbyes to her roommate. As she turned the corner, she accidentally walked right into someone, catching herself against what felt like a warm, solid wall. She glanced up in a rush, her heart skipping when she spotted those blue eyes she knew so well. Guju slowly pulled off his mask, and a tiny smile started to form at the corners of his mouth. She curled into a gentle arc, her body tensing with anticipation. Juan could feel someone's presence, like a quiet promise that she wasn't alone anymore. There was a sense of comfort, almost like someone was ready to bring her home, to make everything okay again. But just as she started to relax, confusion flickered in her eyes. Something about Guju felt off, leaving her unsure of what was really happening. Siwon took one look at her husband, all bundled up in that outfit, and honestly couldn't stop staring. She found herself analyzing every detail, from how the clothes fit to the way he stood, wrapped up so tightly. It was almost impossible not to notice how different he looked, and she couldn't help but quietly judge the whole vibe. Parazi stood outside, and there was this uneasy feeling in the air. She worried that whatever was happening might end up hurting someone she cared about. As she glanced over, she caught sight of another girl totally locked in on his face, unable to look away. Su Huan checked out her outfit, a playful smirk spreading across his face. He looked her up and down, clearly amused, like he just noticed something unexpected. She started to wonder if her clothes looked weird or out of place, but instead, he gave off this teasing, warm vibe, almost like he was letting her in on a little secret. His playful energy made her heart skip, and there was this soft, flirty spark between them that definitely didn't go unnoticed. From Guju's perspective, he definitely counted as someone with more experience, basically a senior. Just thinking about it made her mind race, and the vibe in the room shifted in an instant. Su Wan suddenly felt super curious. Back in school, Guju always acted super chill about her past, When people asked, she'd brush it off like she was just another regular student. Siwon couldn't help but wonder if that was really true or if there was more to Guju's story than she let on. She really thought she was a big deal, like she was on another level or something. Honestly, it seemed like she totally misunderstood what it meant to just be a regular person. Guju gently grabbed her hand and guided her quietly through a side door, making sure no one else noticed as they slipped away together. They always tried to stay away from those stories, thinking it was better not to get involved. But honestly, they had no idea what was really coming their way. She shook her head, making it clear she wasn't going along with it. Sue had already set her sights on the two of them. She couldn't help but watch as they chatted, a little annoyed and rolling her eyes at how close they seemed. They laughed together, acting super close, almost like best friends who shared all their secrets. Sue Man was probably. She was definitely up to something, probably cooking up another one of her wild plans. At the same time, the school square was packed with people crowding around the sign-up area for the military academy's big mecha competition. Soo-yeon, who had once been part of the academy herself, stood a little ways off, taking it all in. She usually got super excited to join in, but this year, she hadn't planned on competing at all. Plus, there were already a lot of other people signed up for the competition. This year, way fewer people signed up, mostly because the First Fleet isn't recruiting for the next 2 years. The mecha competition, which usually helps with admissions, wasn't as popular either. Soo-yeon definitely noticed the difference. Soo-yoon looked a little down, even though the younger students were all trying to hype her up. They kept saying things like how her senior was the commander's brother-in-law now, so getting into the First Fleet was basically guaranteed for her. Still, Soo-yoon didn't seem all that cheered up by their compliments. Soo-yoon shot back with a look that said she wasn't having any of it. She totally believed the selection was fair, no matter what anyone else thought. With a little frown, she spun around and started to walk away, determined not to let the conversation get to her. She was already coming up with a sneaky plan to rope her sister in for help when, out of nowhere, something happened that totally caught her off guard. Soo-won and Guju were just walking by when something caught Soo-won's eye. She couldn't help but be drawn to the family nearby, her curiosity pulling her in before she even realized it. Pandora glanced at the champion prediction list hanging on the bulletin board. To her surprise, her name was actually up there. She was ranked third in popularity, but taking the top spot was Mu Zhaoji. As she drifted in space, she tilted her head, looking effortlessly cool and a little mysterious. Everyone started whispering, wondering if it was someone related to Director Malay or maybe even Soo-won. The rumors were flying, and nobody could help but guess what was really going on. The commander had just stopped by a cute little store for moms and babies, thinking it would just be a normal trip. But after that visit, something inside her felt different, like she couldn't go back to being the same person she was before. After getting caught up in a scandal, Mu Zhaoji's whole world seemed to flip upside down. He was Director Mulay's nephew, and everyone knew he always got amazing grades. Guju mentioned that he would. She was hoping to find the perfect moment to introduce him to Suwon. As soon as school was over, the two of them slipped out through the gate together, their steps matching as they headed straight for the mother and baby store nearby. Inside, shelves were lined with stuff that was just too cute, but what really caught her eye were the tiniest little socks, so small they looked like they belonged to a doll. Suwon looked down and realized she was as tiny as a palm. The thought made her feel super cute, almost like a little character in a game. She couldn't help but smile at how adorable she felt in that tiny size. She couldn't handle how adorable they looked. The moment Guju spotted those tiny dolls, he just started grabbing them, totally unable to resist their cuteness. Suwon froze on the spot, totally stuck. Her mind raced as she tried to decide what to do, feeling pulled in two different directions. Guju couldn't decide if the baby would look cuter with a rabbit or a cat, but he just waved his hand, not really caring either way. She went ahead and bought everything, not even hesitating. After that, she picked out the rest of his stuff, making sure it was just right, and handed it over to him. Out of nowhere, a bright flash lit up the scene. A streak of purple lightning flashed right through Suwon's stomach. It almost felt like someone was trying to remind her they were part of her story too, whether she liked it or not. Suwon's face tightened into a frown, her mind racing with what this really meant. She glanced over at Guju, noticing how the baby was definitely not happy and making it super obvious. Guju reached out, trying to calm things down. She put her hand on her belly, kind of like she was gently telling the baby to chill and not bother mom right now. Suwon reacted right away. She stood up for the baby, completely sure that none of it was true. In her eyes, their little one was basically an angel, so sweet and innocent. There was no way he could ever do something like that. She didn't want to bother her mom, but she knew he would always step up to protect her if anything bad happened. While she was talking, Sue's thoughts drifted for a moment. Juan pouted, clearly a little annoyed. Compared to someone else, the baby was actually way more chill. Guju just smiled, trying to play it cool, like everything was totally fine. He always acted tough, as if nothing could bother him. Out of nowhere, someone called out, catching everyone's attention. The salesgirl started calling out to them from behind, trying to get their attention as they walked away. The girls spotted them right away and got super excited, instantly fangirling over the couple. They couldn't help themselves. They just had to ask for a photo together. The girls decided to stick together, and Suwon was more than happy to go along with it. Everyone couldn't help but gush over how cute they all looked, hyping each other up and feeling totally confident. While snapping some pics, she made sure everything was set just right. After that, the two of them finished up and checked out together. She slipped away and left, finding a quiet corner to hide in. A guy snapped some sneaky photos when he thought no one was watching. After getting his shots, he quickly turned around like nothing happened. She ended up selling the photos to the media, and soon everyone was talking about the royal who was secretly pregnant. Just being seen with any of the child's lovers could totally wreck Suwon's reputation. The next day, while Suwon went about her usual routine, she couldn't shake off the worry that everyone might be talking about her behind her back. As Suwon walked through the school gate, she could totally feel that something was weird. The way people glanced at her just felt off, but she didn't even flinch or show that she noticed. Dozens of media outlets were already buzzing about it, spreading the news everywhere. All around them, people started to gather, their curiosity obvious. Suwon, one of their classmates, was right there too. Everyone was buzzing with questions, wondering if the stuff blowing up online was actually true. The tension in the air made it feel like everything was about to change. Murray hurried outside, hoping to calm things down before it caused any drama for the students in their classes. He quickly motioned for Suwon to head over to the school, wanting to keep everything as chill as possible. She headed to the classroom ahead of everyone else, leaving him behind to handle the reporters on his own. While she slipped away from the chaos, he had to face all sorts of tough questions. Murray didn't hesitate at all and just told everyone that Suwon was the answer they were looking for. She was that girl everyone noticed, the one who just seemed to ace everything without even trying. Her classmates totally looked up to her, and even the teachers respected her a lot. She'd already caught the attention of some pretty important people, too. In fact, she'd already gotten an official invite to transfer to the military academy's command department, which was kind of a big deal. Everyone in the room froze, totally shocked by what just happened. The reporters could barely believe it. Director Mew, who was famous for being super strict and never inviting anyone, had just done something nobody expected. Honestly, it felt so good. Suwon finally stood up for herself and slapped her mean sister, not holding back at all. She'd seen all the rumors going around, and she wasn't about to let them slide. She was totally trending online, giving Zhao calm and confident instructions like it was no big deal. She wanted to find out where all the rumors were coming from and make sure she had proof in case anyone needed it later. She glanced to the side, her curiosity getting the better of her as she tried to see what was happening just out of view. There is no story or context in the original sentence or JSON data, so there isn't anything to rewrite for this panel. She was absolutely fuming, demanding that anyone who started the rumors should get seriously punished. Bai Zi soon figured out that Suman was actually the one who posted everything anonymously in the first place. Right away, Guju reached out to Rocky, the president of the Interstellar Court, hoping to get some help. Meanwhile, everything else kept moving in the background, the drama only getting messier. Dubai went ahead and told Suwon what was really going on. The one pulling all the strings was Su-man, and Suwon just wanted to confront her face to face. Right now, Suwon's mind was spinning with anger, and she could barely hold herself back. He was totally clueless, still showing off to Hui Yicheng in the library, acting all proud in front of her. Luckily, she'd managed to stop him from marrying Suwon back then. If she hadn't, things would be totally different now. He'd be the one in charge today. Huo felt a rush of relief mixed with something she couldn't quite name. She stayed super cautious around the commander, totally not trusting who he was. Her face showed nothing but pure annoyance, basically screaming that she didn't want to hear another word from him. Even with the rain pouring down, she didn't let up. Her attitude was unbothered, like nothing could change how much she wanted to tune him out. He just couldn't take it anymore. Seeing Su-man spreading rumors pushed him over the edge, so he finally decided to step in and put a stop to it. But instead of backing down, Su-man just laughed it off and made fun of him, like it was all just a big joke. She always found herself looking out for this girl like it was second nature. Sometimes she couldn't help but wonder if maybe there was more to it, like, was she catching feelings without even realizing it? Maybe it was time for her to be real with herself and figure out what was really going on in her heart. Lin Yu scrolled through the comments online, wanting to see just how harshly everyone was judging her. A smirk played on her lips as she took it all in. She wondered if he was actually trying to show off his wanted poster, like he was proud of it or something. It had happened only a moment ago. Suman's name suddenly popped up everywhere, her face plastered across digital screens and news feeds after the Interstellar Court put out a wanted notice for her. Right now, everything in her life was about to change. The Federal War Police had already shown up because they thought someone might have died. The whole thing was about defamation, and now Su-men had to go back to federal court for another trial. As she walked out, the weight of everything that just happened seemed to follow her. Su-wan had just reached the library, her steps quiet on the floor as she slipped inside. Meanwhile, Su-man was still lost in thought, her mind wandering even as the world kept moving around her. Su-wan could tell that everyone thought this was all planned just to shut her up. But honestly, she was just being herself, completely genuine. She asked if she could talk to Su-man for a minute. Since she was the commander's wife, the Federal War Police didn't hesitate to let her through. Watching all this unfold, Sue couldn't help but feel pretty pleased with herself. Su-men didn't really want to go along with what was happening, but she did it anyway. Su-won started teasing her, calling her the commander's wife and making everything even more awkward. Deep down, Su-men felt like she and the baby she was carrying were both in serious trouble. And then there was Su-won's ex. Her face went cold all of a sudden. She wasn't sure about everyone else, but one thing was clear. Her own child wasn't like that. Su-man started to feel a shift inside herself. Things just kept getting crazier, with people starting to spread wild rumors about Su-won, calling her names and judging her unfairly. But Su-won wasn't about to let that slide. She faced it all head-on, determined not to let anyone mess with her reputation. The photo had been explained by the workers at the maternity store, so things were finally starting to make sense. The guy in the picture, he turned out to be the commander. Her eyes went wide in a split second. Before she even had time to process what was happening, Su-won's hand came out of nowhere and slapped her. She quickly hid her face, hoping no one would notice how red it was getting. Su-won's face burned with shock as she watched what just happened. The commander's wife of all people had actually slapped someone. For a second, Su-won couldn't believe her eyes, but then, without thinking, she took off, racing away with her heart pounding in her chest, not sure if she was more scared or just totally stunned. She shot her a look, raising an eyebrow, totally unbothered. Everyone knew the rules. Witch law said the commander's wife wasn't allowed to hit anyone, so in her mind, that meant she could get picked on as much as they wanted. Everyone was freaking out because the news was finally out. The commander and his wife had just shared that they were expecting a baby, and honestly, it felt like the whole world was buzzing with excitement. Wan's hand flew through the air, smacking Su-man's cheeks over and over. Each hit stung, echoing through the room and leaving Su-man's face red and throbbing. It was harsh, and honestly, it felt like Su-man was finally getting payback for everything that had happened. During her first marriage, she ended up leaving with Su-won's husband, and together, they went off to start a new branch. She started drama between Su-won and the commander, making things super awkward. Later, when everyone was supposed to be focused during military training, the tension she caused was still hanging in the air. She totally surprised Su-won by splashing her in the water. Su-man ended up in tears and, she covered her swollen face, finally admitting she'd messed up. But before she could hide away, Su-won reached out and grabbed her. She looked at his hair, thinking about how she had let her guard down way too quickly. It hit her that maybe she'd been a little too trusting, and now she couldn't shake the feeling that she'd made things too easy for him. She used to be pretty chill about everything, which is why she had let Su-man slide so many times before, but now she felt different. This time, she made up her mind to do things her way. She decided to make the most out of being the commander's wife, using every perk she could. One thing she could do was get Suman kicked out of the Imperial University. When Suman heard about this, she totally freaked out. Her face went from pale to bright red in seconds. She was almost 20, and being forced to leave the university was basically her worst nightmare. If that happened, the system might just pair her up with some random wild boar as a partner, and honestly, that was the last thing she wanted. Just thinking about it was enough to stress her out. She found herself desperately holding on to Su-won, hoping for a little forgiveness. At the same time, she tried to hide her true feelings behind a carefully controlled expression, not wanting anyone to see how anxious she really was. From the shadows, Hugh-woo watched everything unfold. She couldn't help but think that Su-won was being way too harsh, and it honestly felt like too much. That's when Hugh-woo made up her mind she had to get involved. She wanted someone on her side, hoping he could back her up. But right after he spoke up for her, Su-won gave him a sharp look that basically said, "Don't even try it." Huel shot her a look that said she was totally over it. Was she seriously done with studying already? In an instant, Huel's whole vibe switched up. He totally freaked out and tried to run for it, even though his sister showed up right after. The man started yelling, begging him not to go. Su-wan watched the whole thing unfold, her eyes wide as she took it all in. Right then, someone paired Su-man with Huo Yi-chang, and everyone instantly started buzzing. Zhao Bai hurried over, trying to catch the master's attention. She knew the commander had arrived, waiting outside to pick her up after school. Sue seemed eager for something too, her excitement almost impossible to hide. She was seriously running on empty, barely able to keep her eyes open. Needing a break, she motioned for the guards to come over and take Suman away. As they handled it, she started humming softly to herself, trying to calm down and gather her strength. She was in such a good mood as she hummed to herself, excited to see her beloved husband. When she finally spotted Guju, she also noticed Suwon nearby. Right away, she wanted to know if the rumors were getting to her. Sui-won just brushed it off, saying she had already handled it. She was hanging out with Suman, and honestly, her mood couldn't have been better. The two of them teamed up and got right to work, helping out together like it was no big deal. She let go of his hand and started heading home. She only made it halfway before stopping, unsure if she should keep going or turn back. Two reporters suddenly blocked the person walking behind, clearly curious and a little nosy. They wanted to know if the commander really went shopping yesterday, and if so, why she tried to keep it a secret. Guju didn't bother hiding her annoyance. She shot them a sharp glare, totally over the questions and the attention. She shot a look at the reporter, hoping they'd get the hint. The last thing she wanted was for anyone to mess with her plans. Right now, Wan just wanted some peace and quiet. She wasn't just his wife, she was also a really important part of the royal family. When those fake rumors started popping up everywhere, he didn't just sit back and let it happen. Instead, he went straight to the Interstellar Court and filed a lawsuit, determined to set the record straight. All of this started because of one reporter who just couldn't mind their own business. She was still hanging on, refusing to let go. Deep down, she started to wonder if the commander was just using his position to get something for himself. The way he looked at her with that smug little smirk only made her suspicions grow stronger. She wondered what everyone else was thinking, curiosity bubbling up inside her. He felt this heavy pressure on his chest, wondering how he could ever look after everyone else if he couldn't even keep his own wife safe. Determined not to let the people who spread rumors get away with it, he promised himself he'd stand up for her no matter what. As those words sank in, the atmosphere changed. The reporter switched things up, curious about why they came to the maternity store. She wondered if maybe it was because one of them, Suwon, might actually be pregnant. All eyes were on Suwon as the question hung in the air, making the moment feel even more intense. Guju caught her friend's eye, and they both just knew what the other was thinking. She nodded, kind of smiling, as if to say she totally agreed. She had a tiny baby now, and honestly, it felt like the little one was totally in charge, running the show from above like a tiny commander. She barely had time to catch her breath before his wife shared the big news about the pregnancy. It all happened so fast. Suddenly, everyone online was talking about the commander's wife being pregnant. It blew up so fast that it became one of the top 3 things people were searching for, with everyone wanting to know all the details. She'd met plenty of shameless people before, but this was on a whole new level. Suman's dad, who'd basically ghosted his own family, just showed up out of nowhere, acting like he had every right to beg the commander for Suman's life. It was unreal. Meanwhile, Duweiwei couldn't hold back her tears. She was completely falling apart. She sat there sniffling, hoping Susan would somehow figure out a way to help Suman. Deep down, she was terrified that Suman might not make it. Suzanne couldn't shake the fear that she'd end up in jail, her whole future ruined before it even started. The thought of it made her stomach twist, and she worried that no one would ever want to marry her after something like that. Her eyes showed just how scared and lost she felt in that moment. It was her turn, and for some reason, he started thinking about his ex-wife, Lin Renew. But Lin Renew he was out on a cute date with Moulet, feeling all fluttery inside. The two of them kept trading little notes back and forth, each one sweeter than the last, making her heart do tiny happy flips. There was just this weird, heavy silence hanging in the air, making everything feel super tense and awkward. It was the kind of moment where nobody really knew what to do or say next, and it almost felt like time had frozen. Right when it seemed like something was finally about to happen, everything just hung on the edge. Just then, a sudden beep cut off their conversation. Lin Renew noticed what was going on. She caught the vibe of the conversation and could tell something was up. There was a call request from Susan, and without even thinking twice, she tapped the button right away. She totally refused to hit the reject button no matter what. There was just no way she was going to let that happen. Susan couldn't believe someone was messing up her date like this. She just sat there staring at the black screen in front of her, feeling that mix of frustration and disbelief. Wei Wei was totally spaced out, her mind just drifting. Then, out of nowhere, she got the idea that maybe he should just go straight to the commander and beg for help. But before anything could happen, Suzanne shut that down right away. She pulled back the moment she heard it. Watching her reaction, it became clear why they felt that way. Even Hari couldn't hold back her tears. She knew things were tough right now, but with just the 4 of them, their family really needed to stick together. All she wanted was for them to be together. Hearing that made the deadbeat feel completely crushed, like someone had just knocked the air out of him. Suzanne knew her dad had a soft spot, and she could totally sense it. She gently patted his chest, almost as if to comfort him and herself at the same time. In her mind, she was already determined she'd go find the commander tomorrow, no matter what. The next day arrived, and she decided it was finally time to handle things with him. She felt determined and ready to sort out whatever was going on, putting all her focus into dealing with it herself. Shoo. She was at home, busy with her usual work stuff, when Bye Bye suddenly hurried in with some news. Apparently, the lady's real dad was standing right outside wanting to see her. Guju could tell he didn't want to bother or interrupt anything, so she tried to keep things chill and not make a big deal out of it. Su Wen didn't waste any time and told them to leave the person in the small living room to wait. Meanwhile, Su Zhen had just gotten comfortable and settled into her seat, probably trying to relax for a moment. She peeked in and wondered if Suwon was there, but the loudmouthed troublemaker was nowhere to be seen. Susan could feel her heart racing. As Suwon walked away, the commander watched her go, a weird mix of relief and nerves swirling inside. Even though she said goodbye, she couldn't help feeling a little anxious, like something important was about to happen. Guju stepped into the room, her expression totally unreadable, almost icy. The vibe instantly shifted. Susan, who'd just been chilling, immediately shot up, caught off guard by Guju's sudden entrance and that serious look on her face. She moved like a spring, her head dipping up and down in quick bows, almost like she was doing a full-on 90-degree bend. As the pressure hit, Guju couldn't take it anymore and just slumped over to the side, totally overwhelmed. Susan noticed him lying on the sofa, not even bothering to open his eyes. She felt a wave of curiosity and maybe a bit of annoyance, wondering what was up with him. Without thinking twice, she swung into action, ready to find out what was going on. He totally switched into dad mode, rambling on with all his usual excuses. Basically, what he was trying to say was that even though Su-man had definitely messed up this time, and everyone kind of expected Su-wan to just let it go and be the bigger person, while all this was going on, Guju couldn't help but frown, clearly not loving what he was hearing. Susan clenched her jaw, trying to hold back her frustration. She put everything on the table, hoping the commander would understand. In her heart, she was practically begging for Su-man to be set free. But Guju just rolled her eyes and brushed it off like she didn't care at all. She thought it was okay, but there were two things she needed to agree to first. When Susan heard that, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She started nodding like a chicken pecking at rice, totally caught up in the moment. Honestly, it didn't matter if it was 2 or 100. She was ready for anything. The commander had a plan and wanted to use it, and she was all in. He tried to impress his wife by bringing in a good-looking guy, but things totally backfired, and he ended up caught in the mess himself. She ended up wrapped up tight, looking just like a giant rice dumpling. The first condition was already in place. What was suggested by all Su Zhen had to do was cut ties with Su Wan, ending their father-daughter relationship for good. The thought hit her out of nowhere, like a punch she never saw coming. Suzanne felt like she'd just been struck by lightning when she heard those words. Across from her, Guju just stared back with this icy, intense look that could freeze anyone in their tracks. There was definitely some tension in the air. Suzanne, not holding back at all, gave a sharp, almost accusing glare, pretty much demanding to know if there was an issue. She tried calling Guju out for being inappropriate, but all she got back was a cold, uninterested reaction. Susan shot back with a chilly look, her eyes narrowing just a bit. It was pretty clear she wasn't here for a lesson, and her vibe said she wasn't about to let anyone tell her what to do. The way she carried herself, it was obvious she wanted to set the record straight, not just follow along with someone else's instructions. Cutting off the parent-child relationship wasn't something one person could just decide on their own. It took both sides. Guju, though, wasn't about to back down. She was bold, almost intimidating, making it clear she wasn't afraid to take control of the situation. She cut him off before he could finish. Honestly, there was no reason to stress about Wan. With Guju's intense vibe basically taking over the whole room, Suzanne felt totally cornered and just had to give in, even though he was clearly not thrilled about it. Still, he couldn't help but ask, trying to keep his voice as careful as possible. The second thing popped into her mind right away. She knew she needed to sign up for it as soon as possible, not wanting to miss out on anything important. She thought about marrying Du Weiwei, and suddenly, a sharp spark lit up in her eyes, fierce and unstoppable. As soon as he finished talking, she noticed his sharp gaze, like he was really serious about what he said. She realized she had just 12 hours, no more chances after this. The weight of his words hit her, making the whole situation feel even more intense. He waved Dubai over, not bothering with any polite gestures, just making it clear it was time to leave. After Dubai was gone, Cluzana went. Guju made her way straight to the study, moving quickly like she had somewhere important to be. When she got there, she wrapped her arms around herself, holding on gently, almost as if she was trying to comfort herself. He slipped his arms around Su-wan from behind and buried his face into her shoulder. He was acting just like a big, needy puppy, softly nuzzling against her. Even though he apologized, Su-wan couldn't help but smile a little, her lips curling up at the corners. A gentle smile spread across her face. She glanced over her shoulder, wondering what he might have messed up this time. Guju noticed her curiosity and started to explain himself. Suzanne's whole plan to come and beg had finally come out. She decided to just go along with what he wanted, but only if he would completely cut ties with her as his daughter, and he had to marry exactly the way she wanted. In the end, it was obvious her father would just go along with whatever was best for himself. She knew she might mess up and do something silly again if things stayed unclear. It just seemed way easier to set some boundaries with him now before things got any more complicated. She nodded along, totally on board with Guju's plan. Still, there was a tiny bit of worry swirling in her chest. Saving Suman was going to cost way too much, and honestly, he probably wouldn't even be on board with it. But maybe that was actually for the best. This way, he'd finally have to let go of that mother and daughter duo, and they wouldn't be able to mess with Suzanne anymore. For Soo-won, there was no hope for anything good to come out of this. Ju always had a way of thinking things through, catching every little detail most people would miss. Her mind just worked that way, super careful and always making sure nothing slipped by. Even so, Gyuju seemed to be the only one who really noticed or cared about how thorough Ju's thoughts were. He said he wouldn't go after it, but the royal family stayed completely quiet. Soo-won couldn't help but feel uneasy about the whole situation. No one expected that this clever commander, who was always setting traps for others, could actually be pretty cute. When they finally stopped talking about Suzanne, Guju couldn't help but notice the book Soo-won was holding. Her eyes lingered on it, curiosity bubbling up as she wondered what Wan was up to now. She realized she'd picked up a book all about how beastification worked in the body. Some people are just built differently, and everyone's body changes in its own way. Guju just couldn't do it. Soo-won couldn't help herself. She found herself wishing for something more, something she didn't even want to say out loud. Just the thought made her heart flutter, almost as if she hoped someone would swoop in and save the day. If her husband could do anything for her, she imagined he'd offer her all the support in the world, maybe even let her experiment or study him if it would help her. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Soo-won just smiled, trying to be as encouraging and helpful as she could. She didn't even hesitate. She just slipped off her coat and bundled Guju up in it, holding her close like she wanted to protect her from everything. She thought the plan was way too risky and, honestly, kind of wild. Right then, she just wanted to focus on her science homework and not get caught up in any drama. She noticed a sign that said beauty traps weren't allowed. Seeing it made her pause for a second, surprised that anyone would actually ban something like that. Guju quickly switched gears, realizing she had to change the subject. She suggested that Wan try writing the Mecha King Long, and just like that, Soo-won's whole face lit up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It was obvious she was totally into the idea. All she could think about was how this was the perfect chance to get closer to her favorite character. She couldn't believe it. Her husband, the commander, had done it on purpose. They switched out the double seat for a single one, and when Soo-won noticed, she immediately felt the difference. She saw King Long Mecha and just froze, totally mesmerized. She couldn't tear her eyes away. It was just that cool and impressive. King Long had this incredible vibe that made her feel like she was seeing something legendary. She couldn't hold back her excitement. It just slipped out. All at once, she took a big, steadying breath, trying to calm herself down. A robotic voice echoed from somewhere above her, catching her totally off guard. Sue W1 froze, her whole body shaking with fear. Now she had intelligence, just like the others. Gudu, meanwhile, watched her patiently, waiting to see what she'd do next. King Long was the very first giant robot built by the Federal Empire, and it was seriously high-tech with some next-level artificial intelligence. But not just anyone could handle it. It took someone super skilled to even try. While all this was being talked about, Guju gently grabbed Soo-won's hand and guided her into the control room, making her heart race with excitement and a little bit of nerves. The moment they stepped inside, a quick little mechanical arm zipped into view. She eagerly held out a cup of coffee, but Soo-won shook her head without really thinking. She smiled politely and thanked her, accidentally calling her Dubai. The second she realized what she'd said, embarrassment hit her hard. Soo-won's eyes landed right in front of her, and that's when it hit her. She was standing face to face with King Long. Instantly, she felt super awkward and tried to play it cool with a nervous little smile. She felt a wave of relief and gratitude as she looked at King Long, silently thanking him. For a moment, she had honestly thought she was in Dubai. The place looked so fancy and unreal. Now she realized this could become her new chill spot, somewhere she could just relax and be herself. Being here felt right, like she finally found where she belonged. She'd always been there. Dubai's presence felt so familiar, it was like her voice echoed in the background without warning. Soo-won just sat there, feeling totally stuck and out of options. Dubai was there too, looking as stunning as ever. And then there was Guju, quietly working behind the scenes, always making sure everything went smoothly. Right next to them, someone was already excitedly waving at Soo-won, trying to get her attention. Seeing this, Soo-won made her way over to the control panel, probably wondering what was going on and ready to see what would happen next. She stared at the control room, totally caught off guard. There was just one seat? Seriously? No way she was about to sit on Guju's lap, or was she? Before she could even finish the thought, her husband, always a step ahead and full of his usual mischief, patted his thigh like it was the most normal thing ever. His eyes sparkled with this mix of hope and soft affection, making it impossible to ignore. And then there was King Long, as bold and direct as ever, not missing a beat in this slightly awkward, totally unexpected moment. She was honestly confused about why the master wanted to swap out the big seat for just a single one. It didn't really make sense to her. But Dubai totally got it. He could see right through the reason. Deep down, he felt super sure of himself, his heart full of confidence. She felt a wave of comfort wash over her, realizing that the master was finally starting to get it. Guju, being careful not to draw too much attention, gently reached out. There was someone standing right in front of him, watching closely as he took his time showing her how everything worked. He went over each button on the control panel, pointing out what they all did. She listened carefully, trying to remember all the details, feeling a mix of curiosity and excitement as he patiently walked her through it. She cheered her on, hoping she'd give it a shot and see if she could handle King Long. Even though Su Wan had so many feelings swirling inside her, she was buzzing with anticipation, but underneath it all, she couldn't shake off her worries. What if she messed things up and actually broke something in the house? The thought of having nowhere to go and ending up on the street made her a little anxious. Seeing how worked up she was getting, Guju found it kind of funny and couldn't help but laugh quietly to herself. She had a bunch of houses already and even owned a few planets. Yeah, no big deal. But honestly, this was her first time actually trying to pilot a mech for real. If she could just get it to walk a few steps without totally messing up, she'd call that a win. Plus, Guju had said it was fine, so that gave her a little bit of confidence. Suwon didn't hesitate for a second. She just pushed up her sleeves and dove right in. She crawled under Guju's caravan, ready to handle whatever needed fixing. With a little guidance, she zoned in on the buttons, concentrating hard. Even just raising her arm felt like a big deal, but she was determined to get it right. Taking action turned out to be way harder than she thought it would be. Still, she pushed through with a kind of inner strength that surprised even herself. The mech slowly started moving forward as she took control, every step feeling a little more steady. She even managed to make it jump in place, a move that was actually pretty hard to pull off. The Jew watched Su Wan closely, impressed by how she handled everything with such focus and determination. It was such an amazing performance that he couldn't believe what he was seeing. His heart suddenly felt like it skipped a beat, totally caught off guard by how incredible it all was. She felt a rush of pride, and right at that moment, everything changed. Suddenly, Xiaobai's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and saw a new notification pop up. Her dad, yeah, the one who totally doesn't deserve the Father of the Year award, had sent her a request. Su Wan didn't even hesitate before ending things with her dad for good. She just hit the agree button like it was nothing, totally ready to move on. What she didn't see coming was what would happen next. Honestly, Su Wan just couldn't believe it. All this time, she'd thought her dad was the absolute worst. But turns out he really did love Du Weiwei. No one would have guessed it, least of all her. It was honestly surprising that the first person to actually care about her after everything that happened turned out to be her second brother, the same one who'd never really liked her before. Growing up, Suni noticed something different in the new. There was a public notice board where everyone could see the announcement. It said that his father had completely cut ties with his own daughter, basically ending their father-daughter relationship. News about his marriage to Du Weiwei started spreading everywhere. When she found out, she got so mad she could barely think straight. She tried to reach out and get some answers from him right away, but instead his dad ended up scolding her. Her father had just come back to life, finally getting a second chance. Life had taken a turn, and now everything felt different. Instead of getting the comfort or support he hoped for, all he got was a harsh reminder to stay out of things that didn't concern him. Disappointment hit hard, especially when it came to his dad. Somehow nothing seemed to measure up, not even the little things he once cared about. Cecilia found herself wishing that he'd actually start caring about Suwon a little more. Even though she tried not to show it, she couldn't help but hope things would change between them. She glanced down, noticing her knees pressed together in a way that almost looked like they were sharing a secret joke. Cecilia could tell that Suwon probably hadn't seen her worry coming. That realization gave her a little boost of confidence, making her feel more in control of the situation. She felt totally powerless, almost like being mad at iron for not turning into steel. Just wishing something could be different, but knowing it wouldn't change. At first, she acted like her sister didn't even exist, choosing to give all her attention to someone else. Deep down, she knew it wasn't right. Acting that way would only make things weirder, unless she actually wanted to end up feeling completely out of place. Soon, Ni woke up with her. She could still feel the sting from being scolded. Afterward, she thought about sending a quick message, but deep down, she knew it wouldn't come off as genuine. Cecilia gently tapped the top of his head, hinting that he should just send a projection to reach out to her. Right after, the projection connected, making things way easier. Suni felt a little awkward around Suwon, her cheeks heating up with embarrassment. Deep down, she really hoped Su-won wouldn't stay upset about what happened. But before she could even finish sorting out her feelings, everything seemed to get cut off. Out of nowhere, Old Master Su popped up on the screen. The second he appeared, his eyes locked in, sharp and focused, like he was about to spill something important. He clutched his hurt arm, looking worried as he tried to figure out what was going on. Soon, Nee saw her chance and decided to vent to her grandpa about everything. She felt like her dad didn't care about her at all and even yelled at her, which just made her feel worse. Hearing this, her grandpa got super mad right away. Su-won couldn't believe what she just heard. Things had gotten so intense between them, and now, because he was being so stubborn, they were actually talking about ending the father-son relationship. It completely caught her off guard, leaving her shocked and unsure of what to do next. When she heard the news, she was honestly shocked. She never thought Grandpa would actually cut ties with that jerk. Right then, Sunai tried to comfort everyone with her usual awkward way, and Su-won couldn't help but smile a little. She looked over at her second brother, wanting to reassure him. Even though he seemed worried, she honestly wasn't sad. If anything, she felt okay, maybe even a bit relieved. Seeing him relax made her feel lighter, too. With a small smile, she decided it was time to head out and take care of what she needed to do next. Suni ended the call and put her phone down, ready to focus on getting her medicine. As the screen went dark, the old man on the other end smiled softly, a little twinkle in his eye like he was remembering something sweet. She could see it in his eyes. Her second brother was just a little awkward, that's all. Deep down, she knew he still cared about her, even if he didn't always show it. Su-won understood in her heart that he wasn't a bad person, he just wasn't the sharpest, and people could trick him way too easily. But anyway, back to what really mattered. One brought up the store and wondered how business had been going lately. Just thinking about it made the old man light up with an even bigger smile. Lately, the restaurant had been doing super well, and things were really looking up. The old man from the Huo family was clearly hoping to start working together again. Meanwhile, Siwon just gave a little sneer, not impressed at all. They seriously showed up at her door like it was no big deal. If Mr. J hadn't stepped in, things would have gotten way more awkward. Back then, some Jewish people stepped in to help. Now, though, the Su family's restaurant was in an even trickier spot than the Hua family's had ever been. The old man glanced at Swan, his eyes full of concern and something deeper, like he was worried about what might happen next. She didn't show even the tiniest bit of kindness. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, his worries melting away. Out of nowhere, the old man got down on one knee and popped the question, catching everyone off guard. Su-won had planned this big banquet to honor the food god, hoping to thank him for always looking out for the restaurant. But just when everything seemed perfect, her world flipped upside down. She got dumped on the spot. She froze for a second when she heard that, totally caught off guard. Before she could stop herself, she just let it slip that the food. It seemed like God just didn't want to show up. The old man couldn't help but feel a wave of regret wash over him. He just had to go along with it, even though it kinda stung. There was no point hiding anything now. Everything needed to be out in the open. Su-won finally decided what she needed to do. She was going to come clean and admit to the commander that she was actually the food god. The sky was getting darker, and as the day slipped away, she knew she couldn't keep hiding the truth any longer. After saying goodbye to her grandpa, Su-won headed back home. Meanwhile, Guju wrapped up his long day at work. The moment he walked through the door, he was already looking around, hoping to see if Dabai Wanwan was there. When he found out his wife wasn't home yet, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She was live streaming when he jumped in and told everyone to put the screen on right away. As soon as the screen lit up, there was the food god front and center. She was totally into making a cake, pouring all her attention into it while thinking about how fun it would be to surprise one of her fans. She'd already decided that once the cake was done, she'd pick someone at random to give it to. Meanwhile, the live stream was just starting up, and the room was slowly filling with people excited to watch her bake. The chat blew up with comments, the screen filling up so fast it was hard to keep track. Tons of fans were freaking out, saying how much they wished they could have a baby with the food god husband. Watching all this happen, Guju couldn't help but notice just how wild everyone was getting. He didn't even pause before waving his hand, instantly sending a bunch of gifts her way. Suddenly, 100 fancy flying presents showed up, filling the screen with sparkles and excitement. The ships launched one by one, each taking off so fast that the special effects just totally took over. Everything was a blur of bright lights and energy, making it impossible to focus on anything else. Everyone was still freaking out over what just happened, totally not expecting it at all. But right in the middle of all the excitement, someone called Mr. Su showed up out of nowhere during the live stream. He went ahead and sent 100 super fancy flying ships too, just like that. The whole thing was so random and unexpected, everyone couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Guju couldn't help but get curious. She found herself wanting to know more, feeling that little spark of interest that just wouldn't go away. Sue's ID finally came out in the investigation results. The news totally blew everyone's mind. No one expected that the mysterious VIP would actually be Susan. Before long, the food god pulled off another win, living up to all the hype. She finished decorating the cake and one lucky fan got picked to win it. After the livestream ended, he gently reminded the winner to send over their address in the DMs so he could send the cake their way. He finally let out a deep breath, feeling the tension melt away. Not long after, Zhao Bai showed up with some news. Mr. Su had actually sent her a private message. And honestly, finding out who this mysterious Mr. Su really was just made everything way more interesting. She never thought she'd end up as the deadbeat parent. Noah's dad, who honestly didn't have the best reputation, decided to let Noah off the hook this time. Su An knew some companies tried to lure people away by offering better pay, but she wasn't tempted at all. She turned them down without a second thought. Later, when she checked the winner's address, her eyes landed on the welfare home in District 10. That made her heart skip a beat. She suddenly felt a jolt. It was like she'd heard this address somewhere before. It was weirdly familiar, and right away she thought it probably had something to do with Sheng-en. Just to be sure, she made a point to give Sheng-en some special instructions. She decided to toss a few snacks into the package, just to make it a little more special. Suwon couldn't help but wonder if Ju had come back. When she found out he was actually home, curiosity and maybe a little bit of excitement bubbled up inside her. She waited around for 40 minutes, but no one came looking for her. That little sting of disappointment hit her, making her heart sink a bit. She couldn't help but worry that something might have gone wrong with the livestream match. She worried that the truth might come out, but deep down, she believed couples should always be real with each other. In the end, Suwon just admitted that she and I were actually good friends. She walked up quietly behind Guju, slipped her arms around him, and leaned in close, her voice playful as she spoke softly into his ear. Suwon had just noticed Guju standing there, and her heart skipped a beat. Guju seemed calm and understanding, explaining herself softly. Suwon realized that Guju hadn't wanted to bother her since she looked so caught up in what she was doing. Taking a deep breath, Suwon tried to process the moment, feeling a mix of relief and something she couldn't quite name. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves. Lately, she'd been feeling a lot more confident, and now was the moment to finally share what was on her mind. Her heart raced as she got ready to open up about something important. She'd gotten really into live streaming lately, even going so far as to turn one of the rooms into her own streaming space. Every now and then, she'd hop online and do a live stream, sharing bits of her life and whatever was on her mind. When asked if it was okay, there was no hesitation. Of course it was fine. This was her place, and as long as she wasn't breaking any rules, she had all the support she needed. Just hearing that made her feel even more confident and at ease in her own home. Suwan finally started to relax, feeling her worries fade away. A small smile spread across her face as she let herself breathe, totally sure she'd done nothing wrong and was basically the definition of a good citizen. Right then, inside the room, at the welfare home in District 10, everything felt pretty normal. Right on schedule, a package from the food god showed up just like everyone hoped it would. Nearby, a little boy, still half asleep, rubbed his eye and tried to wake up. She opened her eyes, feeling a little disoriented. The first thing she noticed was her brother, Leal, nearby. She finally came back, all because he just couldn't stand his fiancée. His mom had already made her choice. Loajina decided she would copy Suwon's style and just pick a guy who seemed chill and well-behaved without overthinking it. There was a tiny puppy sitting all alone by the side of the road. Xinglei hurried past, her steps quick and determined. She started walking slowly toward the old well, curiosity pulling her closer with every step. Standing in front of the welfare home's gate, he expected to see the director's mother come out to greet him. But instead, a little girl appeared, catching him completely off guard. He was totally clueless at first and had no idea what to do. It took him actually asking for help before he finally figured it out. The director's mom had gotten really sick not long ago, but she wouldn't touch the money that Sheng had sent for her treatment. When the little boy heard about it, his eyes went wide right away. Her cheeks turned red. Sheng Lei reached out and softly wiped away the tears from her face. There were tears streaming down the little boy's cheeks as he tried his best to be brave. She could see him struggling not to cry, even though it was obvious how hard it was for him. Today, her brother was hanging out in the food god's livestream, and he actually won a cake baked by the food god himself. On top of that, the food god sent over a bunch of extra snacks, which was seriously next level. The little boy, who usually seemed a bit lost and distant, suddenly looked so much brighter. Her eyes lit up right away, excitement bubbling up inside her. If they could sell it for a good price, then maybe they'd finally have enough to help pay for the director's mom's hospital bills. Plus, there'd be enough left over for her own tuition at Imperial University, which felt like a total dream. Shengla, feeling all the love and hope in that moment, reached out and gave her a gentle, affectionate pinch. She gently patted the little boy's cheek, trying to reassure him. There was no need for him to stress about grown-up stuff like money. Her brother had already scored a job, so things were looking up. Hearing this, the little boy's face lit up and he started bouncing around, totally excited and relieved. She rushed straight into Xingla's arms, totally fangirling over him in that moment. To her, Xingla was basically the coolest person ever. Meanwhile, Xingla just stood there, looking a little awkward and unsure of what to do next. Honestly, she always thought her brother was just kind of average. Not like those real idols everyone looks up to someone super impressive like Commander Gu or as cool as Sister Sheng. She couldn't help but compare them in her head. After that, she watched as he tried to give the leader some serious advice, looking all focused and determined. Right then, she realized the little boy needed to know something important. He shouldn't bring up the director's mom being sick. She decided Sister Sheng-an should hear about it right away. The light brain made a soft beeping sound, and Sheng Lei noticed she had just gotten a new message. A stranger showed up, and without even thinking twice, he just went along with what they asked. It seemed like a totally normal job at first, nothing special or out of the ordinary. The offer seemed tempting, but there was this weird, uneasy feeling hanging in the air, almost like a warning sign. At the same time, Ying had just found out that the food god was sending snacks to the orphanage. She got super curious and couldn't help but want to know more about the food god. Su Wan found out that someone wanted to thank her in person for sharing some info. Deep down, she couldn't help but groan quietly to herself, wishing she could just disappear instead. Even though her heart felt heavy, she managed to put on a smile, even if it looked a little weak and unsure. She stared at her screen, realizing she had no clue what the food god actually looked like. To her, he was just an online friend, someone cool and mysterious, hidden behind a username and profile pic. The more she thought about his secret identity, the more she felt like she was part of the mystery too. Everyone just kept getting more and more curious. Luogina couldn't help but watch as Sheng and the others talked, wondering what was really going on. She looked at the food god with that totally smitten expression that she couldn't even hide how much she admired him. It was obvious to everyone around her, so it was no surprise when someone started playfully teasing her about it, asking if she actually liked him. The moment those words came out, Shengen's cheeks went bright red, giving away all her feelings without her even saying a word. Her ears turned bright red and she rushed to switch topics, not wanting to talk about herself anymore. Instead, she asked Gina how things were going with her fiancé. Gina just let out a heavy sigh like she'd been holding in a lot. She looked totally stressed out, her face showing just how worried she was. Su Wan stood there trying to process what was happening. She'd always believed that switching grooms on the wedding day was some wild, last-minute move. But it turns out someone had actually planned it ahead of time. Su Wan's face scrunched up in confusion, not really sure where this was going or why it was even being brought up. Meanwhile, Luo Jinna was clearly nervous, biting her lip and looking like she was holding back something big. Taking a deep breath, she finally shared her wild idea about switching grooms. Su Wan was totally stunned. She looked like she might actually drop her phone. Trying to recover, Su Wan rushed to explain herself, hoping it would all make sense. Luo Jinna couldn't help but feel a little upset. Her situation just wasn't like everyone else's. She didn't have any feelings for her fiancé, honestly, she barely knew him. After getting engaged, they'd only seen each other 2 times, and that was it. As the wedding got closer, she realized she couldn't even remember the other person's first or last name anymore. Their face was a total blank, too. Names like Su Wan and Sheng floated through her mind, but everything just felt mixed up and confusing. They were totally shook. She couldn't believe how cold this kid was. It was almost like they didn't have any feelings at all, just staring back without a hint of emotion. Luigina had a list in her mind of what made someone stand out. She always noticed the little things that set people apart, quietly comparing everyone she met to her own secret standards. Whether it was the way they laughed, their style, or even how they treated others, she couldn't help but measure them against her personal checklist. She honestly just wants someone who gets her someone to laugh with and talk about the things she loves. Watching Luigina's hopeful moments, she can't help but wish for that kind of connection too. She couldn't hide how she was feeling, her face said it all. They were basically her ride-or-die squad, always sticking by her side no matter what. Su Wan and Sheng En? She just nodded quietly, showing her support for her friend's wild and totally unexpected idea.